Chapter 16 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Reichert. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 16. Treats of a midnight bell and of a scene of early morning. On a round of the mountains rising from Ostino, southeastward of Lugano, the escort party rose from the natural grotto and headed their carriages up and down the defiles, halting for a night at Rovio, a little village below the Generoso, lively with waterfalls and watercourses, and they fell so in love with the place that after roaming along the flowery borderways by moonlight, they resolved to rest there 2 or 3 days and try some easy ascents. In the diurnal course of nature, being pleasantly tired, they had the avowed intention of sleeping there, so they went early to their beds and carelessly wished one another good night, none of them supposing slumber to be anywhere one of the warlike arts, a paradoxical thing you must battle for, and can only win at last when utterly beaten. Hard by their inn, close enough for a priestly homily to have been audible, stood a church campanile, wherein hung a bell, not ostensibly communicating with the demons of the pit. In daylight, rather a merry comrade. But at night, when the children of nerves lay stretched, he threw off the mask. As soon as they had fairly nestled, he smote their pillows a shattering blow, loud for the retold preluding quarters, incredibly clanging the number 10. Then he waited for neighbouring campanili to box the ears of slumber's votaries in turn, whereupon, under pretence of excessive conscientiousness, or else oblivious of his antecedent damnable misconduct, or perhaps in actual league and trapdoor conspiracy with the surging goblin hosts beneath us, he resumed his blaring strokes, a sonorous recapitulation of the number, all the others likewise. It was an alarum fit to warn of Attila or Alaric, and not simply the maniacal noise invaded the fruitful provinces of sleep like Hun and Vandal. The irrational repetition ploughed the minds of those unhappy somnivolent, leaving them worse than sheared by barbarians, disrupt as by earthquake, with the unanswerable question to Providence, Why twice? Designing slumberers are such infants. When they have undressed and stretched themselves flat, it seems that they have really gone back to their mother's breasts, and they fret at whatsoever does not smack of nature or custom. The cause of a repetition so senseless in its violence and so unnecessary set them querying and kicking until the inevitable quarters recommenced. Then rose an insurgent rabble in their bosoms. It might be the loosened imps of darkness, urging them to speculate whether the proximate monster, about to dole out the 11th hour in uproar, would again forget himself, and repeat his dreary arithmetic a second time, for they were unaware of his religious obligation following the hour of the district to inform them of the tardy hour of Rome. They waited in suspense, curiosity enabling them to bear the first crash callously. His performance was the same, and now they took him for a crazy engine whose madness had infected the whole neighbourhood. Now was the moment to fight for sleep in contempt of him, and they began by simulating an entry into the fortress they were to defend, plunging on their pillows, battening down their eyelids, breathing with a dreadful regularity. Alas! It came to their knowledge that the bell was in possession, and they the besiegers. Every resonant quarter was anticipated up to the blow, without averting its murderous abruptness, and an executioner midnight that sounded, in addition to the reiterated quarters, 24 ringing hammer-strokes, with the aching pause between the 12s, left them the prey of the legions of torturers which are summed, though not described, in the title of A Sleepless Night. From that period the curse was milder, but the victims raged. They swam on vasty deeps, they knocked at rusty gates, they shouldered all the weapons of black Insomnia's armoury, and became her soldiery, doing her will upon themselves. Of her originally sprang the inspired teaching of the doom of men to excruciation in endlessness. She is the fountain of the infinite ocean whereon the exceedingly sensitive soul is tumbled everlastingly, with the diversion of hot pincers to appease its appetite for change. Dacier was never the best of sleepers. He had taken to exercise his brains prematurely, not only in learning, but also in reflection, and a reflectiveness that is indulged before we have a rigid mastery of the emotions, or have slain them, is apt to make a young man more than commonly a child of nerves, nearly as much so as the dissipated, with the difference that they are hilarious while wasting their treasury, which he is not, and he may recover under favouring conditions, which is a point of vantage denied to them. Physically he had stout reserves, for he had not disgraced the Temple. His intemperateness lay in the craving to rise and lead, a precocious ambition. This apparently modest young man started with an aim, and if in the distance, and with but a sling-stone, like the slender shepherd fronting the Philistine, all his energies were in his aim at government. He had hung on the fringe of an administration. His party was out, and he hoped for higher station on its return to power. Many perplexities were therefore buzzing about his head, among them at present one sufficiently magnified and voracious to swallow the remainder. He added force to the interrogation as to why that bell should sound its inhuman strokes twice, by asking himself why he was there to hear it. A strange suspicion of a bewitchment might have enlightened him, if he had been a man accustomed to yield to the peculiar kind of sorcery issuing from that sex. He rather despised the power of women over men, and nevertheless he was there listening to that bell, instead of having obeyed the call of his family duties, when the latter were urgent. He had received letters at Lugano, summoning him home, before he set forth on his present expedition. The noisy alarum told him he floundered in quags, like a silly creature chasing a marsh lamp. But was it so? Was it not, on the contrary, a serious pursuit of the secret of a woman's character? Oh, a woman and her character! Ordinary women and their characters might set to work to get what relationship and likeness they could. They had no secret to allure. This one had. She had the secret of lake waters under rock, unfathomable in limpidness. He could not think of her without shooting at nature, and nature's very sweetest and subtlest, for comparison. As to her sex, his active man's contempt of the petticoated secret attractive to boys and greylings made him believe that in her he hunted the mind and the spirit, perchance a double mind, a twilighted spirit, but not a mere woman. She bore no resemblance to the bundle of women. Well, she was worth studying. She had ideas, and could give ear to ideas. Furthermore, a couple of the members of his family inclined to do her injustice. At least they judged her harshly, owing, he thought, to an inveterate opinion they held regarding Lord Dannisburgh's obliquity in relation to women. He shared it, and did not concur in their verdict upon the woman implicated. That is to say, knowing something of her now, he could see the possibility of her innocence in the special charm that her mere sparkle of features and speech and her freshness would have for a man like his uncle. The possibility pleaded strongly on her behalf, while the darker possibility, weighted by his uncle's reputation, plucked at him from below. She was delightful to hear, delightful to see, and her friends loved her and had faith in her. So clever a woman might be too clever for her friends. The circle he moved in hummed of women, prompting novices as well as veterans to suspect that the multitude of them, and notably the fairest, yet more the cleverest, concealed the serpent somewhere. She certainly had not directed any of her arts upon him. Besides, he was half engaged, and that was a burning perplexity. Not because of abstract scruples touching the necessity for love in marriage, The young lady, great heiress though she was, and willing, as she allowed him to assume, graceful too, reputed a beauty, struck him cold. He fancied her transparent, only arctic. Her transparency displayed to him all the common virtues, and a serene possession of the inestimable and eminent one outweighing all, but charm, wit, ardour, intercommunicative quickness, and kindling beauty, airy grace, were qualities that a man, it seemed, had to look for in women spotted by a doubt of their having the chief and priceless. However, he was not absolutely plighted, nor did it matter to him whether this or that woman concealed the tail of the serpent and trail, excepting the singular interest this woman managed to excite, and so deeply as set him wondering how that resurrection bell might be affecting her ability to sleep. Was she sleeping or waking? His nervous imagination was a torch that alternately lighted her lying asleep with the innocent, like a babe, and tossing beneath the overflow of her dark hair, hounded by haggard memories. She fluttered before him in either aspect, and another perplexity now was to distinguish within himself which was the aspect he preferred. Great nature brought him thus to drink of her beauty under the delusion that the act was a speculation on her character. The bell with its clash, throb, and long swoon of sound reminded him of her name, Diana, an attribute or a derision? It really mattered nothing to him save for her being maligned, and if most unfairly, then that the face of the varying expressions, and the rich voice, and the remembered gentle and taking words coming from her, appealed to him with a supplicating vividness that pricked his heart to leap. He was dozing when the bell burst through the thin division between slumber and wakefulness, recounting what seemed innumerable peals hard on his cranium. Grey daylight blanched the window and the bed. His watch said 5 of the morning. He thought of the pleasure of a bath beneath some dashing spray showers, and jumped up to dress, feeling a queer sensation of skin in his clothes, the sign of a feverish night, and yawning he went into the air. Leftward the narrow village street led to the footway along which he could make for the mountain wall. He cast one look at the head of the campanile, silly as an owlish roisterer's glazed stare at the young aurora, and hurried his feet to check the yawns coming alarmingly fast in the place of ideas. His elevation above the valley was about the knee-cap of the Generoso. Waters of past rain clouds poured down the mountain sides like veins of metal, here and there flinging off a shower on the busy descent, only dubiously animate in the lack-lustre of the huge bulk piled against a yellow east that wafted fleets of pinky cloudlets overhead. He mounted his path to a level with inviting grass mounds where water circled, running from scoops and cups to curves and brook streams, and in his fancy calling to him to hear them. To dip in them was his desire. To roll and shiver, braced by the icy flow, was the spell to break that baleful incantation of the intolerable night. So he struck across a ridge of boulders, wreck of a landslip from the height he had hugged, to the open space of shadowed undulations, and soon had his feet on turf. Heights to right and to left, and in between them, aloft, a sky the rosy wheel-course of the chariot of morn, and below among the knolls, choice of sheltered nooks, where waters whispered of secrecy to satisfy Diana herself. They have that whisper and waving of secrecy in secret scenery. They beckon to the bath, and they conjure classic visions of the pudency of the goddess irate or unsighted. The semi-mythological state of mind, built of old images and favouring haunts, was known to Dacier. The name of Diana, playing vaguely on his consciousness, helped to it. He had no definite thought of the mortal woman when the highest grass-roll near the rock gave him view of a bowered source and of a pool under a chain of cascades, bounded by polished shelves and slabs. The very spot for him, he decided at the first peep, and at the second, with fingers instinctively loosening his waistcoat buttons for a commencement, he shouldered round and strolled away, though not at a rapid pace, nor far before he halted. That it could be no other than she, the figure he had seen standing beside the pool, he was sure. Why had he turned? Thoughts thick and swift as a blush in the cheeks of 17 overcame him, and queen of all, the thought bringing the picture of this mountain solitude to vindicate a woman shamefully assailed. She, who found her pleasure in these haunts of nymph and goddess, at the fresh cold bosom of nature, must be clear as day. She trusted herself to the loneliness here, and to the honour of men from a like irreflective sincereness. She was unable to imagine danger where her own impelling thirst was pure. The thoughts, it will be discerned, were but flashes of a momentary vivid sensibility. Where a woman's charm has won half the battle, her character is an advancing standard, and sings victory, let her do no more than take a quiet morning walk before breakfast. But why had he turned his back on her? There was nothing in his presence to alarm, nothing in her appearance to forbid. The motive and the movement were equally quaint, incomprehensible to him, for after putting himself out of sight, he understood the absurdity of the supposition that she would seek the secluded sylvan bath for the same purpose as he. Yet now he was debarred from going to meet her. She might have an impulse to bathe her feet. Her name was Diana. Yes, and a married woman, and a proclaimed one. And notwithstanding those brassy facts, he was ready to side with the evidence declaring her free from stain, and further to swear that her blood was Diana's. Nor had Dacier ever been particularly poetical about women. The present Diana had wakened his curiosity, had stirred his interest in her, pricked his admiration, but gradually, until a sleepless night with its flock of raven fancies under that dominant bell ended by colouring her, the moment she stood in his eyes, as freshly as the morning heavens. We are much influenced in youth by sleepless nights. They disarm, they predispose us to submit to soft occasion, and in our youth occasion is always coming. He heard her voice. She had risen up the grass mound, and he hung brooding half-way down. She was dressed in some texture of the hue of lavender. A violet scarf, loosely knotted over the bosom, opened on her throat. The loop of her black hair curved under a hat of grey beaver. Memorably radiant was her face. They met, exchanged greetings, praised the beauty of the morning, and struck together on the bell. She laughed. "I heard it at 10. I slept till 4. I never wake later. I was out in the air by 1:30. Were you disturbed?" He alluded to his troubles with the bell. "It sounded like a felon's heart in skeleton ribs," he said. "Or a proser's tongue in a hollow skull," said she. He bowed to her conversible readiness, and at once fell into the background, as he did only with her, to perform accordant bass in their dialogue, for when a woman lightly caps our strained remarks, we gallantly surrender the leadership, lest she should too cuttingly assert her claim. Some sweet wild cyclamen flowers were at her breast. She held in her left hand a bunch of buds and blown cups of the pale purple meadow crocus. He admired them. She told him to look round. He confessed to not having noticed them in the grass. What was the name? Colchicum in botany, she said. These are plucked to be sent to a friend. Otherwise I'm reluctant to take the life of flowers for a whim. Wild flowers, I mean. I am not sentimental about garden flowers. They are cultivated for decoration, grown for clipping. I suppose they don't carry the same signification, said Dacier in the tone of a pupil to such themes. They carry no feeling, said she, and that is my excuse for plucking these, where they seem to spring like our town dream of happiness. I believe they are sensible of it too, but these must do service to my invalid friend who cannot travel. Are you ever as much interested in the woes of great ladies as of country damsels? I am not unless they have natural distinction. You have met Lady Dunstan? The question sounded artless. Dacier answered that he thought he had seen her somewhere once, and Diana shut her lips on a rising under-smile. She is the coeur d'or of our time, the one soul I would sacrifice these flowers to. A bit of a blue stocking, I think I have heard said. She might have been admitted to the Hotel Rambouillet without being anything of a précieuse. She is the woman of the largest heart now beating. Mr. Redworth talked of her. As she deserved, I am sure. Very warmly. He would. He told me you were the Damon and Pythias of women. Her one fault is an extreme humility that makes her always play second to me, and as I am apt to gabble, I take the lead, and I am froth in comparison. I can reverence my superiors even when tried by intimacy with them. She is the next heavenly thing to heaven that I know. Court her, if ever you come across her, or have you a man's horror of women with brains." "Am I expressing it?" said he. "Do not breathe London or Paris here on me." She fanned the crocuses under her chin. "The early morning always has this, I wish I had a word, touch, whisper, gleam, beat of wings. I envy poets now more than ever. Of Eden I was going to say. Prose can paint evening and moonlight, but poets are needed to sing the dawn. That is because prose is equal to melancholy stuff. Gladness requires the finer language. Otherwise we have it coarse, anything but a reproduction. You politicians despise the little distinctions 'twixt Tweedledum and Tweedledee, I fancy." Of the poetic sort, Dacier's uncle certainly did. For himself, he confessed to not having thought much on them. "But how divine is utterance," she said, "as we to the brutes, poets are to us." He listened somewhat with the head of the hanged. A beautiful woman choosing to rhapsodize has her way, and is not subjected to the critical commentary within us. He wondered whether she had discoursed in such a fashion to his uncle. "I can read good poetry," said he. "If you would have this valley, or mountain cleft one should call it, described, only verse could do it for you," Diana pursued, and stopped, glanced at his face, and smiled. She had spied the end of a towel peeping out of one of his pockets. "You came out for a bath. Go back by all means and mount that rise of grass where you first saw me, and down on the other side, a little to the right, you will find the very place for a bath, at a corner of the rock, a natural fountain, a bubbling pool in a ring of brushwood, with falling water, so tempting that I could have pardoned a push, about 5 feet deep. Lose no time." He begged to assure her that he would rather stroll with her. It had been only a notion of bathing by chance when he pocketed the towel. "Dear me," she cried, "if I had been a man I should have scurried off at a signal of release. Quick as a hare I once woke up in a field with my foot on its back." Dacier's eyebrows knotted a trifle over her eagerness to dismiss him. He was not used to it, but rather to be courted by women, and to condescend. "I shall not long, I'm afraid, have the pleasure of walking beside you and hearing you. I had letters at Lugano. My uncle is unwell, I hear." "Lord Dannisburgh?" The name sprang from her lips unhesitatingly. His nodded affirmative altered her face and her voice. "It is not a grave illness?" "They rather fear it." "You had the news at Lugano?" He answered the implied reproach. "I can be of no service." "But surely—" "It's even doubtful that he would be bothered to receive me. We hold no views in common, excepting one." "Could I," she exclaimed, "oh, that I might! If he is really ill! But if it is actually serious, he would perhaps have a wish. I can nurse. I know I have the power to cheer him. You ought indeed to be in England." Dacier said he thought it better to wait for later reports. "I shall drive to Lugano this afternoon and act on the information I get there. Probably it ends my holiday." "Will you do me the favour to write me a word? And especially tell me if you think he would like to have me near him," said Diana. "And let him know that if he wants nursing or cheerful companionship, I am at any moment ready to come." The flattery of a beautiful young woman to wait on him would be very agreeable to Lord Dannisburgh, Dacier conceived. Her offer to go was possibly purely charitable, but the prudence of her occupation of the post obscured whatever appeared admirable in her devotedness. Her choice of a man like Lord Dannisburgh for a friend to whom she could sacrifice her good name less falteringly than she had gathered those field flowers was inexplicable, and she herself a darker riddle at each step of his reading. He promised curtly to write. "I'll do my best to hit a flying address." "Your club enables me to hit a permanent one that will establish the communication," said Diana. "We shall not sleep another night at Rovio. Lady Esquart is the lightest of sleepers, and if you had a restless time, she and her husband must have been in purgatory. Besides, permit me to say, you should be with your party. The times are troublous, not for holidays. Your holiday has had a haunted look, creditably to your conscience as a politician. These Corn Law agitations—" "Ah, but no politics here," said Dacier. "Politics everywhere, in the courts of Faery. They are not discord to me." "But not the last day, the last hour," he pleaded. "Well, only do not forget your assurance to me that you would give some thoughts to Ireland and the cause of women. Has it slipped from your memory?" "If I see the chance of serving you, you may trust to me." She sent up an interjection on the misfortune of her not having been born a man. It was to him the one smart of sourness in her charm as a woman. Among the boulder stones of the ascent to the path he ventured to propose a little masculine assistance in a hand stretched mutely. Although there was no great need for help, her natural kindliness checked the inclination to refuse it. When their hands disjoined she found herself reddening. She cast it on the exertion. Her heart was throbbing. It might be the exertion likewise. He walked and talked much more airily along the descending pathway, as if he had suddenly become more intimately acquainted with her. She listened, trying to think of the manner in which he might be taught to serve that cause she had at heart, and the colour deepened on her cheeks till it set fire to her underlying consciousness, blood to spirit. A tremor of alarm ran through her. His request for one of the crocuses to keep as a souvenir of the morning was refused. "They are sacred. They were all devoted to my friend when I plucked them." He pointed to a half-open one with the petals in disparting pointing to junction, and compared it to the famous tiptoe ballet posture, arms above head and fingers like swallows meeting in air, of an operatic danseuse of the time. "I do not see it, because I will not see it," she said, and she found a personal cooling and consolement in the phrase. We have this power of resisting invasion of the poetic by the commonplace, the spirit by the blood, if we please, though you men may not think that we have. Her alarmed sensibilities bristled and made head against him as an enemy. She fancied, for the aforesaid reason, because she chose, that it was on account of the offence to her shy morning pleasure by this Londonizing. At any other moment her natural liveliness and trained social ease would have taken any remark on the eddies of the tide of converse. And so she told herself, and did not the less feel wounded, adverse, armed. He seemed, somehow, to have dealt a mortal blow to the happy girl she had become again. The woman she was protested on behalf of the girl, while the girl in her heart bent lowered sad eyelids to the woman, and which of them was wiser of the truth she could not have said, for she was honestly not aware of the truth. But she knew she was divided in halves, with one half pitying the other, one rebuking, and all because of the incongruous comparison of a wild flower to an opera dancer. Absurd indeed! We human creatures are the silliest on earth, most certainly. Dacier had observed the blush, and the check to her flowing tongue did not escape him, as they walked back to the inn down the narrow street of black rooms, where the women gossiped at the fountain, and the cobbler threaded on his doorstep. His novel excitement supplied the deficiency, sweeping him past minor reflections. He was, however, surprised to hear her tell Lady Esquart, as soon as they were together at the breakfast table, that he had the intention of starting for England, and further surprised, and slightly stung too, when on the poor lady's moaning over her recollection of the midnight bell, and vowing she could not attempt to sleep another night in the place, Diana declared her resolve to stay there one day longer with her maid, and explore the neighbourhood for the wild flowers in which it abounded. Lord and Lady Esquart agreed to anything agreeable to her, after excusing themselves for the necessitated flight, piteously relating the story of their sufferings. My lord could have slept, but he had remained awake to comfort my lady. True knightliness, Diana said in praise of these long married lovers, and she asked them what they had talked of during the night. "You, my dear, partly," said Lady Esquart. "For an opiate?" "An invocation of the morning," said Dacier. Lady Esquart looked at Diana and at him. She thought it was well that her fair friend should stay. It was then settled for Diana to rejoin them the next evening at Lugano, thence to proceed to Luino on the Maggiore. "I fear it is good-bye for me," Dacier said to her, as he was about to step into the carriage with the Esquarts. "If you have not better news of your uncle, it must be," she replied, and gave him her hand promptly and formally, hardly diverting her eyes from Lady Esquart to grace the temporary gift with a look. The last of her he saw was a waving of her arm and a finger pointing triumphantly at the bell in the tower. It said, to an understanding unpractised in the feminine mysteries, "I can sleep through anything." What that revealed of her state of conscience and her nature, his efforts to preserve the lovely optical figure blocked his guessing. He was with her friends who liked her the more they knew her, and he was compelled to lean to their view of the perplexing woman. "She is a riddle to the world," Lady Esquart said, "but I know that she is good. It is the best of signs when women take to her and are proud to be her friend." My lord echoed his wife. She talked in this homely manner to stop on any notion of philandering that the young gentleman might be disposed to entertain in regard to a lady so attractive to the pursuit as Diana's beauty and delicate situation might make her seem. "She is an exceedingly clever person, and handsomer than report, which is uncommon," said Dacier, becoming voluble on town topics, Miss Asper incidentally among them. He denied Lady Esquart's charge of an engagement. The matter hung. His letters at Lugano summoned him to England instantly. "I have taken leave of Mrs. Warwick, but tell her I regret, etc.," he said. "And by the way, as my uncle's illness appears to be serious, the longer she is absent the better, perhaps." "It would never do," said Lady Esquart, understanding his drift immediately. "We winter in Rome. She will not abandon us. I have her word for it. Next Easter we are in Paris, and so home, I suppose. There will be no hurry before we are due at Cowes. We seem to have become confirmed wanderers. For two of us at least it is likely to be our last great tour." Dacier informed her that he had pledged his word to write to Mrs. Warwick of his uncle's condition, and the several appointed halting places of the Esquarts between the lakes and Florence were named to him. Thus all things were openly treated, all had an air of being on the surface, the communications passing between Mrs. Warwick and the Honourable Percy Dacier might have been perused by all the world. None but that portion of it, sage in suspiciousness, which objects to such communications under any circumstances, could have detected in their correspondence a spark of coming fire, or that there was common warmth. She did not feel it, nor did he. The position of the two interdicted it to a couple honourably sensible of social decencies, and who were, be it added, kept apart. The blood is the treacherous element in the story of the nobly civilized, of which secret Diana, a wife and no wife, a prisoner in liberty, a blooming woman imagining herself restored to transcendent maiden ecstasies, the highest youthful poetic, had received some faint intimation when the blush flamed suddenly in her cheeks, and her heart knelled like the towers of a city given over to the devourer. She had no wish to meet him again. Without telling herself why, she would have shunned the meeting. Disturbers that thwarted her simple happiness in sublime scenery were best avoided. She thought so the more for a fitful blur to the simplicity of her sensations, and a task she sometimes had in restoring and toning them after that sweet morning time in Rovio. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 17, The Princess Egeria. London, say what we will of it, is, after all, the head of the British giant, and if not the liveliest in bubbles, it is past competition the largest broth-pot of brains anywhere simmering on the hob, over the steadiest of furnaces, too. And the oceans and the continents, as you know, are perpetual and copious contributors, either to the heating apparatus or to the contents of the pot. Let grander similes be sought. This one fits for the smoky receptacle, cherishing millions, magnetic to tens of millions more, with its caked outside of grime, and the inward substance incessantly kicking the lid, prankish, but never casting it off. A good stew, you perceive, not a parlous boiling. Weak as we may be in our domestic cookery, our political has been sagaciously adjusted, as yet to catch the ardours of the furnace without being subject to their volcanic activities. That the social is also somewhat at fault, we have proof in occasional outcries over the absence of these or those particular persons famous for inspiriting. It sticks and clogs. The improvising songster is missed, the convivial essayist, the humorous dean, the travelled cynic, and he, the one of his day, the iridescent Irishman, whose remembered repartees are a feast sharp and ringing at divers tables descending from the upper to the fat citizens, where, instead of coming in the sequence of talk, they are exposed by blasting, like fossil teeth of old deluged sharks in monotonous walls of our chalk quarries. Nor are these the less welcome for the violence of their introduction among a people glad to be set burning rather briskly awhile by the most unexpected of digs in the ribs. Dan Marion, to give an example, that was Dan Marion's joke with the watchman, and he said that other thing to the Marquis of Kingsbury, when the latter asked him if he had ever won a donkey race, and old Dan is dead, and we are the duller for it, which leads to the question, is genius hereditary? And the affirmative and negative are respectively maintained. Rather against the yes is the dispute, until a member of the audience speaks of Dan Marion's having left a daughter, reputed for a sparkling wit not much below the level of his own. Why, are you unaware that the Mrs. Warwick of that scandal case of Warwick versus Dannisburgh was old Dan Marion's girl, and his only child? It is true, for a friend had it from a man who had it straight from Mr. Braddock, of the firm of Braddock, Thorpe, and Simnel, her solicitors in the action, who told him he could sit listening to her for hours, and that she was as innocent as day. A wonderful combination of a good woman and a clever woman and a real beauty. Only her misfortune was to have a furiously jealous husband, and they say he went mad after hearing the verdict. Diana was talked of in the London circles. A witty woman is such salt that where she has once been tasted, she must perforce be missed more than any of the absent, the dowering heavens not having yet showered her like very plentifully upon us. Then it was first heard that Percy Dacier had been travelling with her. Miss Asper heard of it. Her uncle, Mr. Quintin Manx, the millionaire, was an acquaintance of the new judge and titled dignitary, Sir Cramborne Wathin, and she visited Lady Wathin, at whose table the report in the journals of the Nile boat party was mentioned. Lady Wathin's table could dispense with witty women, and, for that matter, witty men. The intrusion of the spontaneous on the stereotyped would have clashed. She preferred, as hostess, the old legal anecdotes, sure of their laugh, and the citations from the manufactories of fun in the press, which were current and instantly intelligible to all her guests. She smiled suavely on an impromptu pun, because her experience of the humorous appreciation of it by her guests bade her welcome the upstart. Nothing else impromptu was acceptable. Mrs. Warwick, therefore, was not missed by Lady Wathin. "I have met her," she said. "I confess I am not one of the fanatics about Mrs. Warwick. She has a sort of skill in getting men to clamour. If you stoop to tickle them, they will applaud. It is a way of winning a reputation." When the ladies were separated from the gentlemen by the stream of claret, Miss Asper heard Lady Wathin speak of Mrs. Warwick again. An allusion to Lord Dannisburgh's fit of illness in the House of Lords led to her saying that there was no doubt he had been fascinated, and that, in her opinion, Mrs. Warwick was a dangerous woman. Sir Cramborne knew something of Mr. Warwick. "Poor man," she added. A lady present put a question concerning Mrs. Warwick's beauty. "Yes," Lady Wathin said, "she has good looks to aid her. Judging from what I hear and have seen, her thirst is for notoriety. Sooner or later we shall have her making a noise, you may be certain. Yes, she has the secret of dressing well in the French style." A simple newspaper report of the expedition of a Nile boat party could stir the powers to take her up and turn her on their wheel in this manner. But others of the sons and daughters of London were regretting her prolonged absence. The great and exclusive Whitmonby, who had dined once at Lady Wathin's table and vowed never more to repeat that offence to his patients, lamented bitterly to Henry Wilmers that the sole woman worthy of sitting at a little Sunday evening dinner with the cream of the choicest men of the time was away wasting herself in that insane modern chase of the picturesque. He called her a perverted Celimene. Redworth had less to regret than the rest of her male friends, as he was receiving at intervals pleasant descriptive letters, besides manuscript sheets of Antonia's new piece of composition, to correct the proofs for the press, and he read them critically, he thought. He read them with a watchful eye to guard them from the critics. Antonia, whatever her faults as a writer, was not one of the order whose muse is the public taste. She did at least draw her inspiration from herself, and there was much to be feared in her work, if a sale was the object. Otherwise, Redworth's highly critical perusal led him flatly to admire. This was like her, and that was like her, and here and there a phrase gave him the very play of her mouth, the flash of her eyes. Could he possibly wish or bear to have anything altered? But she had reason to desire an extended sale of the work. Her aim, in the teeth of her independent style, was at the means of independence, a feminine method of attempting to conciliate contraries, and after dispatching the last sheets to the printer, he meditated upon the several ways which might serve to assist her. The main way running thus in his mind: we have a work of genius. Genius is good for the public. What is good for the public should be recommended by the critics. It should be. How then to come at them to get it done? As he was not a member of the honourable literary craft, and regarded its arcana altogether externally, it may be confessed of him that he deemed the incorruptible corruptible, not, of course, with filthy coin slid into sticky palms. Critics are human, and exceedingly beyond the common lot when touched, and they are excited by mysterious hints of loftiness in authorship, by rumours of veiled loveliness, whispers of a general anticipation, and also editors can jog them. Redworth was rising to be a railway king of a period soon to glitter with rails, iron in the concrete, golden in the visionary. He had already his court, much against his will. The powerful magnetic attractions of those who can help the world to fortune was exercised by him in spite of his disgust of sycophants. He dropped words to right and left of a coming work by Antonia. And who was Antonia? Ah, there hung the riddle. An exalted personage? So much so that he dared not name her even in confidence to ladies. He named the publishers. To men he said he was at liberty to speak of her only as the most beautiful woman of her time. His courtiers of both sexes were recommended to read the new story, the Princess Egeria. Oddly, one great lady of his court had heard a forthcoming work of this title spoken of by Percy Dacier, not a man to read silly fiction, unless there was meaning behind the lines, that is, rich scandal of the aristocracy, diversified by stinging epigrams to the address of discernible personages. She talked of the Princess Egeria, nay, laid her finger on the identical princess. Others followed her. Dozens were soon flying with the torch. A new work immediately to be published from the pen of the Duchess of Stars. And the princess who lends her title to the book is a living portrait of the princess of highest eminence, the hope of all civilization. Orders for copies of the Princess Egeria reached the astonished publishers before the book was advertised. Speaking to editors, Redworth complimented them with friendly intimations of the real authorship of the remarkable work appearing. He used a certain penetrative mildness of tone in saying that he hoped the book would succeed. It deserved to, it was original, but the originality might tell against it. All would depend upon a favourable launching of such a book. Mrs. Warwick? Mrs. Warwick? Said the most influential of editors. Mr. Marcus Tonans? What, that singularly handsome woman? The Dannisburgh affair? She's Whitmonby's heroine. If she writes as cleverly as she talks, her work is worth trumpeting. He promised to see that it went into good hands for the review, and a prompt review, an essential point, none of your long digestions of the contents. Diana's indefatigable friend had fair assurances that her book would be noticed before it dropped dead to the public appetite for novelty. He was anxious next, notwithstanding his admiration of the originality of the conception and the cleverness of the writing, lest the literary reviews should fail to do it justice. He used the term, for if they wounded her, they would take the pleasure out of success. And he had always present to him that picture of the beloved woman kneeling at the fire grate at the Crossways, which made the thought of her suffering any wound his personal anguish, so crucially sweet and saintly had her image then been stamped on him. He bethought him in consequence while sitting in the House of Commons, engaged upon the affairs of the nation, and honestly engaged, for he was a vigilant worker, that the Irish secretary, Charles Razor, with whom he stood in amicable relations, had an interest to the extent of reputed ownership in the chief of the literary reviews. He saw Razor on the benches, and marked him to speak for him. Looking for him shortly afterward, the man was gone. off to the opera, if he is not too late for the drop," a neighbour said, smiling queerly, as though he ought to know, and then Redworth recollected current stories of Raiser's fantastical devotion to the popular prima donna of the angelical voice. He hurried to the opera and met the vomit, and heard in the crush room how divine she had been that night. A fellow member of the house, tolerably intimate with Raiser, informed him, between frightful stomachic roulades, of her final aria, of the likeliest place where Raiser might be found when the opera was over, not at his club, nor at his chambers, on one of the bridges, Westminster, he fancied. There was no need for Redworth to run hunting the man at so late an hour, but he was drawn on by the similarity in dissimilarity of this devotee of a woman, who could worship her at a distance and talk of her to everybody. Not till he beheld Raiser's tall figure cutting the bridge parapet, with a star over his shoulder, did he reflect on the views the other might entertain of the nocturnal solicitation to see justice done to a lady's new book in a particular review, and the absurd outside of the request was immediately smothered by the natural simplicity and pressing necessity of its inside. He crossed the road and said, "Ah!" in recognition. "Were you at the opera this evening?" "Oh, just at the end," said Raiser, pacing forward. "It's a fine night. Did you hear her?" "No, too late." Raiser pressed ahead to meditate by himself, as was his wont. Finding Redworth beside him, he monologized in his depths. "They'll kill her. She puts her soul into it, gives her blood. There's no failing of the voice. You see how it wears her. She's doomed. Half a year's rest on Como, somewhere. She might be saved. She won't refuse to work." "Have you spoken to her?" said Redworth. "And next to Berlin, Vienna. A horse would be—" "I don't know her," Raiser replied. "Some of their women stand it. She's delicately built. You can't treat a lute like a drum without destroying the instrument. We look on at a murder." The haggard prospect from that step of the climax checked his delivery. Redworth knew him to be a sober man in office, a man with a head for statecraft. He had made a weighty speech in the House a couple of hours back. This opera cantatrice, no beauty, though gentle, thrilling, winning, was his corner of romance. "Do you come here often?" he asked. "Yes, I can't sleep. London at night from the bridge looks fine. By the way, it's lonely here." "That's the advantage," said Rayner. "I keep silver in my pocket for poor girls going to their homes, and I'm left in peace. An hour later, there's the dawn down yonder." "By the way," Redworth interposed, and was told that after these nights of her singing she never slept till morning. He swallowed the fact, sympathized, and resumed, "I want a small favour." "No business here, please." "Not a bit of it. You know Mrs. Warwick. You know of her. She's publishing a book. I want you to use your influence to get it noticed quickly, if you can." "Warwick? Oh, yes, a handsome woman. Ah, yes, the Dannisburger affair, yes. What did I hear? They say she's thick with Percy Dacier at present. Who was talking of her? Yes, old Lady Dacier. So she's a friend of yours?" "She's an old friend," said Redworth, composing himself, for the dose he had taken was not of the sweetest, and no protestations could be uttered by a man of the world to repel a charge of tattlers. "The truth is, her book is clever. I've read the proofs. She must have an income, and she won't apply to her husband, and literature should help her, if she's fairly treated. She's Irish by descent, Marion's daughter, witty as her father. It's odd you haven't met her. The mere writing of the book is extraordinarily good. If it's put into capable hands for review, that's all it requires. And full of life, bright dialogue, capital sketches. The book's a piece of literature, only it must have competent critics." So he talked while Raynor ejaculated, "Warwick, Warwick," in the irritating tone of dozens of others. "What did I hear of her husband? He has a post. Yes, yes, someone said the verdict in that case knocked him over. Heart disease or something." He glanced at the dark Thames water. "Take my word for it, the groves of Academe won't compare with one of our bridges at night, if you seek philosophy. You see the London above and the London below, round us the sleepy city, and the stars in the water looking like souls of suicides. I caught a girl with a bad fit on her once. I had to lecture her. It's when we become parsons we find out our cousinship with these poor peripatetics whose last philosophy is a jump across the parapet. The bridge at night is a bath for a public man, but choose another. Leave me mine." Redworth took the hint. He stated the title of Mrs. Warwick's book, and imagined from the thoughtful cast of Raynor's head that he was impressing the Princess Egeria on his memory. Raynor burst out with clenched fists. "He beats her. The fellow lives on her and beats her. Strikes that woman. He drags her about to every capital in Europe to make money for him, and the scoundrel pays her with blows." In the course of a heavy tirade against the scoundrel, Redworth apprehended that it was the cantatrice's husband. He expressed his horror and regret, paused, and named the Princess Egeria and a certain critical review. Another outburst seemed to be in preparation. Nothing further was to be done for the book at that hour. So, with a blunt good night, he left Charles Raynor pacing, and thought on his walk home of the strange effects wrought by women unwittingly upon men, Englishmen. Those women, or some of them, as little knowing it as the moon her traditional influence upon the tides. He thought of Percy Dacier, too. In his bed he could have wished himself peregrinating a bridge. The Princess Egeria appeared, with the reviews at her heels, a pack of clappers, causing her to fly over editions clean as a doe, the gates and hedges, to quote Mr. Sullivan Smith, who knew not a sentence of the work save what he gathered of it from Redworth at their chance meeting on Piccadilly pavement, and then immediately he knew enough to blow his huntsman's horn in honour of the sale. His hallali rang high. Here's another Irish girl to win their laurels. 'Tis one of the blazing successes, a most enthralling work, beautifully composed. And where is she now, Mr. Redworth, since she broke away from that husband of hers, that wears the clothes of the worst tailor ever begotten by a thread on a needle, as I tell every soul of 'em in my part of the country? You have seen him? Said Redworth. Why, sir, wasn't he on show at the court he applied to for relief and damages, as we heard when we were watching the case daily, scarce drawing our breath for fear the innocent, and one of our own blood, would be crushed? Sure, there he stood, ay, and looking the very donkey for a woman to flip off her fingers, like the dust from my great uncle's prize of snuff. She's a glory to the old country, and better you than another, I'd say, since it wasn't an Irishman to have her. But what induced the dear lady to take him is the question we're all of us asking. And it's mournful to think that somehow you contrive to get the pick of us in the girls. If ever we're united, 'twill be by a trick of circumvention of that sort, pretty sure. There's a turn in the market when they shut their eyes and drop to the handiest, and London's a vortex that poor, dear, dull old Dublin can't compete with. I'll beg you for the address of the lady her friend, Lady Dunstane." Mr. Sullivan Smith walked with Redworth through the park to the House of Commons, discoursing of rails and his excellent old friend's rise to the top rung of the ladder, and beanstalk land, so elevated that one had to look up at him with watery eyes, as if one had flung a ball at the meridian sun. Arrived at famed St. Stephen's, he sent in his compliments to the noble patriot, and accepted an invitation to dinner. "And mind you read the Princess Egeria," said Redworth. "Again and again, my friend. The book is bought." Sullivan Smith slapped his breast pocket. "There's a bit of Erin in it." "It sprouts from Erin." "Trumpet it, loud as cavalry, to the charge." Once with the title stamped on his memory, the zealous Irishman might be trusted to become an ambulant advertiser. Others, personal friends, adherents, courtiers of Redworth's, were active. Lady Pennon and Henry Wilmers in the upper circle, Whitmonby and Westlake in the literary, spread the fever for this new book. The chief interpreter of public opinion caught the way of the wind and headed the gale. Editions of the book did really run like fires in summer furs, and to such an extent that a simple literary performance grew to be respected in Great Britain as representing money. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 18, The Authoress. The effect of a great success upon Diana at her second literary venture was shown in the transparent sedateness of a letter she wrote to Emma Dunstane, as much as in her immediate and complacent acceptance of the magical change of her fortunes. She spoke one thing and acted another, but did both with a lofty calm that deceived the admiring friend who clearly saw the authoress behind her mask, and feared lest she should be too confidently trusting to the powers of her pen to support an establishment. If the public were a perfect instrument to strike on, I should be tempted to take the wonderful success of my princess at her first appearance for a proof of natural aptitude in composition, and might think myself the genius. I know it to be as little a Stradivarius as I am a Paganini. It is an eccentric machine, in tune with me for the moment, because I happen to have hit it in the ringing spot. The book is a new face appealing to a mirror of the common surface emotions, and the kitchen rather than the dairy offers an analogy for the real value of that top skim. I have not seen what I consider good in the book once mentioned among the laudatory notices, except by your dear hand, my Emmy. Be sure I will stand on guard against the vaporous generalizations and other tricks you fear. Now that you are studying Latin for an occupation, how good and wise it was of Mr. Redworth to propose it. I look upon you with awe as a classic authority and critic. I wish I had leisure to study with you. What I do is nothing like so solid and durable. The Princess Egeria originally, I must have written word of it to you, I remember the evening off Palermo, was conceived as a sketch. By gradations she grew into a sort of semi-scootery romance, and swelled to her present portliness. That was done by a great deal of piecing, not to say puffing, of her frame. She would be healthier, and have a chance of living longer, if she were reduced by a reversal of the processes. But how would the judicious clippings and prickings affect our pensive public? Now that I have furnished a house and have a fixed address under the paws of creditors, I feel I am in the wizard circle of my popularity, and subscribe to its laws, or waken to incubus and the desert. Have I been rash? You do not pronounce. If I have bound myself to pipe as others please, it need not be entirely, and I can promise you it shall not be, but still I am sensible, when I lift my little quill, of having forced the note of a woodland wren into the popular nightingales, which may end in the daws, from straining, or worse, a toy whistle. That is, in the field of literature. Otherwise, within me deep, I am not aware of any transmutation of the celestial into coined gold. I sound myself and ring clear. Incessant writing is my refuge, my solace, escape out of the personal net. I delight in it, as in my early morning walks at Lugano, when I went threading the streets and by the lake away to the heavenly mount, like a dim idea worming upward in a sleepy head to bright wakefulness. My anonymous critic, of whom I told you, is intoxicating with eulogy. The signature Apollonius appears to be of literary middle indication. He marks passages approved by you. I have also had a complimentary letter from Mr. Dacier. For an instance of this delight I have in writing, so strong is it that I can read pages I have written, and tear the stuff to strips I did yesterday, and resume as if nothing had happened. The waves within are ready for any displacement. That must be a good sign. I do not doubt of excelling my princess, and if she received compliments, the next may hope for more. Consider, too, the novel pleasure of earning money by the labour we delight in. It is an answer to your question whether I am happy. Yes, as the savage islander before the ship entered the bay with the fire-water. My blood is wine, and I have the slumbers of an infant. I dream, wake, forget my dream, barely dress before the pen is galloping, barely breakfast, no toilette till noon. A savage, in good sooth. You see, my Emmy, I could not house with the companionable person you hint at. The poles can never come together till the earth is crushed. She would find my habits intolerable, and I hers contemptible, though we might both be companionable persons. My dear, I could not even live with myself. My blessed little quill, which helps me divinely to live out of myself, is and must continue to be my one companion. It is my mountain height, morning light, wings, cup from the springs, my horse, my goal, my lancet and replenisher, my key of communication with the highest, grandest, holiest between earth and heaven, the vital air connecting them. In justice, let me add that I have not been troubled by hearing of any of the mysterious legal claims, etc. I am sorry to hear bad reports of health. I wish him entire felicity, no step taken to bridge division. The thought of it makes me tigerish. A new pianist playing his own pieces at Lady Singleby's concert has given me exquisite pleasure, and set me composing songs, not to his music, which could be rendered only by sylphs moving to soft recorders in the humour of wildness, languor, bewitching caprices, giving a new sense to melody. How I wish you had been with me to hear him! It was the most Aeolian thing ever caught from a night breeze by the soul of a poet. But do not suppose me having headlong tendencies to the melting mood. The above, by the way, is a Pole settled in Paris, and he is to be introduced to me at Lady Pennon's. What do you say to my being invited by Mr. Whitmonby to aid him in writing leading articles for the paper he is going to conduct? Write as you talk, and it will do, he says. I am choosing my themes. To write of politics as I talk seems to me like an effort to jump away from my shadow. The black dog of consciousness declines to be shaken off. If someone commanded me to talk as I write, I suspect it would be a way of winding me up to a sharp critical pitch rapidly. Not good news of Lord D. I've had messages. Mr. Dacier conceals his alarm. The princess gave great gratification. She did me her best service there. Is it not cruel that the interdict of the censor should force me to depend for information upon such scraps as I get from a gentleman passing my habitation on his way to the house? And he is not, he never has been, sympathetic in that direction. He sees my grief, and assumes an undertakerly air, with some notion of acting in concert, one supposes, little imagining how I revolt from that crape hatband formalism of sorrow. One word of her we call our inner eye. I am not drawing upon her resources for my daily needs, not wasting her at all, I trust. certainly not walling her up to deafen her voice. It would be to fall away from you. She bids me sign myself, my beloved, ever, ever your Tony. The letter had every outward show of sincereness in expression, and was endowed to wear that appearance by the writer's impulse to protest with so resolute a vigour as to delude herself. Lady Dunstane heard of Mr. Dacier's novel attendance at concerts. The world made a note of it, for the gentleman was notoriously without ear for music. Diana's comparison of her hours of incessant writing to her walks under the dawn at Lugano, her boast of the similarity of her delight in both, deluded her uncorrupted conscience to believe that she was now spiritually as free as in that fair season of the new spring in her veins. She was not an investigating physician, nor was Lady Dunstane, otherwise they would have examined the material points of her conduct, indicators of the spiritual secret always. What are the patient's acts? The patient's mind was projected too far beyond them to see the forefinger they stretched at her, and the friend's was not that of a prying doctor on the lookout for betraying symptoms. Lady Dunstane did ask herself why Tony should have incurred the burden of a costly household, a very costly. Sir Lukin had been at one of Tony's little dinners, but her wish to meet the world on equal terms after a long dependency accounted for it in seeming to excuse. The guests on the occasion were Lady Pennon, Lady Singleby, Mr. Whitmonby, Mr. Percy Dacier, Mr. Tonans, some other woman, Sir Lukin said, and himself. He reported the cookery as matching the conversation, and that was princely. The wines, not less, an extraordinary fact to note of a woman. But to hear Whitmonby and Diana Warwick, how he told a story, neat as a postman's knock, and she tipped it with a remark, and ran to a second, drawing in Lady Pennon, and then Dacier, and me, cried Sir Lukin. She made us all toss the ball from hand to hand, and all talk up to the mark, and none of us noticed that we all went together to the drawing-room, where we talked for another hour, and broke up fresher than we began. That break between the men and the women after dinner was Tony's aversion, and I am glad she has instituted a change, said Lady Dunstane. She heard also from Redworth of the unexampled concert of the guests at Mrs. Warwick's dinner parties. He had met on one occasion the Esquarts, the Pettigrews, Mr. Percy Dacier, and a Miss Paynham. Redworth had not a word to say of the expensive household. Whatever Mrs. Warwick did was evidently good to him. On another evening the party was composed of Lady Pennon, Lord Larrian, Miss Paynham, a clever Mrs. Wolseley, Mr. Henry Wilmers, and again Mr. Percy Dacier. When Diana came to Copsley, Lady Dunstane remarked on the recurrence of the name of Miss Paynham in the list of her guests. "And Mr. Percy Dacier's too," said Diana, smiling. "They are invited each for specific reasons. It pleases Lord Dannisburgh to hear that a way has been found to enliven his nephew, and my little dinners are effective, I think. He wakes. Yesterday evening he capped flying jests with Mr. Sullivan Smith. But you speak of Miss Paynham." Diana lowered her voice on half a dozen syllables, till the half-tones dropped into her steady look. "You approve, Emmy?" The answer was, "I do, true or not." "Between us two, dear, I fear. In either case she has been badly used. Society is big engine enough to protect itself. I incline with British juries to do rough justice to the victims. She has neither father nor brother. I've had no confidences, but it wears the look of a cowardly business. With 2 words in his ear I could arm an Irishman to do some work of chastisement. He would select the rascal's necktie for a cause of quarrel, and lords have to stand their ground as well as commoners. They measure the same number of feet when stretched their length. However, vengeance with the heavens, though they seem tardy. Lady Pennon has been very kind about it, and the Esquarts invite her to Lockton. Shoulder to shoulder the tide may be stemmed." "She would have gone under but for you, dear Tony," said Emma, folding arms round her darling's neck and kissing her. Bring her here some day." Diana did not promise it. She had her vision of Sir Lukin in his fit of lunacy. "I am too weak for London now," Emma resumed. "I should like to be useful. Is she pleasant? Sprightly by nature, she has worn herself with fretting. Then bring her to stay with me, if I cannot keep you. She will talk of you to me." "I will bring her for a couple of days," Diana said. "I am too busy to remain longer. She paints portraits to amuse herself. She ought to be pushed wherever she is received about London while the season is warm. One season will suffice to establish her. She's pretty, near upon 26, foolish, of course. She pays for having had a romantic head. Heavy payment, Emmy. I drive at laws, but hers is an instance of the creature's wanting simple human kindness." "The good law will come with a better civilization. But before society can be civilized, it has to be de-barbarized," Emma remarked, and Diana sighed over the task and the truism. "I should have said in younger days, because it will not look plainly on our nature, and try to reconcile it with our conditions. But now I see that the sin is cowardice. The more I know of the world, the more clearly I perceive that its top and bottom sin is cowardice, physically and morally alike. Lord Larrian owns to there being few heroes in an army. We must fawn in society. What is the meaning of that dread of one example of tolerance? Oh, my dear, let us give it the right name. Society is the best thing we have, but it is a crazy vessel worked by a crew that formerly practised piracy, and now in expiation professes piety, fearful of a discovered omnipotence, which is in the image of themselves and captain. Their old habits are not quite abandoned, and their new one is used as a lash to whip the exposed of us for a propitiation of the capricious potentate whom they worship in the place of the true God." Lady Dunstane sniffed. "I smell the leading article." Diana joined with her smile. "No, the style is rather different. Have you not got into a trick of composing in speaking at times?" Diana confessed. "I think I have at times. Perhaps the daily writing of all kinds and the nightly talking. I may be getting strained." "No, Tony, but longer visits in the country to me would refresh you. I miss your lighter touches. London is a school, but you know it, not a school for comedy, nor for philosophy. That is gathered on my hills, with London distantly in view, and then occasional descents on it well digested." "I wonder whether it is affecting me," said Diana, musing. "A metropolitan hack, and while thinking myself free, thrice harnessed, and all my fun gone. Am I really as dull as a tract, my dear? I must be, or I should be proving the contrary instead of asking. My pitfall is to fancy I have powers equal to the first look-out of the eyes of the morning. Enough of me. We talked of Mary Paynham. If only some right good man would marry her." Lady Dunstane guessed at the right good man in Diana's mind. "Do you bring them together?" Diana nodded, and then shook doleful negatives to signify no hope. "None whatever, if we mean the same person," said Lady Dunstane, bethinking her, in the spirit of wrath she felt at such a scheme being planned by Diana to snare the right good man, that instead of her own true lover Redworth, it might be only Percy Dacier. So filmy of mere sensations are these little ideas as they flit in converse, that she did not reflect on her friend's ignorance of Redworth's love of her, or on the unlikely choice of one in Dacier's high station to reinstate a damsel. They did not name the person. "Passing the instance, which is cruel, I will be just to society thus far," said Diana. "I was in a boat at Richmond last week, and Leander was revelling along the mud banks, and took it into his head to swim out to me, and I was moved to take him on board. The ladies in the boat objected, for he was not only wet but very muddy. I was forced to own that their objections were reasonable. My sentimental humaneness had no argument against muslin dresses, though my dear dog's eyes appealed pathetically, and he would keep swimming after us. The analogy excuses the world for protecting itself in extreme cases. Nothing excuses its insensibility to cases which may be pleaded. You see, the pirate crew turned pious ferocious in sanctity," she added, half laughing, I am reminded by the boat I have unveiled my anonymous critic, and had a woeful disappointment. He wrote like a veteran. He is not much more than a boy. I received a volume of verse and a few lines begging my acceptance. I fancied I knew the writing, and wrote asking him whether I had not to thank him, and inviting him to call. He seems a nice lad of about 22, mad for literature, and he must have talent. Arthur Rhodes by name. I may have a chance of helping him. He was an articled clerk of Mr. Braddock's, the same who valiantly came to my rescue once. He was with us in the boat. "Bring him to me some day," said Lady Dunstane. Miss Paynham's visit to Copsley was arranged, and it turned out a failure. The poor young lady came in a flutter, thinking that the friend of Mrs. Warwick would expect her to discourse cleverly. She attempted it, to Diana's amazement. Lady Dunstane's opposingly corresponding stillness provoked Miss Paynham to expatiate, for she had sprightliness, and some mental reserves of the common order. Clearly, Lady Dunstane mused while listening amiably. Tony never could have designed this gabbler for the mate of Thomas Redworth. Percy Dacier seemed to her the more likely one in that light, and she thought so still, after Sir Lukin had introduced him at Copsley for a couple of days of the hunting season. Tony's manner with him suggested it. She had a dash of leadership. They were not intimate in look or tongue. But Percy Dacier also was too good for Miss Paynham, if that was Tony's plan for him. Lady Dunstane thought, with the relentlessness of an invalid and recluse's distaste. An aspect of penitence she had not demanded, but the silly gabbier under a stigma she could not pardon. Her opinion of Miss Paynham was diffused in her silence. Speaking of Mr. Dacier, she remarked, "As you say of him, Tony, he can brighten, and when you give him a chance he is entertaining. He has fine gifts. If I were a member of his family I should beat about for a match for him. He strikes me as one of the young men who would do better married." "He is doing very well, but the wonder is that he doesn't marry," said Diana. "He ought to be engaged. Lady Esquart told me that he was. A Miss Asper, great heiress, and the Daciers want money. However, there it is." Not many weeks later Diana could not have spoken of Mr. Percy Dacier with this air of indifference without corruption of her inward guide. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 19. A drive in sunlight and a drive in moonlight. The fatal time to come for her was in the summer of that year. Emma had written her a letter of unwonted bright spirits, contrasting strangely with an inexplicable oppression of her own that led her to imagine her recent placid life the pause before thunder, and to sharp the mood of her solitary friend she flew to Copsley, finding Sir Lukin absent as usual. They drove out immediately after breakfast, on one of those high mornings of the bared bosom of June, when distances are given to our eyes, and a soft air fondles leaf and grass blade, and beauty and peace are overhead, reflected if we will. Rain had fallen in the night. Here and there hung a milk-white cloud with folded sail. The south-west left it in its bay of blue, and breathed below. At moments the fresh scent of herb and mould swung richly in warmth. The young beech leaves glittered. Pools of rain-water made the roadways laugh. The grass-banks under hedges rolled their interwoven weeds in cascades of many-shaded green to right and left of the pair of dappled ponies, and a squirrel crossed ahead. A lark went up a little way to ease his heart, closing his wings when the burst was over. Startled blackbirds, darting with a clamour like a broken cock-crow, looped the wayside woods from hazel to oak scrub. Short flights, quick spurts everywhere, steady sunshine above. Diana held the reins. The whip was an ornament, as the plume of feathers to the general officer. Lady Dunstane's ponies were a present from Redworth, who always chose the pick of the land for his gifts. They joyed in their trot, and were the very lovebirds of the breed for their pleasure of going together, so like that Diana called them the Dromios. Through an old gravel cutting a gateway led to the turf of the down, springy turf bordered on a long line, clear as a race-course, by golden gorse covers, and leftward over the gorse the dark ridge of the fir and heath country ran companionably to the south-west, the valley between, with undulations of wood and meadow, sunned or shaded, clumps, mounds, promontories, away to broad spaces of tillage banked by wooded hills, and dimmer beyond and farther, the faintest shadowiness of heights, as a veil to the illimitable. Yews, junipers, radiant beeches, and gleams of the service tree or the white beam spotted the semicircle of swelling green down, black and silver. The sun in the valley sharpened his beams on squares of buttercups, and made a pond a diamond. "You see, Tony," Emma said, for a comment on the scene, "I could envy Italy for having you, more than you for being in Italy." "Feature and colour," said Diana. "You have them here, and on a scale that one can embrace. I should like to build a hut on this point, and wait for such a day to return." "It brings me to life." She lifted her eyelids on her friend's worn, sweet face, and knowing her, this friend, up to death, past it in her hopes, she said bravely, "It is the Emma of days and scenes to me. It helps me to forget myself, as I do when I think of you, dearest. But the subject has latterly been haunting me, I don't know why, and ominously, as if my nature were about to horrify my soul. But I am not sentimentalizing. You are really this day and scene in my heart." Emma smiled confidingly. She spoke her reflection. "The heart must be troubled a little to have the thought. The flower I gather here tells me that we may be happy in privation and suffering, if simply we can accept beauty. I won't say expel the passions, but keep passion sober, a trotter in harness." Diana caressed the ponies' heads with the droop of her whip. "I don't think I know him," she said. Between sincerity and a suspicion so cloaked and dull that she did not feel it to be the opposite of candour, she fancied she was passionless because she could accept the visible beauty which was Emma's prescription and test, and she forced herself to make much of it, cling to it, devour it, with envy of Emma's contemplative happiness, through whose grave mind she tried to get to the peace in it, imagining that she succeeded. The cloaked and dull suspicion weighed within her, nevertheless. She took it for a mania to speculate on herself. There are states of the crimson blood when the keenest wits are childish, notably in great-hearted women, aiming at the majesty of their sex, and fearful of confounding it by the look direct and the downright word. Yet her nature compelled her inwardly to phrase the sentence, "Emma is a wife." The character of her husband was not considered, nor was the meaning of the exclamation pursued. They drove through the gorse into wild land of heath and flowering hawthorn, and along by tracks of yew and juniper to another point, jutting on a furzy sand mound, rich with the mild splendour of English scenery, which Emma stamped on her friend's mind by saying, "A cripple has little to envy in you who can fly, when she has feasts like these at her doors." They had an inclination to boast on the drive home of the solitude they had enjoyed, and just then, as the road in the wood wound under great beeches, they beheld a London hat. The hat was plucked from its head. A clear-faced youth, rather flushed, dusty at the legs, addressed Diana. "Mr. Rhodes," she said, not discouragingly. She was petitioned to excuse him. He thought she would wish to hear the news in town last night as early as possible. He hesitated and murmured it. Diana turned to Emma. "Lord Dannisburgh." Her paleness told the rest. Hearing from Mr. Rhodes that he had walked the distance from town and had been to Copsley, Lady Dunstane invited him to follow the pony carriage thither, where he was fed and refreshed by a tea breakfast, as he preferred walking on tea, he said. "I took the liberty to call at Mrs. Warwick's house," he informed her. "The footman said she was at Copsley. I found it on the map. I knew the directions, and started about 2 in the morning. I wanted a walk." It was evident to her that he was one of the young squires bewitched, whom beautiful women are constantly enlisting. There was no concealment of it, though he stirred a sad enviousness in the invalid lady by descanting on the raptures of a walk out of London in the youngest light of day, and on the common objects he had noticed along the roadside and through the woods, more sustaining, closer with nature than her compulsory feeding on the cream of things. "You are not fatigued?" she inquired, hoping for that confession at least. But she pardoned his boyish vaunting to walk the distance back without any fatigue at all. He had a sweeter reward for his pains, and if the business of the chronicler allowed him to become attached to pure throbbing felicity wherever it is encountered, he might be diverted by the blissful unexpectedness of good fortune befalling Mr. Arthur Rhodes in having the honour to conduct Mrs. Warwick to town. No imagined happiness, even in the heart of a young man of 22, could have matched it. He was by her side, hearing and seeing her, not less than 4 hours. To add to his happiness, Lady Dunstane said she would be glad to welcome him again. She thought him a pleasant specimen of the self-vowed squire. Diana was sure that there would be a communication for her of some sort at her house in London, perhaps a message of farewell from the dying lord, now dead. Mr. Rhodes had only the news of the evening journals, to the effect that Lord Dannisburgh had expired at his residence, the Priory, Hallowmere, in Hampshire. A message of farewell from him she hoped for. Knowing him as she did, it seemed a certainty, and she hungered for that last gleam of life in her friend. She had no anticipation of the burden of the message awaiting her. A consultation as to the dispatching of the message had taken place among the members of Lord Dannisburgh's family present at his death. Percy Dacier was one of them, and he settled the disputed point, after some time had been spent in persuading his father to take the plain view of obligation in the matter, and in opposing the Dowager Countess, his grandmother, by stating that he had already sent a special messenger to London. Lord Dannisburgh, on his deathbed, had expressed a wish that Mrs. Warwick would sit with him for an hour one night before the nails were knocked in his coffin. He spoke of it twice, putting it the second time to Percy as a formal request to be made to her, and Percy had promised him that Mrs. Warwick should have the message. He had done his best to keep his pledge, aware of the disrelish of the whole family for the lady's name, to say nothing of her presence. "She won't come," said the Earl. "She'll come," said old Lady Dacier. "If the woman respects herself, she'll hold off it," the Earl insisted, because of his desire that way. He signified in mutterings that the thing was improper and absurd, a piece of sentiment, sickly senility, unlike Lord Dannisburgh. also that Percy had been guilty of excessive folly. To which Lady Dacier nodded her assent, remarking, "The woman is on her mettle. From what I've heard of her, she's not a woman to stick at trifles. She'll take it as a sort of ordeal by touch, and she'll come." They joined in abusing Percy, who had driven away to another part of the country. Lord Creedmoor, the heir of the house, was absent, hunting in America, or he might temporarily have been taken into favour by contrast. Ultimately they agreed that the woman must be allowed to enter the house, but could not be received. The Earl was a widower. His mother managed the family, and being hard to convince, she customarily carried her point, save when it involved Percy's freedom of action. She was one of the veterans of her sex that age to toughness, and the hysterical fuss she apprehended in the visit of this woman to Lord Dannisburgh's death-bed and body did not alarm her. For the sake of the household, she determined to remain shut up in her room. Before night the house was empty of any members of the family, excepting old Lady Dacier and the outstretched figure on the bed. Dacier fled to escape the hearing of the numberless ejaculations reawakened in the family by his uncle's extraordinary dying request. They were an outrage to the lady, of whom he could now speak as a privileged champion, and the request itself had an air of proving her stainless, a white soul and efficacious advocate at the celestial gates, reading the mind of the dying man. So he thought at one moment. He had thought so when charged with the message to her, had even thought it a natural wish that she should look once on the face she would see no more, and say farewell to it, considering that in life it could not be requested. But the susceptibility to sentimental emotion beside a deathbed with a dying man's voice in the ear requires fortification if it is to be maintained, and the review of his uncle's character did not tend to make this very singular request a proof that the lady's innocence was honoured in it. His Epicurean uncle had no profound esteem for the kind of innocence. He had always talked of Mrs. Warwick with warm respect for her. Dacier knew that he had bequeathed her a sum of money. The inferences were either way. Lord Dannisburgh never spoke evilly of any woman, and he was perhaps bound to indemnify her materially as well as he could for what she had suffered. On the other hand, how easy it was to be the dupe of a woman so handsome and clever! Unlikely, too, that his uncle would consent to sit at the Platonic banquet with her. Judging by himself, Dacier deemed it possible for man. He was not quick to kindle, and had lately seen much of her, had found her a Lady Egeria, helpful in counsel, prompting, inspiriting, reviving as well waters, and as temperately cool. Not one sign of native slipperiness. Nor did she stir the mud in him upon which proud man is built. The shadow of the scandal had checked a few shifty sensations rising now and then of their own accord, and had laid them with the lady's benign connivance. This was good proof in her favour, seeing that she must have perceived of late the besetting thirst he had for her company, and alone or in the medley equally. To see her, hear, exchange ideas with her, and to talk of new books, try to listen to music at the opera and at concerts, and admire her playing of hostess, were novel pleasures, giving him fresh notions of life, and strengthening rather than disturbing the course of his life's business. At any rate, she was capable of friendship. Why not resolutely believe that she had been his uncle's true and simple friend? He adopted the resolution, thanking her for one recognized fact. He hated marriage, and would by this time have been in the yoke but for the agreeable deviation of his path to her society. Since his visit to Copsley, moreover, Lady Dunstane's idolizing of her friend had influenced him. Reflecting on it, he recovered from the shock which his uncle's request had caused. Certain positive calculations were running side by side with the speculations in vapour. His messenger would reach her house at about 4 of the afternoon. If then at home, would she decide to start immediately? Would she come? That was a question he did not delay to answer. Would she defer the visit? Death replied to that. She would not delay it. She would be sure to come at once. And what of the welcome she would meet? Leaving the station at London at 6 in the evening, she might arrive at the Priory, all impediments counted, between 10 and 11 at night, thence coldly greeted, or not greeted, to the chamber of death. A pitiable and cruel reception for a woman upon such a mission. His mingled calculations and meditations reached that exclamatory terminus in feeling, and settled on the picture of Diana, about as clear as light to blinking eyes, but enough for him to realize her being there and alone, woefully alone. The supposition of an absolute loneliness was most possible. He had intended to drive back the next day, when the domestic storm would be over, and take the chances of her coming. It seemed now a piece of duty to return at night. A traverse of 20 rough up and down miles from Itchenford to the heathland, rolling on the chalk wave of the Surrey borders, easily done after the remonstrances of his host were stopped. Dacier sat in an open carriage, facing a slip of bright moon. Poetical impressions, emotions, any stirrings of his mind by the sensational stamp on it, were new to him, and while he swam in them, both lulled and pricked by his novel accessibility to nature's lyrical touch, he asked himself whether, if he were near the throes of death, the thought of having Diana Warwick to sit beside his vacant semblance for an hour at night would be comforting. And why had his uncle specified an hour of the night? It was a sentiment, like the request. Curious in a man so little sentimental. Yonder crescent running the shadowy round of the hoop roused comparisons. Would one really wish to have her beside one in death? In life, ah! But suppose her denied to us in life? Then the desire for her companionship appears passingly comprehensible. Enter into the sentiment, you see that the hour of darkness is naturally chosen, and would even a grand old pagan crave the presence beside his dead body for an hour of the night of a woman he did not esteem? Dacier answered no. The negative was not echoed in his mind. He repeated it, and to the same deadness. He became aware that he had spoken for himself, and he had a fit of sourness. For who can say he is not a fool before he has been tried by a woman? Dacier's wretched tendency under vexation to conceive grotesque analogies, anti-poetic, not to say cockney similes, which had slightly chilled Diana at Rovio, set him looking at yonder crescent with the hoop, as at the shape of a white cat climbing a wheel. Men of the northern blood will sometimes lend their assent to poetical images, even to those that do not stun the mind like bludgeons, and imperatively, by much repetition, command their assent. And it is for a solid exchange, an interest in usury with soft poetical creatures when they are so condescending, but they are seized by the grotesque. In spite of efforts to efface or supplant it, he saw the white cat, nothing else, even to thinking that she had jumped cleverly to catch the wheel. He was a true descendant of practical, hard-grained, fighting northerners, of gnarled dwarf imaginations, chivalrous though they were, and heroes to have serviceable and valiant gentlemen for issue. Without at all tracing back to its origin his detestable image of the white cat on the dead circle, he kicked at the links between his uncle and Diana Warwick, whatever they had been, particularly at the present revival of them. Old Lady Dacier's blunt speech and his father's fixed opinion hissed in his head. They were ignorant of his autumnal visit to the Italian lakes after the winter's Nile boat expedition, and also of the degree of his recent intimacy with Mrs. Warwick, or else, as he knew, he would have heard more hissing things. Her patronage of Miss Paynham exposed her to attacks where she was deemed vulnerable. Lady Dacier muttered old saws as to the flocking of birds. He did not accurately understand it, thought it indiscreet at best, but in regard to his experience he could tell himself that a woman more guileless of luring never drew breath. On the contrary, candour said it had always been he who had schemed and pressed for the meeting. He was at liberty to do it, not being bound in honour elsewhere. Besides, despite his acknowledgment of her beauty, Mrs. Warwick was not quite his ideal of the perfectly beautiful woman. Constance Asper came nearer to it. He had the English taste for red and white, and for cold outlines. He secretly admired a statuesque demeanour with a statue's eyes, the national approbation of a reserved haughtiness in woman, a tempered disdain in her slightly lifted small upper lip and drooped eyelids, was shared by him, and Constance Asper, if not exactly aristocratic by birth, stood well for that aristocratic insular type which seems to promise the husband of it a casket of all the trusty virtues, as well as the security of frigidity in the casket. Such was Dacier's native taste. Consequently, the attractions of Diana Warwick for him were, he thought, chiefly mental, those of a Lady Egeria. She might or might not be good in the vulgar sense. She was an agreeable woman, an amusing companion, very suggestive, inciting, animating, and her past history must be left as her own. Did it matter to him? What he saw was bright, a silver crescent on the side of the shadowy ring. Were it a question of marrying her, that was out of the possibilities. He remembered, moreover, having heard from a man who professed to know that Mrs. Warwick had started in married life by treating her husband cavalierly to an intolerable degree, such as no Englishman could stand. The portly old informant thundered, describing it and her in racy vernacular. She might be a devil of a wife. She was a pleasant friend, just the soft bit sweeter than male friends, which gave the flavour of sex without the artful seductions. He required them strong to move him. He looked at last on the green walls of the Priory, scarcely supposing a fair watcher to be within, for the contrasting pale colours of dawn had ceased to quicken the brilliancy of the crescent, and summer daylight drowned it to fainter than a silver coin in water. It lay dispieced like a pulled rag. Eastward over Surrey stood the full rose of morning. The Priory clock struck 4. When the summons of the bell had gained him admittance, and he heard that Mrs. Warwick had come in the night, he looked back through the doorway at the rosy colour, and congratulated himself to think that her hour of watching was at an end. A sleepy footman was his informant. Women were in my lord's dressing-room, he said. Upstairs at the death-chamber Dacier paused. No sound came to him. He hurried to his own room, paced about, and returned. Expecting to see no one but the dead, he turned the handle, and the 2 circles of a shaded lamp on ceiling and on table met his gaze. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 20. Diana, a night watch in the chamber of death. He stepped into the room and thrilled to hear the quiet voice beside the bed. "Who is it?" Apologies and excuses were on his tongue. The vibration of those grave tones checked them. "It is you," she said. She sat in shadow, her hands joined on her lap. An unopened book was under the lamp. He spoke in an underbreath. "I have just come. I was not sure I should find you here. Pardon." "There is a chair." He murmured thanks and entered into the stillness, observing her. "You have been watching. You must be tired." "No." "An hour was asked, only one. I could not leave him." "Watchers are at hand to relieve you. It is better for him to have me." The chord of her voice told him of the gulf she had sunk in during the night. The thought of her endurance became a burden. He let fall his breath for patience and tapped the floor with his foot. He feared to discompose her by speaking. The silence grew more fearful as the very speech of death between them. "You came. I thought it right to let you know instantly. I hoped you would come to-morrow." "I could not delay." "You have been sitting alone here since 11. "I have not found it long." "You must want some refreshment. Tea?" "I need nothing." "It can be made ready in a few minutes." "I could not eat or drink." He tried to brush away the impression of the tomb in the heavily curtained chamber by thinking of the summer morn outside. He spoke of it, the rosy sky, the dewy grass, the piping birds. She listened as one hearing of a quitted sphere. Their breathing in common was just heard if either drew a deeper breath. At moments his eyes wandered and shut. Alternately in his mind, death had vaster meanings and doubtfuller. Life cowered under the shadow or outshone it. He glanced from her to the figure in the bed, and she seemed swallowed. He said, "It is time for you to have rest. You know your room. I will stay till the servants are up." She replied, "No, let this night with him be mine." "I am not intruding?" "If you wish to remain." No traces of weeping were on her face. The lampshade revealed it colourless and lustreless, her eyes. She was robed in black. She held her hands clasped. "You have not suffered?" "Oh, no." She said it without sighing, nor was her speech mournful, only brief. "You have seen death before?" "I sat by my father 4 nights. I was a girl then. I cried till I had no more tears." He felt a burning pressure behind his eyeballs. "Death is natural," he said. "It is natural to the aged, when they die honoured." She looked where the dead man lay. To sit beside the young, cut off from their dear opening life. A little shudder swept over her. Oh, that! "You were very good to come. We must all thank you for fulfilling his wish." "He knew it would be my wish." Her hands pressed together. "He lies peacefully." "I have raised the lamp on him and wondered each time. So changeless he lies, but so like a sleep that will wake. We never see peace but in the features of the dead. Will you look? They are beautiful. They have a heavenly sweetness." The desire to look was evidently recurrent with her. Dacier rose. Their eyes fell together on the dead man as thoughtfully as death allows to the creatures of sensation. "And after?" he said in low tones. "I trust to my Maker," she replied. "Do you see a change since he breathed his last?" "Not any." "You were with him?" "Not in the room. 2 minutes later." "Who?" "My father. His niece, Lady Cathairn." If our lives are lengthened, we outlive most of those we would have to close our eyes. He had a dear sister. She died some years back. I helped to comfort him for that loss. He told me you did. The lamp was replaced on the table. For a moment, when I withdraw the light from him, I feel sadness, as if the light we lend to anything were of value to him now." She bowed her head deeply. Dacier left her meditation undisturbed. The birds on the walls outside were audible, tweeting, chirping. He went to the window curtains and tried the shutter bars. It seemed to him that daylight would be cheerfuller for her. He had a thirst to behold her standing, bathed in daylight. "Shall I open them?" he asked her. "I would rather the lamp," she said. They sat silently until she drew her watch from her girdle. "My train starts at 6:30. It is a walk of 35 minutes to the station. I did it last night in that time." "You walked here in the dark, alone?" "There was no fly to be had. The station master sent one of his porters with me. We had a talk on the road. I like those men." Dacier read the hour by the mantelpiece clock. "If you must really go by the early train, I will drive you." "No, I will walk. I prefer it." "I will order your breakfast at once." He turned on his heel. She stopped him. "No, I have no taste for eating or drinking." "Pray," said he, in visible distress. She shook her head. "I could not. I have 20 minutes longer. I can find my way to the station. It is almost a straight road out of the park gates." His heart swelled with anger at the household for the treatment she had been subjected to, judging by her resolve not to break bread in the house. They resumed their silent sitting. The intervals for a word to pass between them were long, and the ticking of the timepiece fronting the deathbed ruled the chamber scarcely varied. The lamp was raised for the final look, the leave-taking. Dacier buried his face, thinking many things, the common multitude in insurrection. "A servant should be told to come now," she said. "I have only to put on my bonnet, and I'm ready. You will take nothing. It is not too late for a carriage to be ordered. No, the walk." They separated. He roused the two women in the dressing-room, asleep with heads against the wall. Thence he sped to his own room for hat and overcoat and a sprinkle of cold water. Descending the stairs, he beheld his companion issuing from the chamber of death. Her lips were shut, her eyelids nervously tremulous. They were soon in the warm, sweet open air, and they walked without an interchange of a syllable through the park, into the white hawthorn lane, glad to breathe. Her nostrils took long draughts of air, but of the change of scene she appeared scarcely sensible. At the park gates she said, "There is no necessity for your coming." His answer was, "I think of myself. I gain something every step I walk with you." "Today is Thursday," said she. "The funeral is Monday has been fixed. According to his directions, he will lie in the churchyard of his village, not in the family vault." "I know," she said hastily. "They are privileged who follow him and see the coffin lowered." He spoke of this quiet little resting place. "Yes, it's a good end. I do not wonder at his wish for the honour you have done him. I could wish it too, but more living than dead. That is a natural wish." "It is not to be called an honour. I should feel it so, an honour to me." "It is a friend's duty. The word is too harsh. It was his friend's desire." He did not ask it so much as he sanctioned it, for to him, what has my sitting beside him been? He had the prospective happiness. He knew well that my soul would be with him, as it was last night, but he knew it would be my poor human happiness to see him with my eyes, touch him with my hand before he passed from our sight. Dacier exclaimed, "How you can love!" "Is the village church to be seen?" she asked. "To the right of those elms. That is the spire. The black spot below is a yew. You love with the whole heart when you love." "I love my friends," she replied. "You tempt me to envy those who are numbered among them." "They are not many." "They should be grateful." "You have some acquaintance with them all." "And an enemy? Have you ever one? Do you know of one?" Direct and personal designedly? I think not. We give that title to those who are disinclined to us, and add a dash of darker colour to our errors. Foxes have enemies in the dogs. Heroines of melodramas have their persecuting villains. I suppose that conditions of life exist where one meets the original complexities. The bad are in every rank. The inveterately malignant I have not found. Circumstances may combine to make a whisper as deadly as a blow, though not of such evil design. Perhaps if we lived at a court of a magnificent despot, we should learn that we are less highly civilized than we imagine ourselves, but that is a fire to the passions, and the extreme is not the perfect test. Our civilization counts positive gains, unless you take the melodrama for the truer picture of us. It is always the most popular with the English. And look, what a month June is! Yesterday morning I was with Lady Dunstane on her heights, and I feel double the age. He was fond of this wild country. We think it a desert, a blank, whither he has gone, because we will strain to see in the utter dark, and nothing can come of that but the bursting of the eyeballs. Dacier assented. There's no use in peering beyond the limits. No, said she, the effect is like the explaining of things to a dull head, the finishing stroke to the understanding. Better continue to brood. We get to some unravelment if we are left to our own efforts. I quarrel with no priest of any denomination. That they should quarrel among themselves is comprehensible in their wisdom, for each has the specific. But they show us their way of solving the great problem, and we ought to thank them, though one or the other abominate us. You are advised to talk with Lady Dunstane on these themes. She is perpetually in the antechamber of death, and her soul is perennially sunshine. See the pretty cottage under the laburnum curls. Who lives there? His gamekeeper, Simon Rofe. And what a playground for the children, that bit of common by their garden palings, and the pond and the blue hills over the furzes. I hope those people will not be turned out. Dacier could not tell. He promised to do his best for them. But, said she, you are not the lord here now. Not likely to be the tenant. Incomes are wanted to support even small estates. The reason is good for courting the income. He disliked the remark, and when she said presently, "Those windmills make the landscape homely," he rejoined, "They remind one of our wheeling London gamins round the cab from the station." "They remind you," said she, and smiled at the chance discordant trick he had, remembering occasions when it had crossed her. "This is homelier than Rovio," she said, "quite as nice in its way. You do not gather flowers here?" "Because my friend has these at her feet." "May one petition without a rival, then, for a souvenir?" "Certainly, if you care to have a common buttercup." They reached the station 5 minutes in advance of the train. His coming manoeuvre was early detected, and she drew from her pocket the little book he had seen lying unopened on the table, and said, "I shall have 2 good hours for reading. You will not object? I must accompany you to town. Permit it, I beg. You shall not be worried to talk." "No, I came alone, and return alone." "Fasting and unprotected. Are you determined to take away the worst impression of us? Do not refuse me this favour." "As to fasting, I could not eat. And unprotected, no woman is in England, if she is a third-class traveller. That is my experience of the class, and I shall return among my natural protectors, the most unselfishly chivalrous to women in the whole world." He had set his heart on going with her, and he attempted eloquence in pleading, but that exposed him to her humour. He was tripped. "It is not denied that you belong to the knightly class," she said, "and it is not necessary that you should wear armour and plumes to proclaim it. And your appearance would be ample protection from the drunken sailors travelling, you say, on this line, and I may be deplorably mistaken in imagining that I could tame them. But your knightliness is due elsewhere, and I commit myself to the fortune of war. It is a battle for women everywhere, under the most favourable conditions, among my dear common English. I have not my maid with me, or else I should not dare." She paid for a third-class ticket, amused by Dacier's look of entreaty and trouble. "Of course I obey," he murmured. "I have the habit of exacting it in matters concerning my independence," she said, and it arrested some rumbling notions in his head as to a piece of audacity on the starting of the train. They walked up and down the platform till the bell rang, and the train came rounding beneath an arch. "Oh, by the way, may I ask," he said, "was it your article in Whitmonby's journal on a speech of mine last week?" "The guilty writer is confessed." "Let me thank you. Don't. But try to believe it written on public grounds, if the task is not too great." "I may call?" "You will be welcome." "To tell you of the funeral, the last of him. Do not fail to come." She could have laughed to see him jumping on the steps of the third-class carriages, one after another, to choose her company for her. In those pre-democratic, blissful days before the miry deluge, the opinion of the requirements of poor English travellers, entertained by the seigneur directors of the class above them, was that they differed from cattle in stipulating for seats. With the exception of that provision to suit their weakness, the accommodation extended to them resembled pens, and the seats were emphatically seats of penitence, intended to grind the sitter for his mean pittance payment, an absence of aspiration to a higher state. Hard, angular wood, a low roof, a shabby square of window aloof, demanding of him to quit the seat he insisted on having, if he would indulge in views of the passing scenery, such was the furniture of dens, where a refinement of castigation was practised on villain poverty by denying leathers to the windows, or else buttons to the leathers, so that the windows had either to be up or down, but refused to shelter and freshen simultaneously. Dacier selected a compartment occupied by two old women, a mother and babe and little maid, and a labouring man. There he installed her with an eager look that she would not notice. "You will want the window down," he said. She applied to her fellow travellers for the permission, and struggling to get the window down, he was irritated to animadvert on these carriages of the benevolent railway company. "Do not forget that the wealthy are well treated, or you may be unjust," said she, to pacify him. His mouth sharpened its line while he tried arts and energies on the refractory window. She told him to leave it. "You can't breathe this atmosphere," he cried, and called to a porter who did the work, remarking that it was rather stiff. The door was banged and fastened. Dacier had to hang on the step to see her in the farewell. From the platform he saw the top of her bonnet, and why she should have been guilty of this freak of riding in an unwholesome carriage tasked his power of guessing. He was too English even to have taken the explanation, for he detested the distinguishing of the races in his country, and could not therefore have comprehended her peculiar tenacity of the sense of injury. As long as enthusiasm did not arise to obliterate it, he required a course of lessons in Irish. Sauntering down the lane, he called at Simon Rope's cottage, and spoke very kindly to the gamekeeper's wife. That might please Diana. It was all he could do at present. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 21. The Young Minister of State. Descriptions in the newspapers of the rural funeral of Lord Dannisburgh had the effect of rousing flights of tattlers with a twittering of the disused name of Warwick. Our social gods renewed their combat, and the verdict of the jury was again overhauled, to be attacked and maintained, the carpers replying to the champions that they held to their view of it, as heads of bulldogs are expected to do when they have got a grip of one. It is a point of muscular honor with them never to relax their hold. They will tell you why. They formed that opinion from the first. And but for the swearing of a particular witness upon whom the plaintiff had been taught to rely, the verdict would have been different, to prove their soundness of judgment. They could speak from private positive information of certain damnatory circumstances derived from authentic sources. Visits of a gentleman to the house of a married lady in the absence of the husband? Oh! The British Lucretia was very properly not legally at home to the masculine world of that day. She plied her distaff in pure seclusion, meditating on her absent lord, or else a fair proportion of the masculine world, which has not yet, doubled Cape Turk, approved her condemnation to the sack. There was talk in the feminine world at Lady Wathin's assemblies. The elevation of her husband had extended and deepened her influence on the levels where it reigned before, but without, strange as we may think it now, assisting to her own elevation, much aspired for, to the smooth and lively upper pavement of society, above its tumbled strata. She was near that distinguished surface, not on it. Her circle was practically the same as it was previous to the coveted nominal rank enabling her to trample on those beneath it. And women like that Mrs. Warwick, a woman of no birth, no money, not even honest character, enjoyed the entry undisputed, circulated among the highest, because people took her rattle for wit, and also because our nobility, Lady Wathin feared, had no due regard for morality. Our aristocracy, brilliant and ancient though it was, merited rebuke. She grew severe upon aristocratic scandals, whereof were plenty among the frolicsome host just overhead, as vexatious as the drawing-room party to the lodger in the floor below, who has not received an invitation to partake of the festivities, and is required to digest the noise. But if ambition is over-sensitive, moral indignation is ever consolatory, for it plants us on the judgment seat. There indeed we may, sitting with the very highest, forget our personal disappointments in dispensing reprobation for misconduct, however eminent the offenders. She was Lady Wathin, and once on an afternoon's call to see poor Lady Dunstane at her town house, she had been introduced to Lady Pennon, a patroness of Mrs. Warwick, and had met a snub, an icy check bow of the aristocratic head from the top of the spinal column, and not a word, not a look, the half-turn of a head devoid of mouth and eyes. She practised that forbidding check bow herself to perfection, so the endurance of it was horrible. A noli me tangere, her husband termed it, in his ridiculous equanimity. And he might term it what he pleased, it was insulting. The solace she had was in hearing that hideous radical revolutionary things were openly spoken at Mrs. Warwick's evenings with her friends, imprudently named the elect of London. Pleasing to reflect upon Mrs. Warwick as undermining her supporters, to bring them some day down with a crash. Her elect of London were a queer gathering by the report of them. And Mr. Whitmonby, too, no doubt a celebrity, was the right-hand man at these dinner parties of Mrs. Warwick. Where will not men go to be flattered by a pretty woman? He had declined repeated successive invitations to Lady Wathin's table, but there of course he would not have had the freedom. That is, she rejoiced in thinking defensively and offensively. A moral wall enclosed her topics. The Honourable Percy Dacier had been brought to her Thursday afternoon by Mr. Quintin Manx, and he had one day dined with her, and he knew Mrs. Warwick a little, he said. The opportunity was not lost to convey to him, entirely in the interest of sweet Constance Asper, that the moral world entertained a settled view of the very clever woman Mrs. Warwick certainly was. He had asked Diana, on their morning walk to the station, whether she had an enemy, so prone are men, educated by the drama and fiction in the belief that the garden of civilized life must be at the mercy of the old wild devourers, to fancy villain whispers, an indication of direct animosity. Lady Wathin had no sentiment of the kind. But she had become acquainted with the other side of the famous Dannisburgh case. The unfortunate plaintiff, and compassion as well as morality moved her to put on a speaking air when Mr. Warwick's name was mentioned. She pictured him to the ladies of her circle as one of our true gentlemen in his deportment and his feelings. He was, she would venture to say, her ideal of an English gentleman. But now, she added commiseratingly, ruined in his health and in his prospects. A lady inquired if it was the verdict that had thus affected him. Lady Wathin's answer was reported over moral or substratum London. He is the victim of a fatal passion for his wife, and would take her back to-morrow were she to solicit his forgiveness. Morality had something to say against this act of marital charity, attributable, it was to be feared, to weakness of character on the part of the husband. Still, Mrs. Warwick undoubtedly was one of those women, of satanic construction, who have the art of enslaving the men unhappy enough to cross their path. The nature of the art was hinted, with the delicacy of dainty feet which have to tread in mire to get to safety. Men, alas, are snared in this way. Instances too numerous for the good repute of the swinish sex were cited, and the question of how morality was defensible from their grossness passed without a tactical reply. There is no defence. These women come like the cholera morbus, and owing to similar causes. They will prevail until the ideas of men regarding women are purified. Nevertheless, the husband who could forgive, even propose to forgive, was deemed by consent generous, however weak. Though she might not have been wholly guilty, she had bitterly offended, and he dispatched an emissary to her? The theme, one may, in their language, fear, was relished as a sugared acid. It was renewed in the late autumn of the year when Antonia published her new book entitled The Young Minister of State. The signature of the authoress was now known, and from this resurgence of her name in public, suddenly a radiation of tongues from the circle of Lady Wathin declared that the repentant Mrs. Warwick had gone back to her husband's bosom and forgiveness. The rumour spread, in spite of sturdy denials at odd corners, counting the red-hot proposal of Mr. Sullivan Smith to eat his head and boots for breakfast if it was proved correct. It filled a yawn of the clubs for the afternoon. Soon this wanton rumour was met and stifled by another of more morbific density, heavily charged as that which led the sad Eliza to her pyre. Antonia's hero was easily identified. The young Minister of State could be he only who was now at all her parties, always meeting her, had been spied walking with her daily in the park near her house, on his march down to Westminster during the session, and who positively went to concerts and sat under fiddlers to be near her. It accounted moreover for his treatment of Constance Asper. What effrontery of the authoress to placard himself with him in a book! The likeness of the hero to Percy Dacier, once established, became striking to glaringness. A proof of her ability, and more of her audacity. Still more of her intention to flatter him up to his perdition. By the things written of him, one would imagine the conversations going on behind the scenes. She had the wiles of a Cleopatra, not without some of the Nilene's experiences. A youthful Antony Dacier would be little likely to escape her toils. And so promising a young man! The sigh, the tear for weeping over his destruction, almost fell, such vivid realizing of the prophecy appeared in its pathetic pronouncement. This low rumour, or malaria, began blowing in the winter, and did not travel fast, for strangely there was hardly a breath of it in the atmosphere of Dacier, none in Diana's. It rose from groups not so rapidly and largely mixing, and less quick to kindle, whose crazy sincereness battened on the smallest morsel of fact and collected the fictitious by slow absorption. But as guardians of morality, often doing good duty in their office, they are persistent. When Parliament assembled, Mr. Quintin Manx, a punctual member of the House, if nothing else, arrived in town. He was invited to dine with Lady Wathin. After dinner she spoke of him to the absent Constance, and heard of her being well, and expressed a great rejoicing at that. Whereupon the burly old ship-owner frowned and puffed. Constance, he said, had plunged into these new-spangle, candle and high-singing services, was all for cymbals, harps, effigies, what not. Lady Wathin's countenance froze in the hearing of it. She led Mr. Quintin to a wall sofa, and said, "Surely the dear child must have had a disappointment for her to have taken to those foolish displays of religion. It is generally a sign." "Well, ma'am, my lady, I let girls go their ways in such things. I don't interfere. But it's that fellow or nobody with her. She has fixed her girl's mind on him, and if she can't Columbine as a bride, she will as a nun. Young people must be at some harlequinade." "But it is very shocking. And he?" He plays last and loose, warm and cold. I'm ready to settle 20 times a nobleman's dowry on my niece, and she's a fine girl, a handsome girl, educated up to the brim, fit to queen it in any drawing-room. He holds her by some arts that don't hold him, it seems. He's all for politics." "Constance can scarcely be his dupe so far, I should think." "What do you mean?" "Everything points to one secret of his conduct." "A woman?" Lady Wathin's head shook for her sex's pained affirmative. Mr. Quintin in the same fashion signified the downright negative. "The fellow's as cold as a fish." "Flattery will do anything. There is, I fear, one." "Widow, wife, maid?" "Married, I regret to say." "Well, if he'd ever get over with it," said Quintin, in whose notions the seductiveness of a married woman could be only temporary, for all the reasons pertaining to her state. At the same time, his view of Percy Dacier was changed in thinking it possible that a woman could divert him from his political and social interests. He looked incredulous. "You have heard of a Mrs. Warwick," said Lady Wathin. "Warwick? I have. I've never seen her. At my broker's in the city yesterday I saw the name on a memorandum of purchase of shares in a concern promising 10%, and not likely to carry the per annum into the plural. He told me she was a grand kind of woman, past advising." "For what amount?" "Some thousands, I think it was." "She has no money," Lady Wathin corrected her emphasis, "or ought to have none." "She can't have got it from him." "Did you notice her Christian name?" "I don't recollect it. If I did, I thought the woman was a donkey." "Would you consider me a busybody were I to try to mitigate this woman's evil influence? I love dear Constance, and should be happy to serve her." "I want my girl married," said old Quintin. "He's one of my parliamentary chiefs, with first-rate prospects, good family, good sober fellow, at least I thought so. By nature, I mean, barring your incantations. He suits me, she liking him." "She admires him, I am sure." "She's dead on end for the fellow." Lady Wathin felt herself empowered by Quintin Manx to undertake the release of sweet Constance Asper's knight from the toils of his enchantress. For this purpose she had first an interview with Mr. Warwick, and next she hurried to Lady Dunstane at Copsley. There, after jumbling Mr. Warwick's connubial dispositions and Mrs. Warwick's last book, and Mr. Percy Dacier's engagement to the great heiress in a gossipy hotch-potch, she contrived to gather a few items of fact, as that the young minister was probably modelled upon Mr. Percy Dacier. Lady Dunstane made no concealment of it as soon as she grew sensible of the angling. But she refused her help to any reconciliation between Mr. and Mrs. Warwick. She declined to listen to Lady Wathin's entreaties. She declined to give her reasons. These bookworm women, whose pride it is to fancy that they can think for themselves, have a great deal of the heathen in them, as morality discovers when it wears the enlistment ribands and applies to them to win recruits for a service under the direct blessing of Providence. Lady Wathin left some darts behind her, in the form of moral exclamations, really intended morally. For though she did not like Mrs. Warwick, she had no wish to wound, other than by stopping her further studies of the young minister, and conducting him to the young lady loving him, besides restoring a bereft husband to his own. How sadly pale and worn poor Mr. Warwick appeared! The portrayal of his withered visage to Lady Dunstane had quite failed to gain a show of sympathy, and so it is ever with your bookworm women pretending to be philosophical. You sound them vainly for a manifestation of the commonest human sensibilities. They turn over the leaves of a Latin book on their laps, while you are supplicating them to assist in a work of charity. Lady Wathin's interjectory notes haunted Emma's ear. Yet she had seen nothing in Tony to let her suppose that there was trouble of her heart below the surface, and her Tony, when he came to Copsley, shone in the mood of the day of Lord Dannisburgh's drive down from London with her. She was running on a fresh work, talked of composition as a trifle. "I suppose the young minister is Mr. Percy Dacier?" said Emma. "Between ourselves, he is," Diana replied, smiling at a secret guessed. "You know my model, and can judge of the likeness." "You write admiringly of him, Tony." "And I do admire him. So would you, Emmy, if you knew him as well as I do now. He pairs with Mr. Redworth. He is also the friend of women. But he lifts us to rather a higher level of intellectual friendship. When the ice has melted, and it is thick at first, he pours forth all his ideas without reserve, and they are deep and noble. Ever since Lord Dannisburgh's death and our sitting together, we have been warm friends. Intimate, I would say, if it could be said of one so self-contained. In that respect, no young man was ever comparable with him. And I am encouraged to flatter myself that he unbends to me more than to others. He is engaged, or partly, I hear. Why does he not marry? I wish he would, Diana said with a most brilliant candour of aspect. Emma read in it that it would complete her happiness, possibly by fortifying her sense of security, and that seemed right. Her own meditations, illumined by the beautiful face in her presence, referred to the security of Mr. Dacier. "So, then, life is going smoothly," said Emma. "Yes, at a good pace and smoothly, not a torrent, Thames-like, without o'erflowing full. It is not a Lugano in the Salvatore. Perhaps it is better, as action is better than musing." "No troubles whatever?" "None. Well, except an adorer at times. I have to take him as my portion. An impassioned Caledonian has a little bothered me. I met him at Lady Pennon's, and have been meeting him, as soon as I put my foot out of my house, ever since. If I could impress and impound him to marry Mary Paynham, I should be glad. By the way, I have consented to let her try at a portrait of me. No, I have no troubles. I have friends, the choicest of the nation. I have health, a field for labour, fairish success with it, a mind alive, such as it is. I feel like that midsummer morning of our last drive out together, the sun high, clearish, clouded enough to be cool, and still I envy Emmy on her sofa, mastering Latin, biting at Greek. What a wise recommendation that was of Mr. Redworth's. He works well in the house. He spoke excellently the other night." "He runs over to Ireland this Easter." "He sees for himself, and speaks with authority. He sees and feels. Englishmen mean well, but they require an extremity of misery to waken their feelings. 'It's coming,' he says, and absit omen. Mr. Dacier says he is the one Englishman who may always be sure of an Irish hearing, and he does not cajole them, you know. But the English defect is really not want of feeling so much as want of foresight. They will not look ahead. A famine ceasing, a rebellion crushed, they jog on, as before, with their Dobbin trot and blinker confidence in Saxon energy. They should study the Irish. I think it was Mr. Redworth who compared the governing of the Irish to the management of a horse. The rider should not grow restive when the steed begins to kick. Calmer, firm, calm, persuasive." "Does Mr. Dacier agree?" "Not always. He has the inveterate national belief that Celtic blood is childish, and the consequently illogical disregard of its hold of impressions. The Irish, for I have them in my heart, though I have not been among them for long at a time, must love you to serve you, and will hate you if you have done them injury and they have not wiped it out. They with a treble revenge, or you with cordial benefits. I have told him so again and again, ventured to suggest measures." "He listens to you, Tony?" "He says I have brains. It ends in a compliment." "You have inspired Mr. Redworth." "If I have, I have lived for some good." Altogether, her Tony's conversation proved to Emma that her perusal of the model of the young Minister of State was an artist's, free, open, and not discoloured by the personal tincture. Her heart plainly was free and undisturbed. She had the same girl's love of her walks where wildflowers grew, if possible a keener pleasure. She hummed of her happiness in being at Copsley, singing her Planxty Kelly and the Puritani by turns. She stood on land, she was not on the seas. Emma thought so with good reason. She stood on land, it was true, but she stood on a cliff of the land, the seas below and about her, and she was enabled to hoodwink her friend because the assured sensation of her firm footing deceived her own soul, even while it took short flights to the troubled waters. Of her firm footing she was exultingly proud. She stood high, close to danger, without giddiness. If at intervals her soul flew out like lightning from the rift, a mere shot of involuntary fancy it seemed to her, the suspicion of instability made her draw on her treasury of impressions of the mornings at Lugano, her loftiest, purest, dearest, and these reinforced her. She did not ask herself why she should have to seek them for aid. In other respects her mind was alert and held no sly covers, as the fiction of a perfect ignorant innocence combined with common intelligence would have us to suppose that the minds of women can do. She was honest as long as she was not directly questioned, pierced to the innermost and sanctum of the bosom. She could honestly summon bright light to her eyes in wishing the man were married. She did not ask herself why she called it up. The remorseless progressive interrogations of a Jesuit father in pursuit of the bosom's verity might have transfixed it and shown her to herself even then a tossing vessel as to the spirit, far away from that firm land she trod so bravely. Descending from the woody heights upon London, Diana would have said that her only anxiety concerned Mr. Arthur Rhodes, whose position she considered precarious, and who had recently taken a drubbing for venturing to show a peep of his head, like an early crocus, in the literary market. Her Antonia's last book had been reviewed obediently to smart taps from the then commanding baton of Mr. Tonans, and Mr. Whitmonby's choice picking of specimens down 3 columns of his paper. A literary review, Charles Rainier's property, had suggested that perhaps the talented authoress might be writing too rapidly, and another, actuated by the public taste of the period for our vigorously homely Saxon, in 1 and 2 syllable words, had complained of a tendency to polysyllabic phraseology. The remainder, a full majority, had sounded eulogy with all their band instruments, drum, trumpet, fife, trombone. Her foregoing work had raised her to fame, which is the court of a queen when the lady has beauty and social influence, and critics are her dedicated courtiers, gaping for the royal mouth to be opened, and reserving the kicks of their independent manhood for infamous outsiders, whom they hoist in the style and particular service of pitchforks. They had fallen upon a little volume of verse, like a body of barn-door hens on a stranger chick. Diana complained, and she chid herself angrily for letting it escape her forethought to propitiate them on the author's behalf. Young Rhodes was left with scarce a feather, and what remained to him appeared a preposterous ornament for the decoration of a shivering and welted poet. He laughed, or tried the mouth of laughter. Antonia's literary conscience was vexed at the different treatment she had met and so imperatively needed that the reverse of it would have threatened the smooth sailing of her costly household. A merry-go-round of creditors required a corresponding whirligig of receipts. She felt mercenary, debased by comparison with the well-scourged verse-mason, Orpheus of the untenanted city, who had done his publishing ingenuously for glory, a good instance of the comic pathetic. She wrote to Emma, begging her to take him in at Copsley for a few days. "I told you I had no troubles. I am really troubled about this poor boy. He has very little money, and has embarked on literature. I cannot induce any of my friends to lend him a hand. Mr. Redworth gruffly insists on his going back to his law clerk's office and stool, and Mr. Dacier says that no place is vacant. The reality of Lord Dunisburg's death is brought before me by my helplessness. He would have made him an assistant private secretary pending a government appointment, rather than let me plead in vain." Mr. Rhodes with his travelling bag was packed off to Copsley, to enjoy a change of scene after his run of the gauntlet. He was very heartily welcomed by Lady Dunstane, both for her Tony's sake and his own modest worship of that luminary, which could permit of being transparent, but chiefly she welcomed him as the living proof of Tony's disengagement from anxiety, since he was her one spot of trouble, and could easily be comforted by reading with her, and wandering through the spring woods along the heights. He had a happy time, midway in air between his accomplished hostess and his protecting goddess. His bruises were soon healed. Each day was radiant to him, whether it rained or shone, and by his looks and what he said of himself Lady Dunstane understood that he was in the highest temper of the human creature turned to thrilling accord with nature. It was her generous Tony's work. She blessed it, and liked the youth the better. During the stay of Mr. Arthur Rhodes at Copsley, Sir Lukin came on a visit to his wife. He mentioned reports in the scandal papers, one, that Mr. P.D. would shortly lead to the altar the lovely heiress Miss A., Percy Dacier, and Constance Asper; another, that a reconciliation was to be expected between the beautiful authoress Mrs. W. and her husband. "Perhaps it's the best thing she can do," Sir Lukin added. Lady Dunstane pronounced a woman's unforgiving never. The revolt of her own sensations assured her of Tony's unconquerable repugnance. In conversation subsequently with Arthur Rhodes, she heard that he knew the son of Mr. Warwick's attorney, a Mr. Fern, and he had gathered from him some information of Mr. Warwick's condition of health. It had been alarming. Young Fern said it was a confirmed heart disease. His father frequently saw Mr. Warwick, and said he was fretting himself to death. It seemed just a possibility that Tony's natural compassionateness had wrought on her to immolate herself and nurse to his end the man who had wrecked her life. Lady Dunstane waited for the news. At last she wrote, touching the report incidentally. There was no reply. The silence ensuing after such a question responded forcibly. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 22. Between Diana and Dacier. The wind east over bleak land. On the third day of the Easter recess, Percy Dacier landed from the Havre steamer at Cayenne, and drove straightway for the sandy coast, past fields of colza to brine-blown meadows of coarse grass, and then to the low dunes and long-stretching sands of the ebb in semicircle. A desolate place at that season, with a dwarf fishing village by the shore, an east wind driving landward in steamers every object that had a scrap to fly. He made head to the inn, where the first person he encountered in the passage was Diana's maid Danvers, who relaxed from the dramatic exaggeration of her surprise at the sight of a real English gentleman in these woebegone regions, to inform him that her mistress might be found walking somewhere along the seashore, and had her dog to protect her. They were to stay here a whole week, Danvers added, for a conveyance of her private sentiments. Second thoughts, however, whispered to her shrewdness that his arrival could only be by appointment. She had been anticipating something of the sort for some time. Dacier butted against the stringing wind that kept him at a rocking incline to his left for a mile. He then discerned in what had seemed a dredger's dot on the sands a lady's figure, unmistakably she, without the corroborating testimony of Leander paw-deep in the low-tide water. She was out at a distance on the ebb sands, hurtled, gyred, beat to all shapes, in rolls, twists, volumes, like a blown banner flag by the pressing wind. A kerchief tied her bonnet under her chin. Bonnet and breast ribands rattled rapidly as drummer sticks. She stood near the little running ripple of the flat sea-water as it hurried from a long, streaked back to a tiny imitation of spray. When she turned to the shore, she saw him advancing, but did not recognize. When they met, she merely looked with wide-parted lips. This was no appointment. "I had to see you," Dacier said. She coloured to a deeper red than the rose-conjuring wind had whipped in her cheeks. Her quick intuition of the reason of his coming barred a mental evasion, and she had no thought of asking either him or herself what special urgency had brought him. "I have been here 4 days. Lady Esquart spoke of the place. Lady Esquart should not have betrayed me. She did it inadvertently, without any idea of my profiting by it." Diana indicated the scene in a glance. "Dreary country, do you think?" "Anywhere," said he. They walked up the sand-heap. The roaring Easter with its shrieks and whistles at her ribands was not favourable to speech. His "anywhere" had a penetrating significance, the fuller for the break that left it vague. Speech between them was commanded. He could not be suffered to remain. She descended upon a sheltered pathway running along a ditch, the border of pastures where cattle cropped, raised heads, and resumed their once comforting occupation. Diana gazed on them, smarting from the buffets of the wind she had met. "No play of their tails to-day," she said, as she slackened her steps. "You left Lady Esquart well?" "Lady Esquart, I think, was well. I had to see you. I thought you would be with her in Berkshire. She told me of a little seaside place close to Caen." "You had to see me? I miss you now, if it's a day." "I heard a story in London." "In London there are many stories. I heard one. Is there a foundation for it?" "No." He breathed relieved. "I wanted to see you once before, if it was true. It would have made a change in my life a gap." "You do me the honour to like my Sunday evenings." "Beyond everything London can offer." "A letter would have reached me." "I should have had to wait for the answer. There is no truth in it?" Her choice was to treat the direct assailant frankly, or imperil her defence by the ordinary feminine evolutions which might be taken for inviting, poor pranks always. "There have been overtures," she said. "Forgive me, I have scarcely the right to ask. Speak of it." "My friends may use their right to take an interest in my fortunes." "I thought I might, on my way to Paris, turn aside, coming by this route." "If you determined not to lose much of your time." The coolness of her fencing disconcerted a gentleman conscious of his madness. She took instant advantage of any circuitous move. She gave him no practicable point. He was little skilled in the arts of attack, and felt that she checked his impetuousness, respected her for it, chafed at it, writhed with the fervours precipitating him here, and relapsed on his pleasure in seeing her face, hearing her voice. "Your happiness, I hope, is the chief thought in such a case," he said. "I am sure you would consider it." "I can't quite forget my own." "You compliment an ambitious hostess." Dacier glanced across the pastures. "What was it that tempted you to this place?" "A poet would say it looks like a figure in a shroud. It has no features, it has a sort of grandeur belonging to death. I heard of it as the place where I might be certain of not meeting an acquaintance." "And I am the intruder." "An hour or two will not give you that title." "Am I to count the minutes by my watch?" "By the sun. We will supply you an omelette and piquette, and send you back sobered and friarly, to Cayenne for Paris at sunset." "Let the fare be Spartan. I could take my black broth with philosophy every day of the year under your auspices. What I should miss!" "You bring no news of the world or the house?" "None. You know as much as I know. The Irish agitation is chronic. The Corn Law threatens to be the same." "And your chief? In personal colloquy?" "He keeps a calm front. I may tell you, there is nothing I would not confide to you. He has let fall some dubious words in private. I don't know what to think of them." "But if he should waver?" "It's not wavering. It's the openness of his mind." "Ah, the mind! We imagine it free. The house and the country are the sentient frame governing the mind of the politician more than his ideas. He cannot think independently of them, nor I of my natural autonomy. You will test the truth of that after your omelette and piquette, and marvel at the quitting of your line of route for Paris. As soon as the mind attempts to think independently, it is like a kite with the cord cut, and performs a series of darts and frisks that have the look of wildest liberty till you see it fall flat to the earth. The openness of his mind is most honourable to him." "Ominous for his party." "Likely to be good for his country." "That is a question." "Prepare to encounter it. In politics I am with the active minority on behalf of the inert but suffering majority. That is my rule. It leads, unless you have a despotism, to the conquering side. It is always the noblest. I won't say, listen to me, only do believe my words have some weight. This is a question of bread." "It involves many other questions." "And how clearly those leaders put their case! They are admirable debaters. If I were asked to write against them, I should have but to quote them to confound my argument. I tried it once, and wasted a couple of my precious hours." "They are cogent debaters," Dacier assented. "They make me wince now and then, without convincing me. I own it to you. The confession is not agreeable, though it's a small matter." "One's pride may feel a touch with the foils as keenly as the point of a rapier," said Diana. The remark drew a sharp look of pleasure from him. "Does the Princess Egeria propose to dismiss the individual she inspires, when he is growing most sensible of her wisdom?" "A young minister of state should be gleaming at large when holiday is granted him." Dacier coloured. "May I presume on what is currently reported?" Parts, a bit here, a bit there," she rejoined. "Authors find their models where they can, and generally hit on the nearest." "Happy the nearest!" "If you run to interjections, I shall cite you a sentence from your latest speech in the House." He asked for it, and to school him she consented to flatter with her recollection of his commonest words. "Dealing with subjects of this nature emotionally does not advance us a calculable inch." "I must have said that in relation to hard matter of business." "It applies. There is my hostelry, and the spectral form of Danvers, utterly dépassé. Have you spoken to the poor soul? I can never discover the links of her attachment to my service." "She knows a good mistress. I have but a few minutes, if you are relentless. Shall I ever be privileged to speak your Christian name?" "My Christian name? It is pagan. In one sphere I am Hecate. Remember that." "I am not among the people who so regard you." "The time may come." "Diana." "Constance." "I break no tie. I owe no allegiance whatever to the name." "Keep to the formal title with me. We are Mrs. Warwick and Mr. Dacier. I think I am 2 years younger than you, socially, therefore 10 in seniority, and I know how this flower of friendship is nourished and may be withered. You see already what you have done. You have cast me on the discretion of my maid. I suppose her trusty, but I am at her mercy, and a breath from her to the people beholding me as Hecate, queen of witches. I have a sensation of the sirocco it would blow. In that event, the least I can offer is my whole life. We will not conjecture the event. The best I could hope for. I see I shall have to revise the next edition of the Young Minister and make an emotional curate of him. Observe Danvers. The woman is wretched, and now she sees me coming, she pretends to be using her wits in studying the things about her, as I have directed. She is a riddle. I have the idea that any morning she may explode, and yet I trust her and sleep soundly. I must be free, though I vex the world's watchdogs. So, Danvers, you are noticing how thoroughly French women do their work. Danvers replied with a slight mincing. They may, ma'am, but they chatter so. The result proves that it is not a waste of energy. They manage their fowls, too. They've no such thing as mutton, ma'am. Dacier patriotically laughed. She strikes the apology for wealthy and leisurely landlords, Diana said. Danvers remarked that the poor fed meagrely in France. She was not convinced of its being good for them by hearing that they could work on it 16 hours out of the 24. Mr. Percy Dacier's repast was furnished to him half an hour later. At sunset, Diana, taking Danvers beside her, walked with him to the line of the country road bearing on Cayenne. The wind had sunk. A large brown disk paused rayless on the western hills. A Dacier ought to feel at home in Normandy, and you may have sprung from this neighbourhood, said she, simply to chat. Here the land is poorish, and a mile inland rich enough to bear repeated crops of colza, which tries the soil, I hear. As for beauty, those blue hills you see enfold charming valleys. I meditate an expedition to Harcourt before I return. An English professor of his native tongue at the Lycée at Cayenne told me on my way here that for 20 shillings a week you may live in a royal ease round about Harcourt. So we have our bed and board in prospect if fortune fails us, Danvers. I would rather die in England, ma'am, was the maid's reply. Dacier set foot on his carriage step. He drew a long breath to say a short farewell, and he and Diana parted. They parted as the plainest of sincere good friends, each at heart respecting the other for the repression of that which their hearts craved, any word of which might have carried them headlong, bound together on a Mazeppa race, with scandal for the hounding wolves, and social ruin for the rocks and torrents. Dacier was the thankfuller, the most admiring of the two, at the same time the least satisfied. He saw the abyss she had aided him in escaping, and it was refreshful to look abroad after his desperate impulse. Prominent as he stood before the world, he could not think without a shudder of behaving like a young frenetic of the passion. Those whose aim is at the leadership of the English people know that, however truly based the charges of hypocrisy, sound moral fibre runs throughout the country, and is the national integrity, which may condone old sins for present service, but will not have present sins to flout it. He was in tune with the English character. The passion was in him nevertheless, and the stronger for a slow growth that confirmed its union of the mind and heart. Her counsel fortified him, her suggestions opened springs, her phrases were gold-lettered in his memory, and more, she had worked an extraordinary change in his views of life and aptitude for social converse. He acknowledged it with genial candour. Through her he was encouraged, led, excited to sparkle with the witty, feel new gifts or a greater breadth of nature, and, thanking her, he became thirstily susceptible to her dark beauty. He claimed to have found the key of her, and he prized it. She was not passionless, the blood flowed warm. Proud, chaste, she was nobly spirited, having an intellectual refuge from the besiegings of the blood, a rock fortress. The wife no wife appeared to him, striking the higher element of the man, the commonly masculine also. Would he espouse her, had he the chance? To-morrow, this instant. With her back to him, he would be doubled in manhood, doubled in brain and heart energy. To call her wife, spring from her and return, a man might accept his fate to fight Trojan or Greek, sure of his mark on the enemy. But if, after all, this imputed Helen of a decayed Paris passed, submissive to the legitimate solicitor, back to her husband? The thought shot Dacier on his legs for a look at the blank behind him. He vowed she had promised it should not be. Could it ever be after the ruin the meanly suspicious fellow had brought upon her? Diana voluntarily reunited to the treacherous cur? He sat, resolving somberly that if the debate arose he would try to force what he had to save her from such an ignominy, and dedicate his life to her, let the world wag its tongue. So the knot would be cut. Men unaccustomed to a knot in their system find the prospect of cutting it an extreme relief, even when they know that the cut has an edge to wound mortally as well as pacify. The wound was not heavy payment for the rapture of having so incomparable a woman his own. He reflected wonderingly on the husband, as he had previously done, and came again to the conclusion that it was a poor creature, abjectly jealous of a wife he could neither master nor equal nor attract. And thinking of jealousy, Dacier felt none of individuals, only of facts. Her marriage, her bondage, her condemnation to perpetual widowhood angered him, as at an unrighteous decree. The sharp, sweet bloom of her beauty, fresh in swarthiness, under the whipping Easter, cried out against that loathed inhumanity. Or he made it cry. Being a stranger to the jealousy of men, he took the soft assurance that he was preferred above them all. Competitors were numerous, not any won her eyes as he did. She revealed nothing of the same pleasures in the shining of the others touched by her magical wand. Would she have pardoned one of them the Diana bursting from his mouth? She was not a woman for trifling, still less for secrecy. He was as little the kind of lover. Both would be ready to take up their burden if the burden was laid on them. Diana had thus far impressed him. Meanwhile he faced the cathedral towers of the ancient Norman city, standing up in the smoky hues of the west, and a sentence out of her book seemed fitting to the scene and what he felt. He rolled it over luxuriously as the next of delights to having her beside him. She wrote of thoughts that are bare dark outlines, coloured by some odd passion of the soul, like towers of a distant city, seen in the funereal waste of day. His bluff English anti-poetic training would have caused him to shrug at the stuff coming from another pen. He might condescendingly have criticised it, with a sneer embalmed in humour. The words were hers. She had written them, almost by a sort of anticipation, he imagined, for he at once fell into the mood they suggested, and had a full crop of the bare dark outlines of thoughts coloured by his particular form of passion. Diana had impressed him powerfully when she set him swallowing and assimilating a sentence ethereally thin in substance of mere sentimental significance, that he would antecedently have read aloud in a drawing-room, picking up the book by hazard, as your modern specimen of romantic vapouring. Mr. Dacier, however, was at the time in observation of the towers of Cayenne, fresh from her presence, animated to some conception of her spirit. He drove into the streets, desiring, half determining, to risk a drive back on the morrow. The cold light of the morrow combined with his fear of distressing her to restrain him. Perhaps he thought it well not to risk his gains. He was a northerner in blood. He may have thought it well not further to run the personal risk immediately. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 23. Records a visit to Diana from one of the world's good women. Pure disengagement of contemplativeness had selected Percy Dacier as the model of her young minister of state, Diana supposed. Could she otherwise have dared to sketch him? She certainly would not have done it now. That was a reflection similar to what is entertained by one who has dropped from a precipice to the midway ledge over the abyss, where caution of the whole sensitive being is required for simple self-preservation. How could she have been induced to study and portray him? It seemed a form of dementia. She thought this while imagining the world to be interrogating her. When she interrogated herself, she flew to Lugano and her celestial Salvatore, that she might be defended from a charge of the dreadful weakness of her sex. Surely she there had proof of her capacity for pure disengagement. Even in recollection the springs of spiritual happiness renewed the bubbling crystal play. She believed that a divineness had wakened in her there, to strengthen her to the end, ward her from any complicity in her sex's culprit blushing. Dacier's cry of her name was the cause, she chose to think, of the excessive circumspection she must henceforth practise, precariously footing, embracing hardest earth, the plainest rules, to get back to safety. Not that she was personally endangered, or at least not spiritually; she could always fly in soul to her heights. But she had now to be on guard, constantly in the fencing attitude, and watchful of herself as well. That was admitted with a ready frankness, to save it from being a necessitated and painful confession, for the voluntary acquiescence, if it involved her in her sex, claimed an individual exemption. Women are women, and I am a woman, but I am I, and unlike them. I see we are weak, and weakness tempts. In owning the prudence of guarded steps, I am armed. It is by dissembling, feigning immunity, that we are imperilled. She would have phrased it so with some anger at her feminine nature as well as at the subjection forced on her by circumstances. Besides, her position and Percy Dacier's threw the fancied danger into remoteness. The world was her stepmother, vigilant to become her judge, and the world was his taskmaster, hopeful of him, yet able to strike him down for an offence. She saw their situation as he did. The course of folly must be bravely taken, if taken at all. Disguise degraded her to the reptiles. This was faced. Consequently, there was no fear of it. She had very easily proved that she had skill and self-possession to keep him rational, and therefore they could continue to meet. A little outburst of frenzy to a reputably handsome woman could be treated as the froth of a passing wave. Men have the trick, infants their fevers. Diana's days were spent in reasoning. Her nights were not so tunable to the superior mind. When asleep, she was the sport of elves that danced her into tangles too deliciously unravelled, and left new problems for the wise-eyed and anxious morning. She solved them with the thought that in sleep it was the mere ordinary woman who fell a prey to her tormentors. Awake, she dispersed the swarm; her sky was clear. Gradually the persecution ceased, thanks to her active pen. A letter from her legal adviser, old Mr. Braddock, informed her that no grounds existed for apprehending a marital annoyance, and late in May her household had resumed its customary round. She examined her accounts. The debit and credit sides presented much of the appearance of male and female in our jog-trot civilization. They matched middling well, with rather too marked a tendency to strain the leash and run frolic on the part of friend Debit, the wanton male, which deepened the blush of the comparison. Her father had noticed the same funny thing in his effort to balance his tugging accounts. Now then for a look at man and wife. Except that he made Debit stand for the portly, frisky female, Credit the decorous and contracted other half, a prim gentleman of a constitutionally lean habit of body, remonstrating with her. "You seem to forget that we are married, my dear, and must walk in step or bundle into the bench," Dan Marion used to say. Diana had not so much to rebuke Mr. Debit, or not at the first reckoning. But his ways were curious. She grew distrustful of him after dismissing him with a quiet admonition and discovering a series of ambush bills, which he must have been aware of when he was allowed to pass as an honourable citizen. His answer to her reproaches pleaded the necessitousness of his purchases and expenditure, a capital plea, and Mrs. Credit was requested by him, in a courteous manner, to drive her pen the faster, so that she might wax to a corresponding size and satisfy the world's idea of fitness in couples. She would have costly furniture because it pleased her taste, and a French cook for a like reason, in justice to her guests, and trained servants, and her tribe of pensioners. Flowers she would have profuse and fresh at her windows and over the rooms, and the pictures and engravings on the walls were, always for the good reason mentioned, choice ones. And she had a love of old lace. She loved colours as she loved cheerfulness, and silks and satin hangings, Indian ivory carvings, countless mirrors, oriental woods, chairs and desks with some feature or a flourish in them, delicate tables with antelope legs, of approved workmanship in the chronology of European upholstery, and marble clocks of cunning device to symbol time, mantelpiece decorations, illustrated editions of her favourite authors. Her bedchambers, too, gave the nest for sleep a dainty cosiness in aerial draperies. Hence, more or less directly, the peccant bills. Credit was reduced to reckon to a nicety the amount she could rely on positively, Her fixed income from her investments and the letting of the Crossways, the days of half-yearly payments that would magnify her to some proportions beside the alarming growth of her partner, who was proud of it, and referred her to the treasures she could summon with her pen, at a murmur of dissatisfaction. His compliments were sincere. They were seductive. He assured her that she had struck a rich vein in an inexhaustible mine. By writing only a very little faster she could double her income, counting a broader popularity, treble it, and so on a tide of success down the widening river to a sea sheer golden. Behold how it sparkles! Are we then to stint our winged hours of youth for want of courage to realize the riches we can command? Debt was eloquent. He was unanswerable. Another calculator, an accustomed and lamentably scrupulous arithmetician, had been at work for some time upon a speculative summing of the outlay of Diana's establishment, as to its chances of swamping the income. Redworth could guess pretty closely the cost of a household, if his care for the holder sent him venturing on averages. He knew nothing of her 10% investment, and considered her fixed income a beggarly regiment to marshal against the invader. He fancied, however, in his ignorance of literary profits, that a popular writer, selling several editions, had come to an El Dorado. There was the mine. It required a diligent worker. Diana was often struck by hearing Redworth ask her when her next book might be expected. He appeared to have an eagerness in hurrying her to produce, and she had to say that she was not a nimble writer. His flattering impatience was vexatious. He admired her work, yet he did his utmost to render it little admirable. His literary taste was not that of young Arthur Rhodes, to whom she could read her chapters, appearing to take counsel upon them while drinking the eulogies. She suspected him of prosaic ally, wishing her to make money, and though her exchequer was beginning to know the need of it, the author's lofty mind disdained such sordidness, to be excused possibly for a failing productive energy. She encountered obstacles to imaginative composition. With the pen in her hand she would fall into heavy musings, break a sentence to muse and not on the subject. She slept unevenly at night, was drowsy by day, unless the open air was about her, or animating friends. Redworth's urgency to get her to publish was particularly annoying when she felt how greatly the young Minister of State would have been improved had she retained the work to brood over it, polish, rewrite passages, perfect it. Her musings embraced long dialogues of that work, never printed. They sprang up, they passed from memory, leaving a distaste for her present work, The Cantatrice, far more poetical than the preceding, in the opinion of Arthur Rhodes. And the story was more romantic, modelled on a prima donna she had met at the musical parties of Henry Vilmers, after hearing Redworth tell of Charles Rainier's quaint passion for the woman, or the idea of the woman. Diana had courted her, studied and liked her. The picture she was drawing of the amiable and gifted Italian, of her villain Roumanian husband, and of the eccentric, high-minded, devoted Englishman was good and of fashion; but considering the theme, she had reasonable apprehension that her Cantatrice would not repay her for the time and labour bestowed on it. No clever transcripts of the dialogue of the day occurred, no hair-breadth escapes, perils by sea and land, heroisms of the hero, fine shrieks of the heroine, no set scenes of catching pathos and humour, no distinguishable points of social satire, equivalent to a smacking of the public on the chaps, which excites it to grin with keen discernment of the author's intention. She did not appeal to the senses, nor to a superficial discernment. So she had the anticipatory sense of its failure, and she wrote her best, in perverseness. Of course she wrote slowly. She wrote more and more realistically of the characters and the downright human emotions, less of the wooden supernumeraries of her story, labelled for broad guffaw or deluge tears, the grappling natural links between our public and an author. Her feelings were aloof. They flowed at a hint of a scene of the young minister. She could not put them into the Cantatrice. And Arthur Rhodes pronounced this work poetical beyond its predecessors, for the reason that the chief characters were alive and the reader felt their pulses. He meant to say they were poetical inasmuch as they were creations. The slow progress of a work not driven by the author's feelings necessitated frequent consultations between debit and credit, resulting in altercations, recriminations, discord of the yoked and divergent couple. To restore them to their proper trot in harness, Diana reluctantly went to her publisher for an advance item of the sum she was to receive, and the act increased her distaste. An idea came that she would soon cease to be able to write at all. What then? Perhaps by selling her invested money and ultimately the Crossways she would have enough for her term upon earth. Necessarily, she had to think that short in order to reckon it as nearly enough. I am sure, she said to herself, I shall not trouble the world very long. A strange languor beset her, scarcely melancholy, for she conceived the cheerfulness of life and added to it in company, but a nervelessness, as though she had been left by the stream on the banks, and saw beauty and pleasure sweep along and away, while the sun that primed them dried her veins. At this time she was gaining her widest reputation for brilliancy of wit. Only to welcome guests were her evenings ever spent at home. She had no intimate understanding of the deadly wrestle of the conventional woman with her nature which she was undergoing below the surface. Perplexities she acknowledged, and the prudence of guardedness. But as I am sure not to live very long, we may as well meet. Her meetings with Percy Dacier were therefore hardly shunned, and his behaviour did not warn her to discountenance them. It would have been cruel to exclude him from her select little dinners of 8. Whitmonby, Westlake, Henry Filmers, and the rest, she perhaps aiding, schooled him in the conversational art. She heard it said of him that the courted discarder of the sex, hitherto a mere politician, was wonderfully humanized. Lady Pennon fell to talking of him hopefully. She declared him to be one of the men who unfold tardily, and only await the mastering passion. If the passion had come, it was controlled. His command of himself melted Diana. How could she forbid his entry to the houses she frequented? She was glad to see him. He showed his pleasure in seeing her. Remembering his tentative indiscretion on those foreign sands, she reflected that he had been easily checked, and the like was not to be said of some others. Beautiful women in her position provoke an intemperateness that contrasts touchingly with the self-restraint of a particular admirer. Her impassioned Caledonian was one of a host, to speak of whom and their fits of lunacy even to her friend Emma was repulsive. She bore with them, foiled them, passed them, and recovered her equanimity. But the contrast called to her to dwell on it, the self-restraint whispered of a depth of passion. She was shocked at herself for a singular tremble she experienced without any beating of the heart, on hearing one day that the marriage of Percy Dacier and Miss Asper was at last definitely fixed. Mary Paynham brought her the news. She had it from a lady who had come across Miss Asper at Lady Wathin's assemblies, and considered the great heiress extraordinarily handsome. A golden miracle, Diana gave her words to say. Good looks and gold together are rather superhuman. The report may be true this time. Next afternoon the card of Lady Wathin requested Mrs. Warwick to grant her a private interview. Lady Wathin, as one of the order of women who can do anything in a holy cause, advanced toward Mrs. Warwick, unabashed by the burden of her mission, and spinally prepared, behind benevolent smilings, to repay dignity of mien with a similar erectness of dignity. They touched fingers and sat. The preliminaries to the matter of the interview were brief between ladies physically sensible of antagonism, and mutually too scornful of subterfuges in one another's presence to beat the bush. Lady Wathin began. I am, you are aware, Mrs. Warwick, a cousin of your friend Lady Dunstane. You come to me on business? Diana said. It may so be termed. I have no personal interest in it. I come to lay certain facts before you which I think you should know. We think it better that an acquaintance, and one of your sex, should state the case to you, instead of having recourse to formal intermediaries, lawyers. Lawyers? Well, my husband is a lawyer, it is true. In the course of his professional vocations, he became acquainted with Mr. Warwick. We have latterly seen a good deal of him. He is, I regret to say, seriously unwell. I have heard of it. He has no female relations, it appears. He needs more care than he can receive from hirelings. Are you empowered by him, Lady Wathin? I am, Mrs. Warwick. We will not waste time in apologies. He is most anxious for reconciliation. It seems to Sir Cramborne and to me the most desirable thing for all parties concerned, if you can be induced to regard it in that light. Mr. Warwick may or may not live, but the estrangement is quite undoubtedly the cause of his illness. I touch on nothing connected with it. I simply wish that you should not be in ignorance of his proposal and his condition. Diana bowed calmly. I grieve at his condition. His proposal has already been made and replied to. Oh, but Mrs. Warwick, an immediate and decisive refusal of a proposal so fraught with consequences? Ah, but Lady Wathin, you are now outstepping the limits prescribed by the office you have undertaken. You will not lend an ear to an intercession? I will not. Of course, Mrs. Warwick, it is not for me to hint at things that lawyers could say on the subject. Your forbearance is creditable, Lady Wathin. Believe me, Mrs. Warwick, the step is, I speak in my husband's name as well as my own, strongly to be advised. If I hear one more word of it, I leave the country. I should be sorry indeed at any piece of rashness depriving your numerous friends of your society. We have recently become acquainted with Mr. Redworth, and I know the loss you would be to them. I have not attempted an appeal to your feelings, Mrs. Warwick. I thank you warmly, Lady Wathin, for what you have not done. The aristocratic airs of Mrs. Warwick were annoying to Lady Wathin when she considered that they were borrowed, and that a pattern morality could regard the woman as ostracized. Nor was it agreeable to be looked at through eyelashes under partially lifted brows. She had come to appeal to the feelings of the wife, at any rate to discover if she had some, and was better than a wild adventuress. "Our life below is short," she said, to which Diana tacitly assented. "We have our little term, Mrs. Warwick. It is soon over." On the other hand, the platitudes concerning it are eternal. Lady Wathin closed her eyes, that the like effect might be produced on her ears. "Ah, they are the truths, but it is not my business to preach. Permit me to say that I feel deeply for your husband." "I am glad of Mr. Warwick's having friends, and they are many, I hope." "They cannot behold him perishing without an effort on his behalf." A chasm of silence intervened. Wifely pity was not sounded in it. "He will question me, Mrs. Warwick." "You can report him the heads of our conversation, Lady Wathin." "Would you? It is your husband's most earnest wish, and our house is open to his wife and to him for the purpose, and it seems to us that, indeed, it might avert a catastrophe you would necessarily deplore. Would you consent to meet him at my house?" "It has already been asked, Lady Wathin, and refused." "But at my house, under our auspices?" Diana glanced at the clock. "Nowhere." "Is it not, pardon me, a wife's duty, Mrs. Warwick, at least to listen?" "Lady Wathin, I have listened to you." "In the case of his extreme generosity, so putting it, for the present, Mrs. Warwick, that he asks only to be heard personally by his wife. It may preclude so much." Diana felt a hot wind across her skin. She smiled and said, "Let me thank you for bringing to an end a mission that must have been unpleasant to you." "But you will meditate on it, Mrs. Warwick, will you not? Give me that assurance." "I shall not forget it," said Diana. Again the ladies touched fingers with an interchange of the social grimace of cordiality. A few words of compassion for poor Lady Dunstane's invalided state covered Lady Wathin's retreat. She left. It struck her ruffled sentiments an icy libertine, whom any husband caring for his dignity and comfort was well rid of. And if only she could have contrived elusively to bring in the name of Mr. Percy Dacier, just to show these errant coquettes, or worse, that they were not quite so privileged to pursue their intrigues obscurely as they imagined, it would have soothed her exasperation. She left a woman the prey of panic. Diana thought of Emma and Redworth, and of their foolish interposition to save her character and keep her bound. She might now have been free. The struggle with her manacles reduced her to a state of rebelliousness, from which issued vivid illuminations of the one means of certain escape, an abhorrent hissing cavern that led to a place named Liberty, her refuge, but a hectic place. Unable to write, hating the house which held her a fixed mark for these attacks, she had an idea of flying straight to her beloved Lugano Lake, and there hiding, abandoning her friends, casting off the slave's name she bore, and living free in spirit. She went so far as to reckon the cost of a small household there, and justify the violent step by an exposition of retrenchment upon her large London expenditure. She had but to say farewell to Emma, no other tie to cut. One morning on the Salvatore Heights would wash her clear of the webs defacing and entangling her. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 24. Indicates a soul prepared for desperation. The month was August, 4 days before the closing of Parliament, and Diana fancied it good for Arthur Rhodes to run down with her to Copsley. He came to her invitation joyfully, reminding her of Lady Dunstane's wish to hear some chapters of the Cantatrice, and the MS was packed. They started, taking rail and fly, and winding up the distance on foot. August is the month of sober maturity and majestic foliage, songless, but a crowned and royal-robed queenly month, and the youngster's appreciation of the homely scenery refreshed Diana. His delight in being with her was also pleasant. She had no wish to exchange him for another, and that was a strengthening thought. At Copsley, the arrival of their luggage had prepared the welcome. Warm though it was, Diana perceived a change in Emma, an unwonted reserve, a doubtfulness of her eyes, in spite of tenderness, and thus thrown back on herself, thinking that if she had followed her own counsel, as she called her impulse in old days, there would have been no such present misery. She at once, and unconsciously, assumed a guarded look. Based on her knowledge of her honest footing, it was a little defiant. Secretly in her bosom it was sharpened to a slight hostility by the knowledge that her mind had been straying. The guilt and the innocence combined to clothe her in mail, the innocence being positive, the guilt so vapoury. But she was armed only if necessary, and there was no requirement for armour. Emma did not question at all. She saw the alteration in her Tony. She was too full of the tragic apprehensiveness, overmastering her to speak of trifles. She had never confided to Tony the exact nature and the growth of her malady, thinking it mortal, and fearing to alarm her dearest. A portion of the manuscript was read out by Arthur Rhodes in the evening, the remainder next morning. Redworth perceptibly was the model of the English hero, and as to his person, no friend could complain of the sketch. His clear-eyed heartiness, manliness, wholesomeness, a word of Lady Dunstane's regarding him, and his handsome braced figure were well painted. Emma forgave the insistence on a certain bluntness of the nose, in consideration of the fond limning of his honest and expressive eyes, and the light on his temples, which they had noticed together. She could not so easily forgive the realistic picture of the man, an exaggeration, she thought, of small foibles, that even if they existed, should not have been stressed. The turn for calculating was shown up ridiculously. Mr. Cuthbert Dering was calculating in his impassioned moods as well as in his cold. His head was a long division of ciphers. He had statistics for spectacles, and beheld the world through them, and the mistress he worshipped. "I see," said Emma, during a pause. "He is a Saxon. You still affect to have the race en grippe, Tony." "I give him every credit for what he is," Diana replied. "I admire the finer qualities of the race as much as any one." "You want to have them presented to you in enamel, Emmy." But the worst was an indication that the mania for calculating in and out of season would lead to the catastrophe destructive of his happiness. Emma could not bear that. Without asking herself whether it could be possible that Tony knew the secret, or whether she would have laid it bare, her sympathy for Redworth revolted at the exposure. She was chilled. She let it pass. She merely said, "I like the writing." Diana understood that her story was condemned. She put on her robes of philosophy to cloak discouragement. "I am glad the writing pleases you." "The characters are as true as life," cried Arthur Rhodes. "The Cantatrice drinking porter from the pewter at the slips after harrowing the hearts of her audience is dearer to me than if she had tottered to a sofa declining sustenance. And because her creatrix has infused such blood of life into her that you accept naturally whatever she does." She was exhausted, and required the porter, like a labourer in the cornfield. Emma looked at him, and perceived the poet swamped by the admirer. Taken in conjunction with Mr. Cuthbert Dering's frenzy for calculating, she disliked the incident of the porter and the pewter. While the cantatrice swallowed her draught, "I suppose Mr. Dering counted the cost," she said. "It really might be hinted," said Diana. The discussion closed with the accustomed pro and con upon the wart of Cromwell's nose, realism rejoicing in it, idealism objecting. Arthur Rhodes was bidden to stretch his legs on a walk along the heights in the afternoon, and Emma was further vexed by hearing Tony complain of Redworth's treatment of the lad, whom he would not assist to any of the snug little posts he was notoriously able to dispense. "He has talked of Mr. Rhodes to me," said Emma. "He thinks the profession of literature a delusion, and doubts the wisdom of having poets for clerks." "John Bullish!" Diana exclaimed. "He speaks contemptuously of the poor boy." "Only inasmuch as the foolishness of the young man in throwing up the law provokes his practical mind to speak. He might take my word for the young man's ability. I want him to have the means of living, that he may write. He has genius. He may have it. I like him and have said so. If he were to go back to his law stool, I have no doubt that Redworth would manage to help him, and make a worthy ancient Braddock of a youth of splendid promise. Have I sketched him too Saxon? It is the lens, and hot the tribe, Tony." The cantatrice was not alluded to any more, but Emma's disapproval blocked the current of composition, already subject to chokings in the brain of the author. Diana stayed 3 days at Copsley, one longer than she had intended, so that Arthur Rhodes might have his fill of country air. "I would keep him, but I should be no companion for him," Emma said. "I suspect the gallant squire is only to be satisfied by landing me safely," said Diana, and that small remark grated, though Emma saw the simple meaning. When they parted, she kissed her Tony many times. Tears were in her eyes. It seemed to Diana that she was anxious to make amends for the fit of alienation, and she was kissed in return warmly, quite forgiven, notwithstanding the deadly blank she had caused in the imagination of the writer for pay, distracted by the squabbles of debit and credit. Diana chatted spiritedly to young Rhodes on their drive to the train. She was profoundly discouraged by Emma's disapproval of her work. It wanted but that one drop to make a recurrence to the work impossible. There it must lie. And what of the aspects of her household? Perhaps, after all, the Redworths of the world are right, and literature as a profession is a delusive pursuit. She did not assent to it without hostility to the world's Redworths. They have no sensitiveness. We have too much. We are made of bubbles that a wind will burst. And as the wind is always blowing, your practical Redworths have their crow of us. She suggested advice to Arthur Rhodes upon the prudence of his resuming the yoke of the law. He laughed at such a notion, saying that he had some expectations of money to come. "But I fear," said he, "that Lady Dunstane is very, very ill. She begged me to keep her informed of your address." Diana told him he was one of those who should know it whithersoever she went. She spoke impulsively, her sentiments of friendliness for the youth being temporarily brightened by the strangeness of Emma's conduct in deputing it to him to fulfil a duty she had never omitted. "What can she think I am going to do?" On the table at home lay a letter from Mr. Warwick. She read it hastily in the presence of Arthur Rhodes. Having, at a glance at the handwriting, anticipated the proposal it contained and the official phrasing. Her gallant squire was invited to dine with her that evening, costume excused. They conversed of literature as a profession, of poets dead and living, of politics, which he abhorred and shied at, and of his prospects. He wrote many rejected pages, enjoyed an income of £80 per annum, and eked out a subsistence upon the modest sum his pen procured him, a sum extremely insignificant. But great nature was his own. The world was tributary to him. The future his bejewelled and expectant bride. Diana envied his youthfulness. Nothing is more enviable, nothing richer to the mind, than the aspect of a cheerful poverty. How much nobler it was, contrasted with Redworth's amassing of wealth. When alone, she went to her bedroom and tried to write, tried to sleep. Mr. Warwick's letter was looked at. It seemed to indicate a threat. For the moment it did not disturb her so much as the review of her mortal prostration. She wrote some lines to her lawyers, quoting one of Mr. Warwick's sentences. That done, his letter was dismissed. Her intolerable languor became alternately a defeating drowsiness and a fever. She succeeded in the effort to smother the absolute cause. It was not suffered to show a front, at the cost of her knowledge of a practised self-deception. I wonder whether the world is as bad as a certain class of writers tell us, she sighed in weariness, and mused on their surroundings and probings of poor humanity, which the world accepts for the very bottom truth, if their dredge brings up sheer refuse of the abominable. The world imagines those to be at our nature's depths who are impudent enough to expose its muddy shallows. She was in the mood for such a kind of writing. She could have started on it at once, but that the theme was wanting, and it may count on popularity, a great repute for penetration. It is true of its kind, though the dredging of nature is the miry form of art. When it flourishes, we may be assured we have been over-enamelling the higher forms. She felt and shuddered to feel that she could draw from dark stores. Hitherto in her works it had been a triumph of the good. They revealed a gaping deficiency of the subtle insight she now possessed. Exhibit humanity as it is, wallowing, sensual, wicked behind the mask. A voice called to her. She was allured by the contemplation of the wide-mouthed old dragon Ego, whose portrait, decently painted, establishes an instant touch of exchange between author and public, the latter detected and confessing. Next to the pantomime of humour and pathos, a cynical surgical knife at the human bosom seems the surest talisman for this agreeable exchange, and she could cut. She gave herself a taste of her powers. She cut at herself mercilessly, and had to bandage the wound in a hurry to keep in life. Metaphors were her refuge. Metaphorically she could allow her mind to distinguish the struggle she was undergoing. Sinking under it, the banished of Eden had to put on metaphors, and the common-sense use of them has helped largely to civilize us. The sluggish in intellect detest them, but our civilization is not much indebted to that major faction. Especially are they needed by the pedestalled woman in her conflict with the natural. Diana saw herself through the haze she conjured up. Am I worse than other women? Was a piercing thought. Worse would be hideous isolation. The not worse abased her sex. She could afford to say that the world was bad, not that women were. Sinking deeper, an anguish of humiliation smote her to a sense of drowning. For what of the poetic ecstasy on her Salvatore heights had not been of origin divine, had sprung from other than spiritual founts, had sprung from the reddened sources she was compelled to conceal? Could it be? She would not believe it, but there was matter to clip her wings, quench her light, in the doubt. She fell asleep like the wrecked flung ashore. Danvers entered her room at an early hour for London, to inform her that Mr. Percy Dacier was below and begged permission to wait. Diana gave orders for breakfast to be proposed to him. She lay staring at the wall until it became too visibly a reflection of her mind. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 25. Once more the Crossways and a change of turnings. The suspicion of his having come to impart the news of his proximate marriage ultimately endowed her with sovereign calmness. She had need to think it, and she did. Tea was brought to her while she dressed. She descended the stairs, revolving phrases of happy congratulation and the world's ordinary epigrams upon the marriage tie, neatly mixed. They read in one another's faces a different meaning from the empty words of excuse and welcome. Dacier's expressed the buckling of a strong-set purpose, but, grieved by the look of her eyes, he wasted a moment to say, "You have not slept. You have heard?" "What?" said she, trying to speculate, and that was a sufficient answer. "I hadn't the courage to call last night. I passed the windows. Give me your hand, I beg." She gave her hand in wonderment, and more wonderingly felt it squeezed. Her heart began the hammer thump. She spoke an unintelligible something, saw herself melting away to utter weakness, pride, reserve, simple prudence, all going, crumbled ruins where had stood a fortress imposing to men. Was it love? Her heart thumped shiveringly. He kept her hand, indifferent to the gentle tension. "This is the point. I cannot live without you. I have gone on. Who was here last night? Forgive me." "You know Arthur Rhodes." "I saw him leave the door at 11. Why do you torture me? There's no time to lose now. You will be claimed. Come, and let us two cut the knot. It is the best thing in the world for me, the only thing. Be brave. I have your hand. Give it for good, and for heaven's sake don't play the sex. Be yourself. Dear soul of a woman, I never saw the soul in one but you. I have waited. Nothing but the dread of losing you sets me speaking now, and for you to be sacrificed a second time to that... Oh, no. You know you can trust me. On my honor, I take breath from you. You are my better in everything. Guide, goddess, dearest heart. Trust me, make me master of your fate." "But my friend..." The murmur hung in her throat. He was marvellously transformed. He allowed no space for the arts of defence and evasion. "I wish I had the trick of courting. There's not time, and I'm a simpleton at the game. We can start this evening. Once away, we leave it to them to settle the matter, and then you are free and mine to the death." "But speak, speak. What is it?" Diana said. "That if we delay, I'm in danger of losing you altogether." Her eyes lightened. "You mean that you have heard he has determined—" "There's a whole process of the law. But stop it. Just this one step, and it ends. Whether intended or not, it hangs over you, and you will be perpetually tormented. Why waste your whole youth, and mine as well? For I am bound to you as much as if we had stood at the altar, where we will stand together the instant you are free." "But where have you heard—" "From an intimate friend. I will tell you, sufficiently intimate, from Lady Wathin. Nothing of a friend, but I see this woman at times. She chose to speak of it to me, it doesn't matter why. She is in his confidence, and pitched me a whimpering tale. Let those people chatter. But it's exactly for those people that you are hanging in chains, all your youth shrivelling. Let them shout their worst. It's the bark of a day, and you won't hear it. Half a year and it will be over, and I shall bring you back, the husband of the noblest bride in Christendom. You don't mistrust me?" "It is not that," said she. "But now drop my hand. I am imprisoned." "It's asking too much. I've lost you too many times. I have the hand, and I keep it. I take nothing but the hand. It's the hand I want. I give you mine. I love you. Now I know what love is. And the word carries nothing of its weight. Tell me you do not doubt my honour." "Not at all. But be rational. I must think, and I cannot while you keep my hand." He kissed it. "I keep my own against the world." A cry of rebuke swelled to her lips at his conqueror's tone. It was not uttered, for directness was in his character, and his wooing loyal, save for bitter circumstances, delicious to hear, and so narrow was the ring he had wound about her senses, that her loathing of the circumstances pushed her to acknowledge within her bell of a heart her love for him. He was luckless enough to say, "Diana." It rang horridly of her husband. She drew her hand to loosen it with repulsing brows. Not that name. Dacier was too full of his honest advocacy of the passionate lover to take a rebuff. There lay his unconscious mastery, where the common arts of attack would have tripped him with a quick-witted woman, and where a man of passion, not allowing her to succumb in dignity, would have alarmed her to the breaking loose from him. Lady Dunstane calls you Tony. She is my dearest and oldest friend. You and I don't count by years. You are the dearest to me on earth, Tony. She debated as to forbidding that name. The moment's pause wrapped her in a mental hurricane out of which she came with a heart stopped, her olive cheeks ashen-hued. She had seen that the step was possible. "Oh, Percy, Percy, are we mad?" "Not mad. We take what is ours. Tell me, have I ever disrespected you? You were sacred to me, and you are, though now the change has come. Look back on it. It is time lost, years that are dust. But look forward, and you cannot imagine our separation. What I propose is plain sense for us two. Since Rovio I have been at your feet. Have I not some just claim for recompense? Tell me, Tony." The sweetness of the secret name, the privileged name in his mouth, stole through her blood, melting resistance. She had consented. The swarthy flaming of her face avowed it even more than the surrender of her hand. He gained much by claiming little. He respected her, gave her no touches of fright and shame, and it was her glory to fall with pride. An attempt at a caress would have awakened her view of the whitherward, but she was treated as a sovereign lady rationally advised. "Is it since Rovio, Percy?" "Since the morning you refused me one little flower." "If I had given it, you might have been saved." "I fancy I was doomed from the beginning." "I was worth a thought?" "Worth a life! Worth 10,000. You have reckoned it all like a sane man. Family, position, the world, the scandal?" "All. I have long known that you were the mate for me. You have to weather a gale, Tony. It won't last. My dearest, it won't last many months. I regret the trial for you, but I shall be with you, burning for the day to reinstate you and show you the queen you are." "Yes, we two can have no covert dealings, Percy," said Diana. "They would be hateful, baseness." Rejecting any baseness, it seemed to her that she stood in some brightness. The light was of a lurid sort. She called on her heart to glory in it as the light of tried love, the love that defied the world. Her heart rose. She and he would at a single step give proof of their love for one another. And this kingdom of love, how different from her recent craven languors! This kingdom awaited her, was hers for one word, and beset with the oceans of enemies. It was unassailable. If only they were true to the love they vowed, no human force could subvert it. And she doubted him as little as of herself. This new kingdom of love, never entered by her, acclaiming her, was well nigh unimaginable, in spite of the many hooded messengers it had dispatched to her of late. She could hardly believe that it had come. "But see me as I am," she said. She faltered it through her direct gaze on him. "With chains to strike off? Certainly it is done," he replied. "Rather heavier than those of the slave market. I am the deadest of burdens. It means that your enemies, personal, if you have any, and political, you have numbers, will raise a cry. Realize it. You may still be my friend. I forgive the bit of wildness." She provoked a renewed kissing of her hand, for magnanimity in love is not an overflowing danger, and when he said, "The burden you have to bear outweighs mine out of all comparison," what is it to a man, a public man or not? The woman is always the victim. That's why I have held myself in so long. Her strung frame softened. She half yielded to the tug on her arm. "Is there no talking for us without foolishness?" she murmured. The foolishness had wafted her to sea, far from sight of land. "Now sit, and speak soberly. Discuss the matter." "Yes, my hand. But I must have my wits. Leave me free to use them till we choose our path. Let it be the brains between us as far as it can. You ask me to join my fate to yours. It signifies a sharp battle for you, dear friend, perhaps the blighting of the most promising life in England. One question is, can I countervail the burden I shall be, by such help to you as I can afford?" Burden is no word. I rake up a buried fever. I have partially lived it down, and instantly I am covered with spots. The old false charges and this plain offence make a monster of me." "And meanwhile you were at the disposal of the man who falsely charged you and armed the world against you," said Dacier. "I can fly. The world is wide. Time slips. Your youth is wasted. If you escape the man, he will have triumphed in keeping you from me. And I thirst for you. I look to you for aid and counsel. I want my mate. You have not to be told how you inspire me. I am really less than half myself without you. If I am to do anything in the world, it must be with your aid, you beside me. Our hands are joined. One leap! Do you not see that after... Well, it cannot be friendship. It imposes rather more on me than I can bear. You are not the woman to trifle, nor I. Tony, the man for it with a woman like you. You are my spring of wisdom. You interdict me altogether. Can you? Or we unite our fates, like these hands now. Try to get yours away." Her effort ended in a pressure. Resistance, nay, to hesitate at the joining of her life with his, after her submission to what was a scorching fire in memory, though it was less than an embrace, accused her of worse than foolishness. "Well then," said she, "wait 3 days. Deliberate. Oh, try to know yourself, for your clear reason to guide you. Let us be something better than the crowd abusing us, not simple creatures of impulse, as we choose to call the animal. What if we had to confess that we took to our heels the moment the idea struck us? 3 days. We may then pretend to a philosophical resolve. Then come to me, or write to me." "How long is it since the old Rovio morning, Tony?" "An age. Date my deliberations from that day." The thought of hers having to be dated possibly from an earlier day robbed her of her summit of feminine isolation, and she trembled, chilled, and flushed. She lost all anchorage. "So it must be to-morrow," he said, reading her closely. "Not later. Better at once. But women are not to be hurried." "Oh, don't class me, Percy, pray. I think of you, not myself." "You suppose that in a day or two I might vary?" She fixed her eyes on him, expressing certainty of his unalterable steadfastness. The look allured. It changed. Her head shook. She held away and said, "No, leave me. Leave me, dear, dear friend. Percy, my dearest, I will not play the sex. I am yours if it is your wish. It may as well be to-morrow. Here I am useless. I cannot write, not screw a thought from my head. I dread that process of the law a second time. To-morrow, if it must be. But no impulses. Fortune is blind, she may be kind to us. The blindness of fortune is her one merit, and fools accuse her of it, and they profit by it. I fear we all of us have our turn of folly. We throw the stake for good luck. I hope my sin is not very great. I know my position is desperate. I feel a culprit. But I am sure I have courage, perhaps brains to help. At any rate, I may say this, I bring no burden to my lover that he does not know of." Dacier pressed her hand. "Money we shall have enough. My uncle has left me fairly supplied." "What would he think?" said Diana, half in a glimpse of meditation. "Think me the luckiest of the breeched. I fancy I hear him thanking you for making a man of me." She blushed. Some such phrase might have been spoken by Lord Dannisburgh. "I have but a poor sum of money," she said. "I may be able to write abroad. Here I cannot, if I am to be persecuted." "You shall write, with a new pen," said Dacier. "You shall live, my darling Tony. You have been held too long in this miserable suspension, neither maid nor wife, neither woman nor stockfish. Ah, shameful! But we'll write it. The step for us is the most reasonable that could be considered. You shake your head, but the circumstances make it so. Courage, and we'll come to happiness. And that, for you and me, means work. Look at the case of Lord and Lady Duloc. It's identical, except that she is no match beside you, and I do not compare her antecedents with yours. But she braved the leap, cool, perfectly solitary, no English, snow round us, and the Mediterranean below. There, my Tony, to-morrow night we start. You will meet me? Shall I call here? Well then, at the railway station, the South Eastern for Paris, say 20 minutes to 8. I have your pledge? You will come?" She sighed it, then said it firmly, to be worthy of him. Kind fortune, peeping under the edge of her bandaged eyes, appeared willing to bestow the beginning of happiness upon one who thought she had a claim to a small taste of it before she died. It seemed distinguishingly done to give a bite of happiness to the starving. "I fancied when you were announced that you came for congratulations upon your approaching marriage, Percy." "I shall expect to hear them from you to-morrow evening at the station, dear Tony," said he. The time was again stated, the pledge repeated. He forbore entreaties for privileges, and won her gratitude. They named once more the place of meeting and the hour, more significant to them than phrases of intensest love and passion. Pressing hands sharply for pledge of good faith, they sundered. She still had him in her eyes when he had gone. Her old world lay shattered, her new world was up without a dawn, with but one figure, the sun of it, to light the swinging strangeness. Was ever a man more marvellously transformed, or a woman more wildly swept from earth into the clouds? So she mused in the hum of her tempest of heart and brain, forgetful of the years and the conditions preparing both of them for this explosion. She had much to do. The arrangements to dismiss her servants, write to house agents and her lawyer, and write fully to Emma, write the enigmatic farewell to the Esquarts and Lady Pennon, Mary Paynham, Arthur Rhodes, Whitmonby, staunch in friendship but requiring friendly touches, Henry Vilmers, and Redworth. He was reserved to the last for enigmatical adieu. He would hear the whole story from Emma, must be left to think as he liked. The vague letters were excellently well composed. She was going abroad, and knew not when she would return, bade her friends think the best they could of her in the meantime. Whitmonby was favoured with an anecdote to be read as an epilogue by the light of subsequent events. But the letter to Emma tasked Diana. Intending to write fully, her pen committed the briefest sentences, the tenderness she felt for Emma wakening her heart to sing that she was loved, loved, and knew love at last. And Emma's foreseen antagonism to the love and the step it involved rendered her pleadings in exculpation a stammered confession of guiltiness, ignominious, unworthy of the pride she felt in her lover. "I am like a cartridge rammed into a gun, to be discharged at a certain hour to-morrow," she wrote, and she sealed a letter so frigid that she could not decide to post it. All day she imagined hearing a distant cannonade. The light of the day following was not like earthly light. Danvers assured her there was no fog in London. "London is insupportable. I am going to Paris, and shall send for you in a week or two," said Diana. "Allow me to say, ma'am, that you had better take me with you," said Danvers. "Are you afraid of travelling by yourself, you foolish creature?" "No, ma'am, but I don't like any hands to undress and dress my mistress but my own." "I have not lost the art," said Diana, chafing for a magic spell to extinguish the woman, to whom, immediately pitying her, she said, "You are a good, faithful soul. I think you have never kissed me. Kiss me on the forehead." Danvers put her lips to her mistress's forehead, and was asked, "You still consider yourself attached to my fortunes?" "I do, ma'am, at home or abroad, and if you will take me with you." "Not for a week or so." "I shall not be in the way, ma'am." They played at shutting eyes. The petition of Danvers was declined, which taught her the more, and she was emboldened to say, "Wherever my mistress goes, she ought to have her attendant with her." There was no answer to it but the refusal. The hours crumbled slowly, each with a blow at the passages of retreat. Diana thought of herself as another person, whom she observed, not counselling her, because it was a creature visibly pushed by the fates. In her own mind she could not perceive a stone of solidity anywhere, nor a face that had the appearance of our common life. She heard the cannon at intervals. The things she said set Danvers laughing, and she wondered at the woman's mingled mirth and stiffness. 5 o'clock struck. Her letters were sent to the post. Her boxes were piled from stairs to door. She read the labels, for her good-bye to the hated name of Warwick. Why ever adopted? Emma might well have questioned why. Women are guilty of such unreasoning acts. But this was the close to that chapter. The hour of 6 went by. Between 6 and 7 came a sound of knocker and bell at the street door. Danvers rushed into the sitting-room to announce that it was Mr. Redworth. Before a word could be mustered, Redworth was in the room. He said, "You must come with me at once." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 26, in which a disappointed lover receives a multitude of lessons. Dacier waited at the station, a good figure of a sentinel over his luggage and a spy for one among the inpouring passengers. Tickets had been confidently taken, the private division of the carriages happily secured. On board the boat she would be veiled. Landed on French soil, they threw off disguises, breasted the facts. And those they lightened. He smarted with his eagerness. He had come well in advance of the appointed time, for he would not have had her hang about there 1 minute alone. Strange as this adventure was to a man of prominent station before the world, and electrical as the turning point of a destiny that he was given to weigh deliberately and far-sightedly, Diana's image strung him to the pitch of it. He looked nowhere but ahead, like an archer putting hand for his arrow. Presently he compared his watch and the terminus clock. She should now be arriving. He went out to meet her and do service. Many cabs and carriages were peered into, couples inspected, ladies and their maids, wives and their husbands, an august exodus to the continent. Nowhere the starry she. But he had a fund of patience. She was now in some block of the streets. He was sure of her courage. Tony and recreancy could not go together. Now that he called her Tony, she was his close comrade, known. The name was a caress and a promise, breathing of her as the rose of sweetest earth. He counted it to be a month ere his family would have wind of the altered position of his affairs, possibly a year to the day of his making the dear woman his own in the eyes of the world. She was dear past computation, womanly, yet quite unlike the womanish woman, unlike the semi-males courteously called dashing, unlike the sentimental. His present passion for her lineaments declared her surpassingly beautiful, though his critical taste was rather for the white statue that gave no warmth. She had brains and ardour, she had grace and sweetness, a playful petulancy enlivening our atmosphere, and withal a refinement, a distinction not to be classed. And justly might she dislike the being classed. Her humour was a perennial refreshment, a running well that caught all the colours of light. Her wit studded the heavens of the recollection of her. In his heart he felt that it was a stepping down for the brilliant woman to give him her hand, a condescension and an act of valour. She who always led or prompted when they conversed, had now in her generosity abandoned the lead and herself to him, and she deserved his utmost honouring. But where was she? He looked at his watch, looked at the clock. They said the same, 10 minutes to the moment of the train's departure. A man may still afford to dwell on the charms and merits of his heart's mistress when he has 10 minutes to spare. The dropping minutes, however, detract one by one from her individuality and threaten to sink her in her sex entirely. It is the inexorable clock that says she is as other women. Dacier began to chafe. He was unaccustomed to the part he was performing. And if she failed him? She would not. She would be late, though. No, she was in time. His long legs crossed the platform to overtake a tall lady veiled and dressed in black. He lifted his hat, he heard an alarmed little cry, and retired. The clock said 5 minutes. A secret chiromancy, in addition, indicating on its face the word fool. An odd word to be cast at him. It rocked the icy pillar of pride in the background of his nature. Certainly standing solos at the hour of 8 p.m., he would stand for a fool. Hitherto he had never allowed a woman to chance to posture him in that character. He strode out, returned, scanned every lady's shape, and for a distraction watched the veiled lady whom he had accosted. Her figure suggested pleasant features. Either she was disappointed or she was an adept. At the shutting of the gates she glided through, not without a fearful look around and at him. She disappeared. Dacier shrugged. His novel assimilation to the rat-rabble of the amatory intriguers tapped him on the shoulder unpleasantly. A luckless member of the fraternity, too. The bell, the clock, and the train gave him his title. And I was ready to fling down everything for the woman. The trial of a superb London gentleman's resources in the love-passion could not have been much keener. No sign of her. He who stands ready to defy the world and is baffled by the absence of his fair assistant is the fool doubled, so completely the fool that he heads the universal shout. He does not spare himself. The sole consolation he has is to revile the sex. Women, women, whom have they not made a fool of? His uncle as much as any, and professing to know them. Him also, the man proud of escaping their wiles. For this woman, he went on saying after he had lost sight of her in her sex's trickeries. The nearest he could get to her was to conceive that the errant coquette was now laughing at her utter subjugation and befooling of the man popularly supposed invincible. If it were known of him, the idea of his being a puppet fixed for derision was madly distempering. He had only to ask the affirmative of Constance Asper to-morrow. A vision of his determination to do it somewhat comforted him. Dacier walked up and down the platform, passing his pile of luggage, solitary and eloquent on the barrow. Never in his life having been made to look a fool, he felt the red heat of the thing, as a man who has not blessedly become acquainted with the swish in boyhood finds his untempered blood turn to poison at a blow. He cannot healthily take a licking. But then it had been so splendid an insanity when he urged Diana to fly with him. Anyone but a woman would have appreciated the sacrifice. His luggage had to be removed. He dropped his porter a lordly fee and drove home. From that astonished solitude he strolled to his club. Curiosity mastering the wrath it was mixed with, he left his club and crossed the park southward in the direction of Diana's house, abusing her for her inveterate attachment to the regions of Westminster. There she used to receive Lord Dannisburgh, innocently, no doubt assuredly, quite innocently, and her husband had quitted the district. Still it was rather childish for a woman to be always haunting the seats of Parliament. Her disposition to imagine that she was able to inspire statesmen came in for a share of ridicule, for when we know ourselves to be ridiculous, a retort in kind, unjust upon consideration, is balm. The woman dragged him down to the level of common men, that was the peculiar injury, and it swept her undistinguished into the stream of women. In appearance, as he had proved to the fellows at his club, he was perfectly self-possessed, mentally distracted and bitter, hating himself for it, snapping at the cause of it. She had not merely disappointed, she had slashed his high conceit of himself, curbed him at the first animal dash forward, and he champed the bit with the fury of a thwarted racer. Twice he passed her house. Of course no light was shown at her windows. They were scanned malignly. He held it due to her to call and inquire whether there was any truth in the report of Mrs. Warwick's illness. Mrs. Warwick! She meant to keep the name. A maidservant came to the door with a candle in her hand, revealing red eyelids. She was not aware that her mistress was unwell. Her mistress had left home some time after 6 o'clock with a gentleman. She was unable to tell him the gentleman's name. William, the footman, had opened the door to him. Her mistress's maid, Mrs. Danvers, had gone to the play with William. She thought that Mrs. Danvers might know who the gentleman was. The girl's eyelids blinked, and she turned aside. Dacier consoled her with a piece of gold, saying he would come and see Mrs. Danvers in the morning. His wrath was partially quieted by the new speculations offered up to it. He could not conjure a suspicion of treachery in Diana Warwick, and a treachery so foully cynical. She had gone with a gentleman. He guessed on all sides, he struck at walls as in complete obscurity. The mystery of her conduct troubling his wits for the many hours was explained by Danvers. With a sympathy that she was at pains to show, she informed him that her mistress was not at all unwell, and related of how Mr. Redworth had arrived just when her mistress was on the point of starting for Paris and the Continent, because poor Lady Dunstane was this very day to undergo an operation under the surgeons at Copsley, and she did not wish for her mistress to be present, but Mr. Redworth thought her mistress ought to be there, and he had gone down thinking she was there, and then came back in hot haste to fetch her, and was just in time, as it happened, by 2 or 3 minutes. Dacier rewarded the sympathetic woman for her intelligence, which appeared to him to have shot so far as to require a bribe. Gratitude to the person soothing his unwontedly ruffled temper was the cause of the indiscretion in the amount he gave. It appeared to him that he ought to proceed to Copsley for tidings of Lady Dunstane. Thither he sped by the handy railway and a timely train. He reached the park gates at 3 in the afternoon, telling his flyman to wait. As he advanced by short cuts over the grass, he studied the look of the rows of windows. She was within, and strangely to his clouded senses, she was no longer Tony, no longer the deceptive woman he could in justice abuse. He and she, so close to union, were divided. A hand resembling the palpable interposition of fate had swept them asunder. Having the poorest right, not any, to reproach her, he was disarmed. He felt himself a miserable intruder. He summoned his passion to excuse him, and gained some unsatisfied repose of mind by contemplating its devoted sincerity, which roused an effort to feel for the sufferer, Diana Warwick's friend. With the pair of surgeons named, the most eminent of their day, in attendance, the case must be serious. To vindicate the breaker of her pledge, his present plight likewise assured him of that. And nearing the house, he adopted instinctively the funereal step and mood, just sensible of a novel smallness. For the fortifying testimony of his passion had to be put aside. He was obliged to disavow it for a simpler motive if he applied at the door. He stressed the motive, produced the sentiment, and passed thus naturally into hypocrisy, as lovers precipitated by their blood among the crises of human conditions are often forced to do. He had come to inquire after Lady Dunstane. He remembered that it had struck him as a duty, on hearing of her dangerous illness. The door opened before he touched the bell. Sir Lucan knocked against him and stared. "Ah! Who? You?" he said, and took him by the arm and pressed him on along the gravel. "Dacier, are you? Redworth's in there. Come on a step, come. It's the time for us to pray. Good God, there's mercy for sinners, if ever there was a man. But, oh, good God, she's in their hands this minute. My saint is under the knife." Dacier was hurried forward by a powerful hand. They say it lasts about 5 minutes, 4.5 or more. My God! When they turned me out of her room, she smiled to keep me calm. She said, "Dear husband," the veriest wretch and brutalest husband ever, poor woman. And a saint on earth. Emmy! Tears burst from him. He pulled forth his watch and asked Dacier for the time. "A minute's gone in a minute. It's 3 minutes and a half. Come faster. They're at their work. It's life or death. I've had death about me. But for a woman, and your wife, and that brave soul, she bears it so. Women are the bravest creatures afloat. If they make her shriek, it'll only be if she thinks I'm out of hearing. No, I see her. She bears it. They mayn't have begun yet. It may all be over. Come into the wood. I must pray. I must go on my knees." 2 or 3 steps in the wood, at the mossed roots of a beech, he fell kneeling, muttering, exclaiming. The tempest of penitence closed with a blind look at his watch, which he left dangling. He had to talk to drug his thoughts. "And mind you," said he, when he had rejoined Dacier and was pushing his arm again, rounding beneath the trees to a view of the house, "for a man steeped in damnable iniquity. She bears it all for me, because I begged her, for the chance of her living. It's my doing, this knife. Macpherson swears there is a chance. Thompson backs him. But they're at her, cutting. The pain must be awful, the mere pain. The gentlest creature ever drew breath. And woman fear blood, and her own, and a head. She ought to have married the best man alive, not a... I can't remember her once complaining of me, not once. A common donkey compared to her. All I can do is to pray. And she knows the beast I am, and has forgiven me. There isn't a blessed text of Scripture that doesn't cry out in praise of her. And they cut and hack." He dropped his head. The vehement big man heaved, shuddering. His lips worked fast. "She is not alone with them, unsupported?" said Dacier. Sir Lucan moaned for relief. He caught his watch swinging and stared at it. "What a good fellow you were to come. Now's the time to know your friends. There's Diana Warwick, true as steel. Redworth came on her tiptoe for the Continent. He had only to mention. Emmy wanted to spare her. She would not have sent, wanted to spare her the sight. I offered to stand by. Chased me out. Diana Warwick's there. Worth 50 of me. Dacier, I've had my sword blade tried by Indian horsemen, and I know what true as steel means. She's there, and I know she shrinks from the sight of blood. My oath on it, she won't quiver a muscle. Next to my wife, you may take my word for it, Dacier, Diana Warwick is the pick of living women. I could prove it. They go together. I could prove it over and over. She's the loyalest woman anywhere. Her one error was that marriage of hers, and how she ever pitched herself into it none of us can guess." After a while he said, "Look at your watch." "Nearly 20 minutes gone." "Are they afraid to send out word? It's that window." He covered his eyes and muttered, sighed. He became abruptly composed in appearance. "The worst of a black sheep like me is, I'm such an infernal sinner that Providence—" But both surgeons gave me their word of honour that there was a chance. A chance. But it's the end of me if Emmy— Good God, no! The knife's enough. Don't let her be killed. It would be murder. Here I am talking. I ought to be praying. I should have sent for the parson to help me. I can't get the proper words. Bellow like a rascal trooper strung up for the cat. It must be 25 minutes now. Who's alive now?" Dacier thought of the Persian queen crying for news of the slaughtered, with her mind on her lord and husband. Who is not dead? Diana exalted poets, and here was an example of the truth of one to nature, and of the poor husband's depth of feeling. They said not the same thing, but it was the same cry de profundis. He saw Redworth coming at a quick pace. Redworth raised his hand. Sir Lucan stopped. "He's waving." "It's good," said Dacier. "Speak. Are you sure?" "I judge by the look." Redworth stepped unfalteringly. "It's over, all well," he said. He brushed his forehead, and looked sharply cheerful. "My dear fellow! My dear fellow!" Sir Lucan grasped his hand. "It's more than I deserve. Over? She has borne it? She would have gone to heaven and left me. Is she safe?" "Doing well." "Have you seen the surgeons? Mrs. Warwick?" "What did she say?" A nod of the head. "You saw her?" "She came to the stairs." "Diana Warwick never lies. She wouldn't lie, not with a nod. They've saved Emmy, do you think?" "It looks well." "My girl has passed the worst of it?" "That's over." Sir Lucan gazed glassily. The necessity of his agony was to lean to the belief, at a beckoning, that Providence pardoned him, in tenderness for what would have been his loss. He realized it, and experienced a sudden calm, testifying to the positive pardon. "Now look here, you two fellows, listen half a moment," he addressed Redworth and Dacier. "I've been the biggest scoundrel of a husband unhung, and married to a saint, and if she's only saved to me, I'll swear to serve her faithfully, or may a thunderbolt knock me to perdition. And thank God for his justice. Prayers are answered, mind you, though a fellow may be black as a sheep. Take a warning from me, I've had my lesson." Dacier soon after talked of going. The hope of seeing Diana had abandoned him, the desire was almost extinct. Sir Lucan could not let him go. He yearned to preach to him or anyone from his personal text of the sinner honourably remorseful on account of and notwithstanding the forgiveness of Providence, and he implored Dacier and Redworth by turns to be careful when they married of how they behaved to the sainted women their wives, never to lend ear to the devil, nor to believe, as he had done, that there is no such thing as a devil, for he had been the victim of him, and he knew. The devil, he loudly proclaimed, has a multiplicity of lures, and none more deadly than when he baits with a petticoat. He had been hooked, and had found the devil in person. He begged them urgently to keep his example in memory. By following this and that wildfire he had stuck himself in a bog, a common result with those who would not see the devil at work upon them, and it required his dear suffering saint to be at death's doors, cut to pieces and gasping, to open his eyes. But thank heaven they were opened at last. Now he saw the beast he was, a filthy beast, unworthy of tying his wife's shoestring. No confessions could expose to them the beast he was, but let them not fancy there was no such thing as an active devil about the world. Redworth divined that the simply sensational man abased himself before Providence and heaped his gratitude on the awful power in order to render it difficult for the promise of the safety of his wife to be withdrawn. He said, "There is good hope," and drew an admonition upon himself. "Ah, my dear good Redworth," Sir Lucan sighed from his elevation of outspoken penitence, "you will see as I do some day. It is the devil, think as you like of it. When you have pulled down all the institutions of the country, what do you expect but ruins? That radicalism of yours has its day. You have to go through a wrestle like mine to understand it. You say the day is fine, let's have our game. Old England pays for it. Then you'll find how you love the old land of your birth, the noblest ever called a nation, with your corn law repeals. Eh, Dacier? You'll own it was the devil tempted you. I hear you apologizing. Pray God it mayn't be too late." He looked up at the windows. She may be sinking. "Have no fears," Redworth said. "Mrs. Warwick would send for you." "She would. Diana Warwick would be sure to send. Next to my wife, Diana Warwick's... She'd send, never fear. I dread that room. I'd rather go through a regiment of sabres, though it's over now. And Diana Warwick stood it. The worst is over, you told me. By heaven, women are wonderful creatures. But she hasn't a peer for courage. I could trust her. Most extraordinary thing, that marriage of hers. Not a soul has ever been able to explain it. Trust her to the death." Redworth left them, and Sir Lukin ejaculated on the merits of Diana Warwick to Dacier. He laughed scornfully. "And that's the woman the world attacks for want of virtue. Why, a fellow hasn't a chance with her, not a chance. She comes out in blazing armour if you unmask a battery. I don't know how it might be if she were in love with a fellow. I doubt her thinking men worth the trouble. I never met the man, but if she were to take fire, Troy'd be nothing to it. I wonder whether we might go in. I dread the house." Dacier spoke of departing. "No, no, wait," Sir Lukin begged him. "I was talking about women. They are the devil, or he makes most use of them, and you must learn to see the cloven foot under their petticoats, if you're to escape them. There's no protection in being in love with your wife. I married for love. I am, always have been, in love with her, and I went to the deuce. The music struck up, and away I waltzed. A woman like Diana Warwick might keep a fellow straight, because she's all round you. She's man and woman in brains, and legged like a deer, and breasted like a swan, and a regular sheaf of arrows in her eyes. Dark woman, ah! But she has a contempt for us, you know. That's the secret of her. Redworth's at the door. Bad? Is it bad? I never was particularly fond of that house. Hated it. I love it now for Emmy's sake. I couldn't live in another, though I should be haunted. Rather her ghost than nothing, though I'm an infernal coward about the next world. But if you're right with religion, you needn't fear. What I can't comprehend in Redworth is his radicalism, and getting richer and richer." "It's not a vow of poverty," said Dacier. "He'll find they don't coalesce, or his children will, once the masses are uppermost. It's a bad day, Dacier, when we've no more gentlemen in the land. Emmy backs him, so I hold my tongue. Tomorrow is a Sunday. I wish you were staying here. I'd take you to church with me. We shirk it when we haven't a care. It couldn't do you harm. I've heard capital sermons. I've always had the good habit of going to church, Dacier. Now's the time for remembering them. Ah, my dear fellow, I'm not a parson. It would have been better for me if I had been." "And for you too," his look added plainly. He longed to preach. He was impelled to chatter. Redworth reported the patient perfectly quiet, breathing calmly. "Laudanum?" asked Sir Lukin. "Now there's a poison we've got to bless, and we set up in our wisdom for knowing what is good for us." He had talked his hearers into a stupefied assent to anything he uttered. "Mrs. Warwick would like to see you in 2 or 3 minutes. She will come down," Redworth said to Dacier. "That looks well, eh? That looks bravely," Sir Lukin cried. "Diana Warwick wouldn't leave the room without a certainty. I dread the look of those men. I shall have to shake their hands. And so I do, with all my heart, but God bless them. But we must go in, if she's coming down." They entered the house and sat in the drawing-room, where Sir Lukin took up from the table one of his wife's Latin books, a Perseus, bearing her marginal notes. He dropped his head on it with sobs. The voice of Diana recalled him to the present. She counselled him to control himself. In that case he might for one moment go to the chamber door and assure himself by the silence that his wife was resting. She brought permission from the surgeons and doctor on his promise to be still. Redworth supported Sir Lukin tottering out. Dacier had risen. He was petrified by Diana's face, and thought of her as whirled from him in a storm, bearing the marks of it. Her under lip hung for short breaths, the big drops of her recent anguish still gathered on her brows, her eyes were tearless, lustreless. She looked ancient in youth and distant by a century, like a tall woman of the vaults, issuing white-ringed, not of our light. She shut her mouth for strength to speak to him. He said, "You are not ill? You are strong?" "I? Oh, strong. I will sit. I cannot be absent longer than 2 minutes. The trial of her strength is to come. If it were courage, we might be sure. The day is fine?" "A perfect August day." I held her through it. I am thankful to heaven it was no other hand than mine. She wished to spare me. She was glad of her Tony when the time came. I thought I was a coward. I could have changed with her to save her. I am a strong woman, fit to submit to that work. I should not have borne it as she did. She expected to sink under it. All her dispositions were made for death bequests to servants and to friends, every secret liking they had thought of. Diana clenched her hands. "I hope," Dacier said. "You shall hear regularly. Call at Sir William's house to-morrow. He sleeps here to-night. The suspense must last for days. It is a question of vital power to bear the shock. She has a mind so like a flying spirit that just before the moment she made Mr. Lanyon Thompson smile by quoting some saying of her Tony's. "Try by and by to recollect it," said Dacier. "And you were with that poor man. How did he pass the terrible time? I pitied him." "He suffered. He prayed." "It was the best he could do. Mr. Redworth was, as he always is at the trial, a pillar. Happy the friend who knows him for one. He never thinks of himself in a crisis. He is sheer strength to comfort and aid. They will drive you to the station with Mr. Thompson. He returns to relieve Sir William to-morrow. I have learnt to admire the men of the knife. No profession equals theirs in self-command and beneficence. Dr. Bridgenorth is permanent here." "I have a fly, and go back immediately," said Dacier. "She shall hear of your coming. Adieu." Diana gave him her hand. It was gently pressed. A wonderment at the utter change of circumstances took Dacier passingly at the sight of her vanishing figure. He left the house, feeling he dared have no personal wishes. It had ceased to be the lover's hypocrisy with him. The crisis of mortal peril in that house enveloped its inmates, and so wrought in him as to enshroud the stripped outcrying husband, of whom he had no clear recollection, save of the man's agony. The two women, striving against death, devoted in friendship, were the sole living images he brought away. They were a new vision of the world and our life. He hoped with Diana, bled with her. She rose above him high, beyond his transient human claims. He envied Redworth the common friendly right to be near her. In reflection, long after, her simplicity of speech, washed pure of the blood emotions, for token of her great nature, during those 2 minutes of their sitting together, was dearer, sweeter to the lover than if she had shown by touch or word that a faint allusion to their severance was in her mind. And this despite a certain vacancy it created. He received formal information of Lady Dunstane's progress to convalescence. By degrees, the simply official tone of Diana's letters combined with the ceasing of them, and the absence of her personal charm, to make a gentleman not remarkable for violence in the passion so calmly reasonable as to think the dangerous presence best avoided for a time. Subject to fits of the passion he certainly was, but his position in the world was a counselling spouse, jealous of his good name. He did not regret his proposal to take the leap. He would not have regretted it if taken. On the safe side of the abyss, however, it wore a gruesome look to cool his blood. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Wade, Cambridge, United Kingdom. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 27. Contains matter for subsequent explosion. Among the various letters inundating Sir Lukin Dunstan upon the report of the triumph of surgical skill achieved by Sir William Macpherson and Mr. Lanyon Thompson, was one from Lady Wathin, dated Adlands, an estate of Mr. Quintin Manx's in Warwickshire, petitioning for the shortest line of reassurance as to the condition of her dear cousin, and an intimation of the period when it might be deemed possible for a relative to call and offer her sincere congratulations, a letter deserving a personal reply, one would suppose. She received the following, in a succinct female hand corresponding to its terseness, every T righteously crossed, every I punctiliously dotted, as she remarked to Constance Asper, to whom the communication was transferred for perusal. Dear Lady Wathin, Lady Dunstan is gaining strength. The measure of her pulse indicates favourably. She shall be informed in good time of your solicitude for her recovery. The day cannot yet be named for visits of any kind. You will receive information as soon as the house is open. I have undertaken the task of correspondence, and beg you to believe me. Very truly yours, D. A. Warwick. Miss Asper speculated on the handwriting of her rival. She obtained permission to keep the letter with the intention of transmitting it per post to an advertising interpreter of character in calligraphy. Such was the character of the fair young heiress, exhibited by her performances much more patently than the run of a quill would reveal it. She said, "It is rather a pretty hand, I think." "Mrs. Warwick is a practised writer," said Lady Wathin. "Writing is her profession, if she has any. She goes to nurse my cousin. Her husband says she is an excellent nurse. He says what he can for her. But you must be in the last extremity, or she is ice." His appeal to her has been totally disregarded. Until he drops down in the street, as his doctor expects him to do some day, she will continue her course, and even then, an adventuress desiring her freedom. Lady Wathin looked. She was too devout a woman to say what she thought, but she knew the world to be very wicked. Of Mrs. Warwick her opinion was formed. She would not have charged the individual creature with a criminal design. All she did was to stuff the person her virtue abhorred with wickedness of the world, and that is a common process in antipathy. She sympathized, moreover, with the beautiful devotedness of the wealthy heiress to her ideal of man. It had led her to make the acquaintance of old Lady Dacier at the house in town, where Constance Asper had first met Percy. Mrs. Grafton Winstanley's house, representing neutral territory or debatable land for the occasional intercourse of the upper class and the climbing in the professions or in commerce. Mrs. Grafton Winstanley, being on the edge of aristocracy by birth, her husband, like Mr. Quintin Manx, a lord of Fleets. Old Lady Dacier's bluntness in speaking of her grandson would have shocked Lady Wathin as much as it astonished, had she been less of an ardent absorber of aristocratic manners. Percy was plainly called a donkey, for hanging off and on with a handsome girl of such expectations as Miss Asper. But what you can't do with a horse you can't hope to do with a donkey, she added, that she had come for the purpose of seeing the heiress, of whose points of persons she delivered a judgment, critically appreciative as a horse fancier's on the racing turf. If a girl like that holds to it, she's pretty sure to get him at last. It's no use to pull his neck down to the water. Lady Wathin delicately alluded to rumours of an entanglement, an admiration he had. A married woman, the veteran nodded. I thought that was off. She must be a clever intriguer to keep him so long. She is undoubtedly clever, said Lady Wathin, and it was mumbled in her hearing, the woman seems to have a taste for our family. They agreed that they could see nothing to be done. The young lady must wither, Mrs. Warwick have her day. The veteran confided her experienced why to Lady Wathin. All the tales you tell of a woman of that sort are sharp sauce to the palates of men. They might be to the men of the dreadful gilded idle class. Mrs. Warwick's day appeared indefinitely prolonged, judging by Percy Dacier's behaviour to Miss Asper. Lady Wathin watched them narrowly when she had the chance, a little ashamed of her sex, or indignant rather at his display of courtliness in exchange for her open betrayal of her preference. It was almost to be wished that she would punish him by sacrificing herself to one of her many brilliant proposals of marriage. But such are women. Precisely because of his holding back, he tightened the cord attaching him to her tenacious heart. This was the truth. For the rest, he was gracefully courteous. An observer could perceive the charm he exercised. He talked with a ready affability, latterly with greater social ease, evidently not acting the indifferent conqueror, or so consummately acting it as to mask the air. And yet he was ambitious, and he was not rich. Notoriously was he ambitious, and with wealth to back him, a great entertaining house, troops of adherents, he would gather influence, be propelled to leadership. The vexation of a constant itch to speak to him on the subject, and the recognition that he knew it all as well as she, tormented Lady Wathin. He gave her comforting news of her dear cousin in the winter. "You have heard from Mrs. Warwick," she said. He replied, "I had the latest from Mr. Redworth. Mrs. Warwick has relinquished her post? When she does, you may be sure that Lady Dunstan is perfectly re-established. She is an excellent nurse, the best, I believe. It is a good quality in sickness, proof of good all through. Her husband might have the advantage of it. His state is really pathetic. If she has feeling, and could only be made aware, she might perhaps be persuaded to pass from the friendly to the wifely duty." Mr. Dacier bent his head to listen, and he bowed. He was fast in the toils, and though we have assurance that evil cannot triumph in perpetuity, the aspect of it throning provokes a kind of despair. How strange if ultimately the lawyers, once busy about the uncle, were to take up the case of the nephew, and this time reverse the issue by proving it. For poor Mr. Warwick was emphatic on the question of his honour. It excited him dangerously. He was long-suffering, but with the slightest clue terrible. The unknotting of the entanglement might thus happen, and Constance Asper would welcome her hero still. Meanwhile there was actually nothing to be done. A deplorable absence of motive villainy, apparently an absence of the beneficent power directing events to their proper termination. Lady Wathin heard of her cousins having been removed to Cowes in May, for light Solent and Channel voyages on board Lord Escart's yacht. She heard also of heavy failures and convulsions in the City of London, quite unconscious that the fates, or agents of the Providence she invoked to precipitate the catastrophe, were then beginning cavernously their performance of the part of villain in Diana's history. Diana and Emma enjoyed happy quiet sailings under May breezes on the many-coloured southwestern waters, heart in heart again, the physical weakness of the one, the moral weakness of the other, creating that mutual dependency which makes friendship a pulsating tie. Diana's confession had come of her letter to Emma. When the latter was able to examine her correspondence, Diana brought her the heap for perusal, her own sealed scribble throbbing with all the fatal might have been under her eyes. She could have concealed and destroyed it. She sat beside her friend, awaiting her turn, hearing her say at the superscription, "You're writing, Tony?" And she nodded. She was asked, "Shall I read it?" She answered, "Read." They were soon locked in an embrace. Emma had no perception of coldness through those brief dry lines. Her thought was of the matter. "The danger is over now," she said. "Yes, that danger is over now." "You have weathered it?" "I love him." Emma dropped a heavy sigh in pity of her remotely in compassion for Redworth, the loving and unbeloved. She was too humane and wise of our nature to chide her Tony for having her sex's heart. She had charity to bestow on women, in defence of them against men and the world. It was a charity armed with the weapons of battle. The wife, madly stripped before the world by a jealous husband and left chained to the rock, her youth wasting, her blood arrested, her sensibilities chilled and assailing her under their multitudinous disguises, and for whom the world is merciless, called forth Emma's tenderest commiseration. And that wife being Tony, and stricken with the curse of love, in other circumstances the blessing, Emma bled for her. "But nothing desperate," she said. "No, you have saved me. I would knock at death's doors again, and pass them, to be sure of that. Kiss me, you may be sure. I would not put my lips to your cheek if there were danger of my faltering." "But you love him?" "I do, and because I love him, I will not let him be fettered to me. You will see him. Do not imagine that his persuasions undermine your Tony. I am subject to panics." "Was it your husband?" "I had a visit from Lady Wathin. She knows him. She came as peacemaker. She managed to hint at his authority. Then came a letter from him, of supplication, interpenetrated with the hint, a suffused atmosphere. Upon that, unexpected by me, my, let me call him, so once forgive me, lover came. Oh, he loves me, or did then. Percy. He had been told that I should be claimed. I felt myself the creature I am, a wreck of marriage. But I fancied I could serve him. I saw golden. My vanity was the chief traitor. Cowardice, of course, played a part. In few things that we do where self is concerned will cowardice not be found, and the hallucination colours it to seem a lovely heroism. That was the second time Mr. Redworth arrived. I am always at Crossways, and he rescues me, on this occasion unknowingly. "There's a divinity," said Emma. "When I think of it, I perceive that Patience is our beneficent fairy godmother, who brings us our harvest in the long result." "My dear, does she bring us our labourers, rations to sustain us for the day?" said Diana. "Poor fare, but enough. I fear I was born godmotherless. You have stores of patience, Tony, only now and then fits of desperation. My nature's frailty, the gap in it, we will give it no fine names, they cover our pitfalls. I am open to be carried on a tide of unreasonableness when the coward cries out. But I can say, dear, that after one rescue a similar temptation is unlikely to master me. I do not subscribe to the world's decrees for love of the monster, though I am beginning to understand the dues of allegiance. We have ceased to write letters. You may have faith in me." "I have with my whole soul," said Emma. So the confession closed, and in the present instance there were not any forgotten chambers to be unlocked and ransacked for the addenda confessions. The subjects discoursed of by the two endeared the hours to them. They were aware that the English of the period would have laughed a couple of women to scorn for venturing on them, and they were not a little hostile in consequence, and shot their epigrams profusely, applauding the keener that appeared to score the giant bulk of their intolerant enemy, who holds the day, but not the morrow. Us too he holds for the day, to punish us if we have temporal cravings. He scatters his gifts to the abject, tossing to us rebels bare dog-biscuit. But the life of the spirit is beyond his region. We have our morrow in his day when we crave naught of him. Diana and Emma delighted to discover that they were each the rebel of their earlier and less experienced years, each a member of the malcontent minor faction, the salt of the earth, to whom their salt must serve for nourishment, as they admitted, relishing it determinedly, not without gratification. Sir Lukin was busy upon his estate in Scotland. They summoned young Arthur Rhodes to the island, that he might have a taste of the new scenes. Diana was always wishing for his instruction and refreshment, and Redworth came to spend a Saturday and Sunday with them, and showed his disgust of the idle boy as usual, at the same time consulting them on the topic of furniture for the Berkshire mansion he had recently bought, rather vaunting the Spanish pictures his commissioner in Madrid was transmitting. The pair of rebels, vexed by his treatment of the respectful junior, took him for an incarnation of their enemy, and pecked and worried the man astonishingly. He submitted to it like the placable giant. Yes, he was a liberal, and furnishing and decorating the house in the stability of which he trusted. Why not? We must accept the world as it is, try to improve it by degrees. Not so. Humanity will not wait for you. The victims are shrieking beneath the bricks of your enormous edifice, behind the canvas of your pictures. But you may really say that luxurious yachting is an odd kind of insurgency, avowed Diana. It's the tangle we are in. It's the coat we have to wear, and why fret at it for being comfortable? I don't half enough. when I think of my shivering neighbours. Money is, of course, a rough test of virtue, said Redworth. We have no other general test. Money. The ladies proclaimed it a mere material test. Diana, gazing on sunny sea with an especial disdain. And name us your sort of virtue. There is more virtue in poverty. He denied that. Inflexibly British, he declared money and also the art of getting money to be hereditary virtues, deserving of their reward. The reward a superior wealth and its fruits? Yes, the power to enjoy and spread enjoyment, and let idleness envy both. He abused idleness, and by implication the dilettante insurgency fostering it. However, he was compensatingly heterodox in his view of the law's persecution of women. Their pertinacious harpings on the theme had brought him to that, and in consideration of the fact, as they looked from yacht to shore, of their being rebels participating largely in the pleasures of the tyrant's court, they allowed him to silence them, and forgave him. Thoughts upon money and idleness were in confusion with Diana. She had a household to support in London, and she was not working. She could not touch the cantatrice while Emma was near. Possibly, she again ejaculated, the Redworths of the world were right. The fruitful labours were with the mattock and hoe, or the mind directing them. It was a crushing invasion of materialism, so she proposed a sail to the coast of France, and thither they flew, touching Cherbourg, Alderney, Sark, Guernsey, and sighting the Low Brittany rocks. Memorable days to Arthur Rhodes. He saw perpetually the one golden centre in new scenes. He heard her voice, he treasured her sayings, her gestures, her play of lip and eyelid, her lift of head. Lightest movements were imprinted on him, surely as the heavens are mirrored in the quiet seas, firmly and richly as earth answers to the sprinkled grain. For he was blissfully athirst, untroubled by a hope. She gave him more than she knew of, a present that kept its beating heart into the future, a height of sky, a belief in nobility, permanent through manhood down to age. She was his foam-born goddess of those leaping waters, differently hued, crescented, a different influence. He had a happy week, and it charmed Diana to hear him tell her so. In spite of Redworth, she had faith in the fruit-bearing powers of a time of simple happiness, and shared the youths in reflecting it. Only the happiness must be simple, that of the glass to the lovely face, no straining of arms to retain, no heaving of the bosom in vacancy. His poverty and capacity for pure enjoyment led her to think of him almost clingingly when hard news reached her from the quaint old city of London, which despises poverty and authorcraft and all mean adventurers, and bows to the lordly merchant, the mighty financier, Redworth's incarnation of the virtues. Happy days on board the yacht Clarissa. Diana had to recall them with effort. They who sow their money for a promising high percentage have built their habitations on the sides of the most eruptive mountain in Europe. Etna supplies more certain harvests, wrecks fewer vineyards, and peaceful dwellings. The greed of gain is our volcano. Her wonder leapt up at the slight inducement she had received to embark her money in this company, a South American mine, collapsed almost within hearing of the trumpets of prospectus after 2 punctual payments of the half-yearly interest. And Mrs. Ferdinand Sherson, an elder sister of the pretty Mrs. Friar Gunnet, had talked to her of the cost of things one afternoon at Lady Singleby's garden party, and spoken of the city as the place to help to swell an income, if only you have acquaintance with some of the chief city men. The great mine was named, and the rush for allotments. She knew a couple of the directors. They vowed to her that 10% was a trifle. The fortune to be expected out of the mine was already clearly estimable at 40s and 50s. For their part, they anticipated cent per cent. Mrs. Sherson said she wanted money, and had therefore invested in the mine. It seemed so consequent, the cost of things being enormous. She and her sister, Mrs. Friar Gunnet, owned husbands who did their bidding, because of their having the brains, it might be understood. Thus £5,000 invested would speedily bring £5,000 per annum. Diana had often dreamed of the City of London as the seat of magic, and taking the city's contempt for authorcraft and the intangible as from its point of view justly founded, she had mixed her dream strangely with an ancient notion of the city's probity. Her broker's shaking head did not damp her ardour for shares to the full amount of her ability to purchase. She remembered her satisfaction at the allotment. The golden castle shot up from this fountain mine. She had a frenzy for mines, and fished in some English with smaller sums. "I am now a miner," she had exclaimed, between dismay at her audacity and the pride of it. Why had she not consulted Redworth? He would peremptorily have stopped the frenzy in its first intoxicating effervescence. She, like Mrs. Cherson, and like all women who have plunged upon the cost of things, wanted money. She naturally went to the mine. Address him for counsel in the person of dupe she could not. Shame was a barrier. Could she tell him that the prattle of a woman spendthrift, as Mrs. Cherson, had induced her to risk her money? Latterly the reports of Mrs. Friar Gunnet were not of the flavour to make association of their names agreeable to his hearing. She had to sit down in the buzz of her self-reproaches and amazement at the behaviour of that reputable city, shrug, and recommence the labour of her pen. Material misfortune had this one advantage: it kept her from speculative thoughts of her lover and the meaning of his absence and silence. Diana's perusal of the incomplete Cantatrice was done with the cold, critical eye interpreting for the public. She was forced to write on, nevertheless, and exactly in the ruts of the foregoing matter. It propelled her. No longer perversely, of necessity she wrote her best, convinced that the work was doomed to unpopularity, resolved that it should be at least a victory in style. A fit of angry cynicism now and then set her composing phrases as baits for the critics to quote, condemnatory of the attractiveness of the work. Her mood was bad. In addition, she found Whitmonby cool. He complained of the coolness of her letter of adieu, complained of her leaving London so long. How could she expect to be his queen of the London salon if she lost touch of the topics? He made no other allusion. They were soon on amicable terms, at the expense of flattering arts that she had not hitherto practised. But Westlake revealed unimagined marvels of the odd corners of the masculine bosom. He was the man of her circle, the neatest in epigram, the widest of survey, an oriental traveller, distinguished writer, and if not personally bewitching, remarkably a gentleman of the world. He was wounded. He said as much. It came to this. Admitting that he had no claims, he declared it to be unbearable for him to see another preferrer. The happier was unmentioned, and Diana scraped his wound by rallying him. He repeated that he asked only to stand on equal terms with others. Her preference of one was past his tolerance. She told him that since leaving Lady Dunstan she had seen but Whitmonby, Wilmers, and him. He smiled sarcastically, saying that he had never had a letter from her, except the formal one of invitation. "Powers of Blarney, have you forsaken a daughter of Erin?" cried Diana. "Here is a friend who has a craving for you, and I talk sense to him. I have written to none of my set since I last left London." She pacified him by doses of cajolery new to her tongue. She liked him, abhorred the thought of losing any of her friends, so the cajoling sentences ran until Westlake betrayed an inflammable composition, and had to be put out and smoked sullenly. Her resources were tried in restoring him to reason. The months of absence from London appeared to have transformed her world. Tonans was moderate. The great editor rebuked her for her prolonged absence from London, not so much because it discrowned her as queen of the salon, but candidly for its rendering her service less to him. Everything she knew of men and affairs was to him stale. "How do you get to the secrets?" she asked. "By sticking to the centre of them," he said. "But how do you manage to be in advance and act the prophet?" "Because I will have them at any price, and that is known." She hinted at the peccant City Company. "I think I have checked the mining mania as I did the railway," said he, "and so far as it was a public service, there's no checking of maniacs." She took her whipping within and without. "On another occasion I shall apply to you, Mr. Tonans." "Ah, there was a time when you could have been a treasure to me," he rejoined, alluding of course to the Dannisburgh days. In dejection, as she mused on those days, and on her foolish ambition to have a London house where her light might burn, she advised herself, with Redworth's voice, to quit the house, arrest expenditure, and try for happiness by burning and shining in the spirit, devoting herself, as Arthur Rhodes did, purely to literature. It became almost a decision. Percy she had still neither written to nor heard from, and she dared not hope to meet him. She fancied a wish to have tidings of his marriage. It would be peace, if in desolation. Now that she had confessed and given her pledge to Emma, she had so far broken with him as to render the holding him chained a cruelty, and his reserve whispered of a rational acceptance of the end between them. She thanked him for it, an act whereby she was instantly melted to such softness that a dread of him haunted her. "Coward, take up your burden for armour," she called to her poor dungeon self, wailing to have common nourishment. She knew how prodigiously it waxed on crumbs, nay, on the imagination of small morsels. By way of chastising it, she reviewed her life, her behaviour to her husband, until she sank backwards to a depth deprived of air and light. That life with her husband was a dungeon to her nature, deeper than any imposed by present conditions. She was then a revolutionary to reach to the breath of day. She had now to be only not a coward, and could breathe as others did. Women who sapped the moral laws pull down the pillars of the temple on their sex, Emma had said. Diana perceived something of her personal debt to civilization. Her struggles passed into the doomed cantatrice, occupying days and nights under pressure for immediate payment. The silencing of friend Debit, ridiculously calling himself Credit, in contempt of sex and conduct on the ground that he was solely by virtue of being she. He had got a trick of singing operatic solos in the form and style of the delightful tenor Tellio, and they were touching in absurdity, most real in unreality, exquisitely trilled after Tellio's manner. The tradesmen all beseech ye, the landlord, cook, and maid, complete the cantatrice, that they might soon be paid. Provoked her to laughter in pathos. He approached, posturing himself operatically, with perpetual new verses, rhymes to Danvers, rhymes to Madame Sybil, the cook. Seeing Tellio at one of Henry Wilmer's private concerts, Diana's lips twitched to dimples at the likeness her familiar had assumed. She had to compose her countenance to talk to him, but the moment of song was the trial. Lady Singleby sat beside her and remarked, "You have always fun going on in you." She partook of the general impression that Diana Warwick was too humorous to nurse a downright passion. Before leaving, she engaged Diana to her annual garden party of the closing season, and there the meeting with Percy occurred, not unobserved. Had they been overheard, very little to implicate them would have been gathered. He walked in full view across the lawn to her, and they presented mask to mask. "The beauty of the day tempts you at last, Mrs. Warwick." "I have been finishing a piece of work." Lovely weather, beautiful dresses agreed. Diana wore a yellow robe with a black bonnet, and he commented on the becoming hues. For the first time he noticed her dress. Lovely women? Dacier hesitated. One he saw, but surely he must admire Mrs. Friar Gunnet. And who steps beside her, transparently fascinated, with visage at 3/4 to the rays within her bonnet? Can it be Sir Lukin Dunstan? And beholding none but his charmer. Dacier withdrew his eyes thoughtfully from the spectacle, and moved to woo Diana to a stroll. She could not restrain her feet. She was out of the ring of her courtiers for the moment. He had seized his opportunity. "It is nearly a year," he said. "I have been nursing nearly all the time, doing the work I do best." "Unaltered?" "A year must leave its marks." "Tony, you speak of a madwoman. A good 11 months dead. Let her rest. Those are the conditions." "Accepted, if I may see her." "Honestly accepted?" "Imposed fatally. I have to own, I have felt with you. You are the wiser. But admitting that, surely we can meet. May I see you?" "My house has not been shut." "I respected the house. I distrusted myself." "What restores your confidence?" "The strength I draw from you." One of the beauties at a garden party is lucky to get as many minutes as had passed in quietness. Diana was met and captured, but those last words of Percy's renewed her pride in him, by suddenly building a firm faith in herself. Noblest of lovers, she thought, and brooded on the little that had been spoken, the much conveyed, for a proof of perfect truthfulness. The world had watched them. It pronounced them discreet if culpable, probably cold to the passion both. Of Dacier's coldness it had no doubt, and Diana's was presumed from her comical flights of speech. She was given to him because of the known failure of her other adorers. He, in the front rank of politicians, attracted her with the lustre of his ambition. She him with her mingling of talent and beauty. An astute world, right in the main, owing to perceptions based on brute nature, utterly astray in particulars, for the reason that it takes no count of the soul of man or woman, hence its glee at a catastrophe, its poor stock of mercy, and when no catastrophe follows, the prophet, for the honour of the profession, must decry her as cunning beyond aught, yet revealed of a serpent sex. Save for a word or two, the watchman might have overheard and trumpeted his report of their interview at Diana's house. After the first pained breathing, when they found themselves alone in that room where they had plighted their fortunes, they talked elusively to define the terms imposed on them by reason. The thwarted step was unmentioned. It was a past madness. But wisdom being recognized, they could meet. It would be hard if that were denied. They talked very little of their position. Both understood the mutual acceptance of it, and now that he had seen her and was again under the spell, Dacier's rational mind, together with his delight in her presence, compelled him honourably to bow to the terms. Only, as these were severe upon lovers, the innocence of their meetings demanded indemnification in frequency. "Come whenever you think I can be useful," said Diana. They pressed hands at parting, firmly and briefly, not for the ordinary dactylology of lovers, but in sign of the treaty of amity. She soon learnt that she had tied herself to her costly household. End of chapter 27. Recording by Deborah Wade. Chapter 28 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Wade. Cambridge, United Kingdom. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 28. Dialogue round the subject of a portrait, with some indications of the task for Diana. An enamoured Egeria, who is not a princess in her worldly state, nor her goddess by origin, has to play one of those parts which strain the woman's faculties past naturalness. She must never expose her feelings to her lover. She must make her counsel weighty, otherwise she is little his nymph of the pure wells, and what she soon may be, the world will say. She has also, most imperatively, to dazzle him without the betrayal of artifice, where simple spontaneousness is beyond conjuring. But feelings that are constrained becloud the judgment. Besides, arresting the fine jet of delivery wherewith the mastered lover is taught through his ears to think himself prompted, and submit to be controlled by a creature superfeminine. She must make her counsel so weighty in poignant praises as to repress impulses that would rouse her own, and her betraying impulsiveness was a subject of reflection to Diana after she had given Percy Dacier, metaphorically, the key of her house. Only as true Egeria could she receive him. She was therefore grateful. She thanked and venerated this noblest of lovers for his not pressing to the word of love, and so strengthening her to point his mind, freshen his moral energies, and inspirit him. His chivalrous acceptance of the conditions of their renewed intimacy was a radiant knightliness to Diana, elevating her with a living image for worship. He so near once to being the absolute lord of her destinies. How to reward him was her sole dangerous thought. She prayed and strove that she might give him of her best to practically help him, and she had reason to suppose she could do it, from the visible effect of her phrases. He glistened in repeating them. He had fallen into the habit, before witnesses too, in the presence of Miss Paynham, who had taken earnestly to the art of painting, and obtained her dear Mrs. Warwick's promise of a few sittings for the sketch of a portrait near the close of the season. A very daring thing to attempt, Miss Paynham said, when he was comparing her first outlines and the beautiful breathing features. Even if one gets the face, the lips will seem speechless to those who know her. If they have no recollection, said Dacier, I mean, the endeavour should be to represent them at the moment of speaking. Put it into the eyes. He looked at the eyes. She looked at the mouth. But it is the mouth more than the eyes. He looked at the face. Where there is character, you have only to study it to be sure of a likeness. That is the task, with one who utters jewels, Mr. Dacier. Bright wit, I fear, is above the powers of your art. Still, I feel it could be done. See, now, that. Diana's lips had opened to say, Confess me a model. I am dissected while I sit for portrayal. I must be for a moment like the frog of the two countrymen who were disputing as to the manner of his death, when he stretched to yawn, upon which they agreed that he had defeated the truth for both of them. I am not quite inanimate. Irish countryman, said Dacier. The story adds that blows were arrested, so confer the nationality as you please. Diana had often to divert him for a too intent perusal of her features, with sparkles and stories, current or invented, to serve the immediate purpose. Miss Paynham was Mrs. Warwick's guest for a fortnight, and observed them together. She sometimes charitably laid down her pencil, and left them, having forgotten this or that. They were conversing of general matters with their usual crisp precision on her return, and she was rather like the two countrymen in debating whether it was excess of coolness or discreetness, though she was convinced of their inclinations, and expected love some day to be leaping up. Diana noticed that she had no reminder for leaving the room when it was Mr. Redworth present. These two had become very friendly, according to her hopes, and Miss Paynham was extremely solicitous to draw suggestions from Mr. Redworth and win his approval. Do I appear likely to catch the mouth now, do you think, Mr. Redworth? He remarked, smiling at Diana's expressive dimple, that the mouth was difficult to catch. He did not gaze intently. Mr. Redworth was the genius of friendship, the friend of women, Mrs. Warwick had said of him. Miss Paynham discovered it, as regarded herself. The portrait was his commission to her, kindly proposed, secretly of course, to give her occupation and the chance of winning a vogue with the face of a famous beauty. So many, however, were Mrs. Warwick's visitors, and so lively the chatter she directed, that accurate sketching was difficult to an amateurish hand. Whitmonby, Sullivan, Smith, Westlake, Henry Wilmers, Arthur Rhodes, and other gentlemen, literary and military, were almost daily visitors when it became known that the tedium of the beautiful sitter required beguiling, and there was a certainty of finding her at home. On Mrs. Warwick's Wednesday, numerous ladies decorated the group. Then was heard such a rillet of dialogue without scandal or politics as nowhere else in Britain. All vowed it subsequently, for to the remembrance it seemed magical. Not a breath of scandal, and yet the liveliest flow. Lady Pennon came attended by a Mr. Alexander Hepburn, a handsome Scot, at whom Dacier shot one of his instinctive keen glances, before seeing that the hostess had mounted a transient colour. Mr. Hepburn, in settling himself on his chair rather too briskly, contrived the next minute to break a precious bit of china standing by his elbow, and Lady Pennon cried out with sympathetic anguish, "Oh, my dear, what a trial for you!" "Brittle is foredoomed," said Diana, unruffled. She deserved compliments, and would have had them if she had not wounded the most jealous and petulant of her courtiers. "When the Turk is a sapient custodian," said Westlake, vexed with her flush at the entrance of the Scot. Diana sedately took his challenge. "We, Mr. Westlake, have the philosophy of ownership." Mr. Hepburn penitently knelt to pick up the fragments, and Westlake murmured over his head, "As long as it is we who are the cracked." Did we not start from China? We were consequently precipitated to Stamboul. You try to elude the lesson. I remember my first pedagogue telling me so when he rapped the book on my cranium. The mark of the book is not a disfigurement. It was gently worded, and the shrewder for it. The mark of the book, if not a disfigurement, was a characteristic of Westlake's fashion of speech. Whitmonby nodded twice, for signification of a palpable hit in that bout, and he noted within him the foolishness of obtruding the remotest of allusion to our personality when crossing the foils with a woman. She is down on it like the lightning, quick as she is in her contracted circle, politeness guarding her from a riposte. Mr. Hepburn apologized very humbly after regaining his chair. Diana smiled and said, "Incidents in a drawing-room are prize shots at dullness." "And in a dining-room too," added Sullivan Smith. "I was one day at a dinner-party, apparently of undertakers hired to mourn over the joints and the birds in the dishes, when the ceiling came down, and we all sprang up, merry as crickets. It led to a pretty encounter and a real prize shot." "Does that signify a duel?" asked Lady Pennon. "'Twould be the vulgar title, to bring it into discredit with the populace, my lady." "Rank me one of the populace, then. I hate duelling, and rejoice at its discountenance." "The citizens, and not the populace, I think Mr. Sullivan Smith means," Diana said. "The citizen is generally right in morals. My father also was against the practice, when it raged at its prettiest. I have heard him relate a story of a poor friend of his, who had to march out for a trifle, and said, as he accepted the invitation, 'It's all nonsense,' and walking to the measured length, 'It's all nonsense, you know,' and when lying on the ground at his last gasp, 'I told you it was all nonsense.'" Sullivan Smith leaned over to Whitmonby and Dacier amid the ejaculations, and whispered, "A lady's way of telling the story, and excusable to her. She had to Jonah the adjective. What the poor fellow said was—" He murmured the 60-pounder adjective, as in the belly of the whale, to rightly emphasize his noun. Whitmonby nodded to the superior relish imparted by the vigour of masculine veracity in narration. A story for its native sauce piquante, he said. Nothing without it. They had each a dissolving grain of contempt for women compelled by their delicacy to spoil that kind of story which demands the piquant accompaniment to flavour it racily and make it passable. For to see insipid mildness complacently swallowed as an excellent thing, knowing the rich smack of savour proper to the story, is your anecdotal gentleman's annoyance. But if the anecdote had supported him, Sullivan Smith would have let the expletive rest. Major Carew Mahoney capped Mrs. Warwick's tale of the unfortunate duellist with another, that confessed the practice absurd, though he approved of it, and he cited Lord Larrian's opinion, "It keeps men braced to civil conduct." I would not differ with the dear old lord, but no, the pistol is the sceptre of the bully, said Diana. Mr. Hepburn, with the widest of eyes on her in perpetuity, warmly agreed. And the man was notorious among men for his contrary action. Most righteously our Princess Egeria distinguishes her reign by prohibiting it, said Lady Singleby. And how, Sullivan Smith sighed heavily, how, I'd ask, are ladies to be protected from the bully? He was beset. So it was all for us, all in consideration for our benefit? He mournfully exclaimed. Why, surely. That is the funeral apology of the rod, at the close of every barbarous chapter, said Diana. Too fine in mind, too fat in body, that is a consequence with men, dear madam. The conqueror stands to his weapons, or he loses his possessions. Mr. Sullivan Smith jumps at his pleasure from the special to the general, and will be back if we follow him, Lady Pennon. It is the trick men charge to women, showing that they can resemble us. Lady Pennon thumped her knee. Not a bit. There's no resemblance, and they know nothing of us. Women are a blank to them, I believe, said Whitmonby, treacherously bowing, and Westlake said, Traces of a singular scrawl have been observed when they were held in close proximity to the fire. Once, on top of a coach, Whitmonby resumed, I heard a comely dame of the period, when summers are ceasing, threatened by her husband with divorce, for omitting to put sandwiches in their luncheon-basket. She made him the inscrutable answer, Ah, poor man, you will go down ignorant to your grave. We laughed, and to this day I cannot tell you why. That laugh was from a basket lacking provision, and I think we could trace our separation to it, Diana said to Lady Pennon, who replied, They expose themselves, they get no nearer to the riddle. Miss Courtenay, a rising young actress, encouraged by a smile from Mrs. Warwick, remarked, On the stage we have each our parts equally, and speaking parts, not persona muti. The stage has advanced in verisimilitude, Henry Wilmers added slyly, and Diana rejoined, You recognise the verisimilitude of the mirror when it is in advance of reality. Flatters the sketch, Miss Paynham, for a likeness to be seen. Probably there are still old conservatives who would prefer the personation of us by boys. I don't know, Westlake affected dubiousness. I have heard that a step to the riddle is gained by a serious contemplation of boys. Serious? That is the doubt. The doubt throws its light on the step. I advise them not to take any leap from their step, said Lady Pennon. It would be a way of learning that we are no wiser than our sires, but perhaps too painful a way, Whitmonby observed. Poor Mountfort Wilts boasted of knowing women, and he married. To jump into the mouth of the enigma is not to read it. You are figures of conceit when you speculate on us, Mr. Whitmonby. An occupation of our leisure, my lady, for your amusement. The leisure of the humming top, 1,000 to the minute, with the pretence that it sleeps, Diana said. The sacrilegious hand to strip you of your mystery is withered as it stretches, exclaimed Westlake. The sage and the devout are in accord for once, and whichever of the two I may be, I am one of them, happy to do my homage blindfold. Sullivan Smith waved the sign of it. Diana sent her eyes over him and Mr. Hepburn, seeing Dacier. That rosy mediaevalism seems the utmost we can expect. An instant she saddened, foreboding her words to be ominous, because of suddenly thirsting for a modern cry from him. The silent. She quitted her woman's fit of earnestness, and took to the humour that pleased him. Aslauga's knight, at his blindman's buff of devotion, catches the hem of the tapestry, and is found by his lady kissing it in a trance of homage 5 hours long. Sir Hilary of Agincourt, returned from the wars to his castle at midnight, hears that Chitterland is away dancing, and remains with all his men mounted in the courtyard till the grey morn brings her back. Adorable. We had a flag flying in those days. Since men began to fret the riddle, they have hauled it down half-mast. Soon we shall behold a bare pole and hats on around it. That's their solution. A smile circled at the hearing of Lady Singleby say, "Well, I am all for our own times, however literal the men." "We are two different species," thumped Lady Pennon, swimming on the theme. "I'm sure. I read what they write of women, and their heroines." Lady Escart acquiesced. "We are utter fools or horrid knaves." "Nature's original hieroglyphs, which have that appearance to the peruser," Westlake assented. "And when they would decipher us, they hit on one of our arts. The literary pirouette they perform is memorable." Diana looked invitingly at Dacier. "But I, for one, discern a possible relationship and a likeness." "I think it exists behind a curtain," Dacier replied. "Before the era of the nursery, liberty to grow independence is the key of the secret." "And what comes after the independence?" he inquired. Whitmonby, musing that some distraction of an earnest incentive spoilt Mrs. Warwick's wit, informed him, "The two different species then break their shallow armistice and join the shock of battle for possession of the earth, and we are outnumbered and exterminated to a certainty. So I am against independence." "Socially, a Mussulman, subject to explosions," Diana said. "So the eternal duel between us is maintained, and men will protest that they are for civilization. Dear me, I should like to write a sketch of the women of the future. Don't be afraid, the far future. What a different earth you will see." And very different creatures, the gentlemen unanimously surmised. Westlake described the fairer portion, no longer the weaker, frightful hosts. Diana promised him a sweeter picture, if ever she brought her hand to paint it. "You would be offered up to the English national hangman." "Jehoiakim's sneer," interposed Arthur Rhodes, evidently firing a gun too big for him, of premeditated charging, as his patroness perceived, but she knew him to be smarting under recent applications of the swish Mr. Sneer, and that he rushed to support her. She covered him by saying, "If he has to be encountered, he kills none but the cripple," wherewith the dead pause ensuing from a dose of outlandish speech in good company was bridged, though the youth heard Westlake mutter unpleasantly, "Jehoiakim," and had to endure a stare of Dacier's, who did not conceal his want of comprehension of the place he occupied in Mrs. Warwick's gatherings. "They know nothing of us whatever," Lady Pennon harped on her dictum. "They put us in a case and profoundly study the captive creature," said Diana. "But would any man understand this?" She dropped her voice and drew in the heads of Lady Pennon, Lady Singleby, Lady Escart, and Miss Courtenay. "Real women's nature speaks. A maid of mine had a follower. She was a good girl. I was anxious about her, and asked her if she could trust him. 'Oh, yes, ma'am,' she replied. 'I can. He's quite like a female.' I longed to see the young man, to tell him he had received the highest of eulogies. The ladies appreciatingly declared that such a tale was beyond the understandings of men. Miss Paynham primmed her mouth, admitting to herself her inability to repeat such a tale, an act that she deemed not quite like a lady. She had previously come to the conclusion that Mrs. Warwick, with all her generous qualities, was deficient in delicate sentiment, owing perhaps to her coldness of temperament. Like Dacier also, she failed to comprehend the patronage of Mr. Rhodes. It led to suppositions, indefinite truly, and not calumnious at all. But a young poet, rather good-looking and well-built, is not the same kind of wing-chick as a young actress, like Miss Courtenay, Mrs. Warwick's latest shieldling. He is hardly enrolled for the reason that was assumed to sanction Mrs. Warwick's maid in the encouragement of her follower. Miss Paynham sketched on, with her thoughts in her bosom, a damsel castigatingly pursued by the idea of sex as the direct motive of every act of every person surrounding her. Deductively, therefore, that a certain form of the impelling passion, mild or terrible, or capricious, or it might be less pardonable, was unceasingly at work among the human couples up to decrepitude, and she too frequently hit the fact to doubt her gift of reading into them. Mr. Dacier was plain, and the state of the young Mr. Rhodes and the Scottish gentleman was at least a vehement admirer. But she penetrated the breast of Mr. Thomas Redworth as well, mentally tore his mask of friendship to shreds. He was kind indeed in commissioning her to do the portrait. His desire for it, and his urgency to have the features exactly given, besides the infrequency of his visits of late, when a favoured gentleman was present, were the betraying signs. Deductively, moreover, the lady who inspired the passion in numbers of gentlemen, and set herself to win their admiration with her lively play of dialogue, must be coquettish. She could hold them only by coldness. Anecdotes, epigrams, drolleries do not bubble to the lips of a woman who is under an emotional spell. Rather they prove that she has the spell for casting. It suited Mr. Dacier, Miss Paynham thought. It was cruel to Mr. Redworth, at whom, of all her circle, the beautiful woman looked, when speaking to him, sometimes tenderly. Beware the silent one of an assembly, Diana had written. She did not think of her words while Miss Paynham continued mutely sketching. The silent ones with much conversation around them have their heads at work, critically perforce, the faster if their hands are occupied, and the point they lean to do is the pivot of their thoughts. Miss Paynham felt for Mr. Redworth. Diana was unaware of any other critic present than him. She sought to enliven, not unsuccessfully, notwithstanding his English objection to the pitch of the converse she led, and a suspicion of effort to support it. Just a doubt, with all her easy voluble run of the possibility of naturalness in a continuous cleverness. But he signified pleasure, and in pleasing him she was happy. In the knowledge that she dazzled was her sense of safety. Percy hated scandal. He heard none. He wanted stirring, cheering. In her house he had it. He came daily, and as it was her wish that new themes, new flights of converse should delight him, and show her exhaustless to preserve her ascendancy, she welcomed him without consulting the world. He was witness of Mr. Hepburn's presentation of a costly china vase, to repair the breach in her array of ornaments, and excuse a visit. Judging by the absence of any blow within, he saw not a sign of coquetry. Some such visit had been anticipated by the prescient woman, so there was no reddening. She brought about an exchange of sentences between him and her furious admirer, sparing either of them a glimpse of which was the sacrifice to the other, amusing them both. Dacier could allow Hepburn to outsit him, and he left them, proud of his absolute confidence in her. She was mistaken in imagining that her social vivacity, mixed with the comradeship of the active intellect, was the charm which kept Mr. Percy Dacier temperate, when he well knew her to distinguish him above her courtiers. Her powers of dazzling kept him tame. They did not stamp her mark on him. He was one of the order of highly polished men, ignorant of women, who are impressed for long terms by temporary flashes, that hold them bound until a fresh impression comes to confirm or obliterate the preceding. Affairs of the world he could treat competently. He had a head for high politics and the management of men. The feminine half of the world was a confusion and a vexation to his intelligence, characterless. And one woman at last appearing decipherable, he fancied it must be owing to her possession of character, a thing prized the more in women because of his latent doubt of its existence. Character, that was the mark he aimed at, that moved him to homage as neither sparkling wit nor incomparable beauty, nor the unusual combination did. To be distinguished by a woman of character, beauty and wit for jewellery, was his minor ambition in life, and if fortune now gratified it, he owned to the flattery. It really seemed by every test that she had the quality, since the day when he beheld her by the bedside of his dead uncle, and that one on the French sea sands, and again at Copsley, ghostly white out of her wrestle with death, bleeding holy sweat of brow for her friend. The print of her features had been on him as an index of depth of character, imposing respect and admiration, a sentiment imperilled by her consent to fly with him. Her subsequent reserve until they met, by an accident that the lady at any rate was not responsible for, proved the quality positively, and the nature of her character, at first suspected, vanquished him more, by comparison, than her vivid intellect, which he originally and still lingeringly appreciated in condescension as a singular accomplishment, thrilling at times, now and then assailably feminine. But after her consent to a proposal that caused him retrospective worldly shudders, and her composed recognition of the madness, a character capable of holding him in some awe was real majesty, and it rose to the clear heights, with her mental attributes for satellites. His tendency to despise women was wholesomely checked by the experience to justify him in saying, "Here is a worthy one." She was health to him, as well as trusty counsel. Furthermore, where he respected, he was a governed man, free of the common masculine craze to scale fortresses for the sake of lowering flags. Whilst under his impression of her character, he submitted honourably to the ascendancy of a lady whose conduct suited him and whose preference flattered, whose presence was very refreshing, whose letters were a stimulant. Her letters were really running well waters, not a lover's delusion of the luminous mind of his lady. They sparkled in review and preserved their integrity under critical analysis. The reading of them hurried him in pursuit of her from house to house during the autumn, and as she did not hint at the shadow his coming cast on her, his conscience was easy. Regarding their future, his political anxieties were a mountainous defile curtaining the outlook. They met at Lockton, where he arrived after a recent consultation with his chief, of whom, and the murmurs of the cabinet, he spoke to Diana openly in some dejection. "They might see he has been breaking with his party for the last 4 years," she said. "The plunge to be taken is tremendous." "But will he? He appears too despondent for a header." "We cannot dance on a quaking floor." "No, it's exactly that quake of the floor which gives much qualms to me as well," said Dacier. "A treble Neptune's power," she rejoined, "for his particular delectation. Enough if he hesitates. I forgive him his nausea. He awaits the impetus, and it will reach him, and soon. He will not wait for the mob at his heels, I'm certain. A minister who does that is a post, and goes down with the first bursting of the dam. He has tried compromise, and discovered that it does not appease the fates, is not even a makeshift mending at this hour. He is a man of nerves, very sensitively built, as quicker than a woman, I could almost say, to feel the tremble of the air forerunner of imperative changes." Dacier brightened fondly. "You positively describe him, paint him to the life, without knowing him." "I've seen him, and if I could paint, whose are the colours?" "Sometimes I repeat you to him, and I get all the credit," said Dacier. "I glow with pride to think of speaking anything that you repeat," said Diana, and her eyes were proudly lustreful. Their love was nourished on these mutual flatteries, thin food for passion. The innocence of it sanctioned the meetings and the appointments to meet. When separated, they were interchanging letters, formally worded in the apostrophe and the termination, but throbbingly full, or Diana thought so, of Percy's letters, with grateful justice, for his manner of opening his heart in amatory correspondence was to confide important secret matters, up to which mark she sprang to reply in counsel. He proved his affection by trusting her, his respect by his tempered style. A Greenland style of writing, she had said, of an unhappy gentleman's epistolary compositions resembling it, and now the same official baldness was to her mind Italianly rich. It called forth such volumes. Flatteries that were thin food for passion appeared the simplest exchanges of courtesy, and her meetings with her lover, judging by the nature of the discourse they held, so consequent to their joint interest in the great crisis anticipated, as to rouse her indignant surprise and a turn for downright rebellion when the Argus world signified the fact of its having one eye or more wide open. Debit and credit too, her buzzing familiars insisted on an audience at each ear, and at the house door on her return to London. End of chapter 28. Recording by Deborah Wade. Chapter 29 of Diana of the Crossways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Wade, Cambridge, United Kingdom. Diana of the Crossways by George Meredith. Chapter 29 shows the approaches of the political and the domestic crisis in company. There was not much talk of Diana between Lady Dunstan and her customary visitor Tom Redworth now. She was shy in speaking of the love-stricken woman, and more was in his mind for thought than for speech. She sometimes wondered how much he might know, ending with the reflection that little passing around was unknown to him. He had to shut his mind against thought, against all meditation upon Mrs. Warwick. It was based scientifically when speculating and calculating on the material element, a talisman. Men and women crossing the high seas of life he had found most readable under that illuminating inquiry as to their means. An inspector of seaworthy ships proceeds in like manner. Whence would the money come? He could not help the bent of his mind, but he could avoid subjecting her to the talismanic touch. The girl at the Dublin ball, the woman at the fire-grate of the Crossways, both in one were his Diana. Now and then, hearing an ugly whisper, his manful sympathy with the mere woman in her imprisoned liberty defended her desperately from charges not distinctly formulated from within him. "She's not made of stone." That was a height of self-abnegation to shake the poor fellow to his roots. But then he had no hopes of his own, and he stuck to it. Her choice of a man like Dacier, too, of whom Redworth judged highly, showed nobility. She irradiated the man, but no baseness could be in such an alliance. If allied, they were bound together for good. The tie, supposing a villain world not wrong, was only not the sacred tie because of impediments. The tie, he deliberated, and said stoutly, no. Men of Redworth's nature go through sharp contests, though the duration of them is short, and the tussle of his worship of this woman with the materialistic turn of his mind was closed by the complete shutting up of the latter under lock and bar, so that a man, very little of an idealist, was able to sustain her in the pure imagination, where she did almost belong to him. She was his, in a sense, because she might have been his but for an incredible extreme of folly. The dark ring of the eclipse cast by some amazing foolishness round the shining crescent perpetually in secret claimed the whole sphere of her, by what might have been, while admitting her loss to him, in fact. To Thomas Redworth's mind the lack of perfect sanity in his conduct at any period of manhood was so entirely past belief that he flew at the circumstances confirming the charge, and had wrestles with the angel of reality, who did but set him dreaming backward after flinging him. He heard at Lady Wathin's that Mrs. Warwick was in town for the winter. "Mr. Dacier is also in town," Lady Wathin said, with an acid indication of the needless mention of it. "We have not seen him." She invited Redworth to meet a few friends at dinner. "I think you admire Miss Asper. In my idea, a very saint among young women. And you know what the young women of our day are. She will be present. She is, you are aware, England's greatest heiress. Only yesterday, hearing of that poor man Warwick's desperate attack of illness, heart, and of his having no relative or friend to soothe his pillow, he is lying in absolute loneliness. She offered to go and nurse him. Of course it could not be done. It is not her place. The beauty of the character of a dear innocent young girl with every gratification at command, who could make the offer, strikes me as unparalleled. She was perfectly sincere. She is sincerity. She asked at once, "Where is he?" She wished me to accompany her on a first visit. I saw a tear. Redworth had called at Lady Wathin's for information of the state of Mr. Warwick, concerning which a rumour was abroad. No stranger to the vagrant compassionateness of sentimentalists, rich, idle, conscience-pricked, or praise-catching, he was unmoved by the tale that Miss Asper had proposed to go to Mr. Warwick's sick-bed in the uniform of a sister of charity. "Speaking French!" Lady Wathin exclaimed, and his head rocked as he said, "An Englishman would not be likely to know better. She speaks exquisite French, all European languages, Mr. Redworth. She does not pretend to wit. To my thinking, depth of sentiment is a far more feminine accomplishment. It assuredly will be found a greater treasure." The modest man, modest in such matters, was led by degrees to fancy himself sounded regarding Miss Asper. A piece of sculpture glacially decorative of the domestic mansion in person, to his thinking, as to the nature of it, not a Diana, with all her faults. If Diana had any faults, in a world and a position so heavily against her, he laughed to himself, when alone, at the neatly implied bitter reproach cast on the wife by the forsaken young lady who proposed to nurse the abandoned husband of the woman bereaving her of the man she loved. Sentimentalists enjoy these tricks, the conceiving or the doing of them, the former mainly, which are cheaper and equally effective. Miss Asper might be deficient in wit. This was a form of practical wit occasionally exhibited by creatures acting on their instincts. Warwick he pitied, and he put compulsion on himself to go and see the poor fellow. The subject of so sublime a generosity, Mr. Warwick sat in an armchair, his legs out straight on the heels, his jaw dragging hollow cheeks, his hands loosely joined, improving in health, he said. A demure woman of middle age was in attendance. He did not speak of his wife. 3 times he said disconnectedly, "I hear reports," and his eyelids worked. Redworth talked of general affairs, without those consolatory efforts, useless between men, which are neither medicine nor good honest water. He judged by personal feelings. In consequence he left an invalid the sourer for his visit. The next day he received a briefly worded summons from Mrs. Warwick. Crossing the park on the line to Diana's house, he met Miss Paynham, who grieved to say that Mrs. Warwick could not give her a sitting, and in a still mournfuller tone imagined he would find her at home and alone by this time. "I left no one but Mr. Dacier there," she observed. "Mrs. Warwick will be disengaged to-morrow, no doubt," he said consolingly. Her head performed the negative. "They talk politics, and she becomes animated, loses her pose. I will persevere, though. I fear I have undertaken a task too much for me." "I am deeply indebted to you for the attempt." Redworth bowed to her, and set his face to the Abbey towers, which wore a different aspect in the smoked grey light since his 2 minutes of colloquy. He had previously noticed that meetings with Miss Paynham produced a similar effect on him. A not so very impressionable man. And how was it done? She told him nothing he did not know or guess. Diana was alone. Her manner, after the greeting, seemed feverish. She had not to excuse herself for abruptness when he heard the nature of the subject. Her counsellor and friend was informed in feminine style that she had requested him to call for the purpose of consulting him with regard to a matter she had decided upon, and it was the sale of the Crossways. She said that it would have gone to her heart once. She supposed she had lost her affection for the place, or had got the better of her superstitions. She spoke lamely as well as bluntly. The place was hers, she said, her own property. Her husband could not interdict a sale. Redworth addressed himself to her smothered antagonism. Even if he had rights, as they are termed, I think he might count on their not being pressed. I have been told of illness. She tapped her foot on the floor. His present state of health is unequal to his ordinary duties. Emma Dunstan is fully supplied with the latest intelligence, Mr. Redworth. You know the source. I mention it simply. Yes, yes. What I have to protest is that in this respect I am free. The law has me fast, but leaves me its legal view of my small property. I have no authority over me. I can do as I please in this, without a collision or the dread of one. It is the married woman's perpetual dread when she ventures a step. Your law originally presumed her a china-footed animal. And more, I have a claim for maintenance. She crimsoned angrily. Redworth showed a look of pleasure, hard to understand. The application would be sufficient, I fancy, he said. It should have been offered. Did you not decline it? I declined to apply for it, I thought. But, Mr. Redworth, another thing concerning us all. I want very much to hear your ideas of the prospects of the League, because I know you have ideas. The leaders are terrible men. They fascinate me. They appear to move with an army of facts. They are certainly carrying the country. I am obliged to think them sincere. Common agitators would not hold together as they do. They gather strength each year. If their statistics are not illusory, an army of phantoms instead of one of facts. They knock at my head without admission. I have to confess they must win. Ultimately, it is quite calculable that they will win, said Redworth, and he was led to discourse of rates and duties and prohibitive tariffs to a woman surprisingly athirst, curious for every scrap of intelligence relating to the power, organisation, and schemes of the League. Common sense is the secret of every successful civil agitation, he said. Rap it unremittingly on crowds of the thickest human heads, and the response comes at last to sweep all before it. You may reckon that the country will beat the landlords, for that is our question. Is it one of your political themes? I am not presumptuous to such a degree. A poor scholar, Diana replied. Women striving to lift their heads among men deserve the sarcasm. He denied that any sarcasm was intended, and the lesson continued. When she had shaped in her mind some portion of his knowledge of the subject, she reverted casually to her practical business. Would he undertake to try to obtain a purchaser of the Crossways at the price he might deem reasonable? She left the price entirely to his judgment, and now she had determined to part with the old place, the sooner the better. She said that smiling, and Redworth smiled outwardly and inwardly. Her talk of her affairs was clearer to him than her curiosity for the mysteries of the League. He gained kind looks, beside warm thanks, by the promise to seek a purchaser, especially by his avoidance of prying queries. She wanted just this excellent automaton factotum, and she referred him to Mr. Braddock for the title deeds, etc., the chirping phrase of ladies happily washing their hands of the mean details of business. "How of your last work?" he asked her. Serenest equanimity rejoined, "As I anticipated, it is not popular. The critics are of one mind with the public. You may have noticed they rarely flower above that rocky surface. The cantatrice sings them a false note. My next will probably please them less." Her mobile lips and brows shot the faint upper wreath of a smile hovering. It was designed to display her philosophy. "And what is the name of your next title?" said he. "I name it The Man of Two Minds, if you can allow that to be in nature." "Contradistinguished from the woman." "Oh, you must first believe the woman to have one." "You are working on it?" "By fits. And I forgot, Mr. Redworth, I have mislaid my receipts, and must ask you for the address of your wine merchant. Or will you? Several dozen of the same wines. I can trust him to be in awe of you, and the good repute of my table depends on his honesty." Redworth took the definite order for a large supply of wine. She gave him her hand, a lost hand, dear to hold, needing to be guided, he feared. For him it was merely a hand cut off from the wrist, and he had performed the executive part. A wiser man would now have been the lord of it, so he felt, with his burning wish to protect and cherish the beloved woman, while saying, "If we find a speedy bidder for the Crossways, you will have to thank our railways." "You," said Diana, confident in his ability to do everything of the practical kind. Her ingenuousness tickled him. He missed her comic touches upon men and things, but the fever shown by her manner accounted for it. As soon as he left her, she was writing to the lover who had an hour previously been hearing her voice, the note of her theme being party, and how to serve it, when to sacrifice it to the country. She wrote carolling bars of the Puritani marches, and such will passion do, that her choice of music was quite in harmony with her theme. The martially amorous melodies of Italian opera in those days fostered a passion challenged to intrepidity from the heart of softness, gliding at the same time, and putting warm blood even into dull arithmetical figures which might be important to her lover, her hero fronting battle. She condensed Redworth's information skilfully, heartily, giving it and whatever she had imbibed as her own, down to the remark, "Common sense in questions of justice is a weapon that makes way into human heads and wins the certain majority, if we strike with it incessantly." Whether anything she wrote was her own mattered little. The savour of Percy's praise, which none could share with her, made it instantly all her own. Besides, she wrote to strengthen him. She naturally laid her friends and the world under contribution, and no other sort of writing was possible. Percy had not a common interest in fiction, still less for high comedy. He liked the broad laugh when he deigned to open books of that sort, puns and strong flavours and harlequin surprises, and her work would not admit of them, however great her willingness to force her hand for his amusement. Consequently, her inventiveness deadened. She had to cease whipping it. "My poor old London cab horse of a pen shall go to grass," she sighed, looking to the sale of the Crossways for money, looking no farther. Those marshalled battalions of debit and credit were in hostile order, the weaker simply devoted to fighting for delay, when a winged messenger bearing the form of old Mr. Braddock descended to her with the reconciling news that a hermit bachelor, an acquaintance of Mr. Redworth's, both of whom wore a gloomy hue in her mind immediately, had offered a sum for the purchase of the Crossways. Considering the out-of-the-way district, Mr. Braddock thought it an excellent price to get. She thought the reverse, but confessed that double the sum would not have altered her opinion. Double the sum scarcely counted for the service she required of it for much more than a year. The money was paid shortly after into her bank, and then she enjoyed the contemptuous felicity of tossing meat to her lions, tigers, wolves, and jackals, who, but for the fortunate intervention, would have been feeding on her. These menagerie beasts of prey were the lady's tradesmen, debit's hungry brood. She had a rapid glimpse of a false position in regarding that legitimate band so scornfully, another glimpse likewise of a day to come, when they might not be stopped at the door. She was running a race with something. With what? It was unnamed, and it ran in a shroud. At times she surprised her heart violently beating, when there had been not a thought to set it in motion. She traced it once to the words "next year" incidentally mentioned. "Free" was a word that checked her throbs, as at a question of life or death. Her solitude, excepting the hours of sleep, if then, was a time of irregular breathing. The something unnamed running beside her became a dreadful familiar. The race between them passed contemplation for ghastliness. "But this is your law," she cried to the world, while blinding her eyes against a peep of the shrouded features. Singularly, she had but to abandon hope, and the shadowy figure vanished. The tragic race was ended. How to live and think, and not to hope? The slave of passion had this problem before her. Other tasks were supportable, though one seemed hard at moments and was not passive. It attacked her. The men and women of her circle derisively, unanimously disbelieved in an innocence that forfeited reputation. Women were complimentarily assumed to be not such gaping idiots, and as the weeks advanced a change came over Percy. The gentleman had grown restless at covert congratulations, hollow to his knowledge, however much caressing vanity, and therefore secretly a wound to it. One day, after sitting silent, he bluntly proposed to break this foolish trifling, just in his old manner, though not so honourably, not very definitely either. Her hand was taken. "I feared that dumbness," Diana said, letting her hand go, but keeping her composure. "My friend Percy, I am not a lion tamer, and if you are of those animals, we break the chapter. Plainly, you think that where there appears to be a choice of fools, the woman is distinctly designed for the person. Drop my hand, or I shall repeat the fable of the goose with the golden eggs." "Fables are applicable only in the schoolroom," he said, and he ventured on Tony. "I vowed an oath to my dear Emma, as good as to the heavens, and that of itself would stay me from being insane again." She released herself. "Signor Percy, you teach me to suspect you of having an idle wish to pluck your plaything to pieces, to boast of it. Ah, my friend, I fancied I was of more value to you. You must come less often, even to not at all, if you are one of those idols with feet of clay, which leave the print of their steps in a room, or fall and crush the silly idolizer." "But surely you know," said he, "we can't have to wait long." He looked full of hopeful meanings. "A reason." She kept down her breath. A long-drawn sigh followed, through parted lips. She had a sensation of horror. "And I cannot propose to nurse him. Emma will not hear of it," she said. "I dare not. Hypocrite to that extreme? Oh no. But I must hear nothing. As it is, I am haunted. Now let this pass. Tony me no more Tonys. I am stony to such whimpering business, now we are in the van of the struggle. All round us it sounds like war. Last night I had Mr. Tonans dining here. He wished to meet you, and you must have a private meeting with Mr. Whitmonby. He will be useful, others as well. You are wrong in affecting contempt of the press. It perches you on a rock, but the swimmer in politics knows what draws the tides. Your own people, your set, your class are a drag to you, like inherited superstitions to the wakening brain. The greater the glory, for you see the lead you take, you are saving your class. They should lead, and will if they prove worthy in the crisis. Their curious error is to believe in the stability of a monumental position." "Perfectly true," cried Dacier, and the next minute, heated by approbation, was begging for her hand earnestly. She refused it. "But you say things that catch me," he pleaded. "Remember, it was nearly mine. It soon will be mine. I heard yesterday from Lady Wathin. Well, if it pains you—" "Speak on," said Diana, resigned to her thirsty ears. "He is not expected to last through the autumn." "The calculation is hers." "Not exactly, judging from the symptoms." Diana flashed a fiery eye into Dacier's and rose. She was past danger of melting, with her imagination darkened by the funeral image, but she craved solitude, and had to act the callous to dismiss him. "Good. Enough for the day. Now leave me, if you please. When we meet again, stifle that raven's croak. I am not a sister of charity, but neither am I a vulture hovering for the horse in the desert to die. A poor simile, when it is my own and not another's breath that I want. Nothing in nature, only gruesome German stories, will fetch comparisons for the yoke of this law of yours. It seems the nightmare dream following an ogre's supper." She was not acting the shiver of her frame. To-morrow was open to him, and prospect of better fortune, so he departed, after squeezing the hand she ceremoniously extended. But her woman's intuition warned her that she had not maintained the sovereign impression which was her security, and hope had become a flame in her bosom that would no longer take the common extinguisher. The race she ran was with a shrouded figure no more, but with the figure of the shroud. She had to summon paroxysms of pity, hard to feel, images of sickness, helplessness, the vaults the last human silence for the stilling of her passionate heart, and when this was partly effected, the question, "Am I going to live?" renewed her tragical struggle. Who was it under the vaults, in the shroud, between the planks, and with human sensibility to swell the horror? Passion whispered of a vaster sorrow needed for herself, and the hope conjuring those frightful complexities was needed to soothe her. She pitied the man, but she was an enamoured woman. Often of late she had been sharply stung, relaxed as well, by the observations of Danvers assisting at her toilet. Had she beauty and charm, beauty and rich health in the young summer blooming of her days, and all doomed to waste? No insurgency of words arose in denunciation of the wrong done to her nature. An undefined heavy feeling of wrong there was, just perceptive enough to let her know, without gravely shaming, that one or other must be slain for peace to come. For it is the case in which the world of the laws overloading her is pitiless to women, deaf past ear trumpets, past intercession, detesting and reviling them for a feeble human cry, and for one apparent step of revolt piling the pelted stones on them. It will not discriminate shades of hue, it massacres all the shadowed. They are honoured after a fashion, at a certain elevation. Descending from it and purely to breathe common air, thus in her mind, they are scourged and outcast, and alas, their very pleading for them excites a sort of ridicule in their advocate. How? She was utterly, even desperately, nay personally earnest, and her humour closed her lips. Their comical views of the scourged and outcast coming from the opposite party, the huge bully world, she would not have tolerated. Diana raged at a prevailing strength on the part of that huge bully world, which seemed really to embrace the atmosphere. Emma had said, "The rules of Christian society are a blessed government for us women. We owe it so much that there is not a brick of the fabric we should not prop." Emma's talk of obedience to the laws, being laws, was repeated by the rebel, with an involuntary unphrased comparison of the vessel in dock and the vessel at sea. When Dacier next called to see Mrs. Warwick, he heard that she had gone to Copsley for a couple of weeks. The lesson was emphasized by her not writing, and was it the tricky sex or the splendid character of the woman which dealt him this punishment? Knowing how much Diana forfeited for him, he was moved to some enthusiasm, despite his inclination to be hurt. She, on her return to London, gained a considerable increase of knowledge as to her position in the eye of the world, and unlike the result of her meditations, derived from clamouring tradesmen, whom she could excuse, she was neither illuminated nor cautioned by that dubious look. She conscientiously revolted. Lady Pennon hinted a word for her government. "A good deal of what you so capitally call green tea talk is going on, my dear," Diana replied, without pretending to misunderstand. "Gossip is a beast of prey that does not wait for the death of the creature it devours. They are welcome to my shadow if the liberty I claim casts one, and it feeds them." To which the old lady rejoined, "Oh, I am with you through thick and thin. I presented you at court, and I stand by you. Only walk carefully. Women have to walk with a train. You are too famous not to have your troops of watchers." "But I mean to prove," said Diana, "that a woman can walk with her train independent of the common reserves and artifices." "Not on highways, my dear." Diana, praising the speaker, referred the whole truth in that to the material element of her metaphor. She was more astonished by Whitmonby's candid chiding, but with him she could fence, and men are easily diverted. She had sent for him to bring him and Percy Dacier together to a conference. Unaware of the project, he took the opportunity of their privacy to speak of the great station open to her in London being imperilled. He spoke of tongues, and very little would have induced him to fill that empty vocable with a name. She had to pardon the critic in him for an unpleasant review of her hapless cantatrice, as a means of evasion. She mentioned the poor book and her slaughter of the heroine, that he had complained of. I killed her. I could not let her live. You were unjust in accusing the authoress of heartlessness. If I did, I retract, said he. She steers too evidently from the centre of the vessel. She has the organ in excess. Proof that it is not squandered. The point concerns direction. Have I made so bad a choice of my friends? It is the common error of the sprightly to suppose that in parrying a thrust they blind our eyes. The world sees always what it desires to see, Mr. Whitmonby. The world, my dear Mrs. Warwick, is a blundering machine upon its own affairs, but a cruel sleuth-hound to rouse in pursuit. So now you have me chased by sight and scent, and if I should take wing? Shots, volleys, you are lawful game. The choice you have made of your friends should oblige you to think of them. I imagine I do. Have I offended any, or one? I will not say that. You know the commotion in a French kitchen when the guests of the house declined a particular dish furnished them by command. The cook and his crew were loyal to their master, but for the love of their art they sent him notice. It is ill-serving a mad sovereign. Diana bowed to the compact little apologue. I will tell you another story, traditional in our family from my great-grandmother, a Spanish woman, she said. A cavalier serenaded his mistress, and rascal mercenaries fell upon him before he could draw sword. He battered his guitar on their pates till the lattice opened with a cry, and startled them to flight. Thrice blessed and beloved, he called to her above in reference to the noise. It was merely a diversion of the accompaniment. Now there was loyal service to a sovereign. You are certainly an angel, exclaimed Whitmonby. I swallow the story, and leave it to digestion to discover the appositeness. Whatever tuneful instrument one of your friends possesses shall solace your slumbers or batter the pate of your enemy, but discourage the habitual serenader. The musician you must mean is due here now, by appointment to meet you, said Diana, and set him momentarily agape with the name of Mr. Percy Dacier. That was the origin of the alliance between the young statesman and a newspaper editor. Whitmonby, accepting proposals which suited him, quitted the house after an hour of political talk, no longer inclined to hint at the habitual serenader, but very ready to fall foul of those who did, as he proved when the numbers buzzed openly. Times were masculine, the excitement on the eve of so great a crisis, and Diana's comprehension of it and fine heading cry put that weak matter aside. Moreover, he was taught to suppose himself as welcome a guest as Dacier, and the cook could stand criticism. The wines, wonderful to say of a lady's table, were trusty. The talk, on the political evenings and the social and anecdotal supper nights, ran always in perfect accord with his ideal of the conversational orchestra, an improvised harmony unmatched elsewhere. She did not, he considered, so perfectly assort her dinner guests. That was her one fault. She had therefore to strain her adroitness to cover their deficiencies and fuse them. But what other woman could have done it? She led superbly. If an Irishman was present, she kept him from overflooding, managed to extract just the flavour of him, the smack of salt. She did even, at Whitmonby's table on a red-letter Sunday evening, in concert with him and the Dean, bring down that cataract, the Baudelaire, to the levels of interchanging dialogue by seasonable touches, inimitably done and never done before. Sullivan Smith, unbridled in the middle of dinner, was docile to her. Irishmen, she said, pleading on their behalf to Whitmonby, who pronounced the race too raw for an Olympian feast, are invaluable if you hang them up to smoke and cure. And the master of social converse could not deny that they were responsive to her magic. The supper nights were mainly devoted to Percy's friends. He brought as many as he pleased, and as often as it pleased him, and it was her pride to provide Cleopatra banquets for the lover whose anxieties were soothed by them, and to whom she sacrificed her name willingly in return for a generosity that certain chance whispers of her heart elevated to the pitch of measurelessness. So they wore through the session and the autumn, clouds heavier, the League drumming, the cry of Ireland ominously banshee, as she wrote to Emma. End of chapter 29.